Hey there, my name is Antonio and welcome to our exciting tutorial where we'll be building a full-stack Airbnb clone with some of the latest and greatest technologies. With Next.13 app directory, we'll create a highly optimized application that is easy to navigate and lightning fast to load. We'll also be leveraging server components to fetch data directly from the database, creating a seamless user experience. Additionally, we'll be using client components to build out the UI, ensuring a smooth and responsive design. With Tailwind CSS, we'll be creating a sleek and modern look for our Airbnb clone, complete with animations and effects that bring the site to life. Our design is fully responsive, ensuring that it looks great on all devices, from desktop to mobile. We'll be implementing credential authentication, as well as Google and GitHub authentication for a more seamless login process. We will also be using Cloudinary CDN for image uploads and client phone validation and handling using React Hook form. To ensure smooth operation, we'll be using React Toast for server error handling and React Date Range for calendars. We'll also have page loading and empty states and a booking/reservation system with guest and owner reservation cancellation. Our Airbnb clone also features creation and deletion of properties, advanced pricing calculation, and an advanced search algorithm that filters results by category, date range, map location, number of guests, rooms, and bathrooms. For example, you can filter out properties that have a reservation in your desired date range to travel. But we're not stopping there. Our Airbnb clone also includes a favorite system and shareable URL filters. This means that if you select a category, location, and date range, you can share the URL with a logged out friend in another browser and they will see the same results as you. So buckle up and get ready to dive into building a full-stack Airbnb clone with Next.13 app directory, server components, client components, Tailwind design, and all of the amazing features we've mentioned. And in the end, I'm going to show you how you can deploy all of that on Vercel. So in this part of the tutorial, we're going to set up our environment. So go into the terminal and write the following command: npx create next app --TypeScript. Name your project. In my case, it's going to be Airbnb-video. For the ESLint option, select yes. For the source directory, select no. And for the experimental app directory, you're going to select yes, because we are going to be building this Airbnb clone using the newest app router. For the import alias, you can just press enter and that is going to default to an @ sign. And now just wait a moment for all of these packages to install. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's open our project. So I'm going to select Airbnb video because that's what I named my project. And now I want you to go into app folder right here to see the new structure. Instead of our usual _app and _document, we now have a single file called layout.tsx. And instead of the usual index.tsx, we now have page.tsx file right here. So let's go back into our terminal. And let's run the following command to start the project. npm run dev. And you can go into your browser now to localhost 3000 and just load the new app. And we're greeted with the Next.13 welcome screen. Great. I'm going to close the terminal for now, and I want you to head back into app page.tsx file right here. And let's clean this up. So you can select everything in the return function and you can just press delete. And instead of that, we're going to write a div, which is just going to say hello Airbnb. And just like that, you can see that our website updated to say hello Airbnb right here. And I'm also going to remove all of the imports right here, like this. All right. And now I want you to go into app layout.tsx file right here. And the first things you will probably notice is this metadata constant. So this is a reserved constant in Next.13 layout file where you can control your title and description and some other options. You can probably see, or maybe you can't, but my tab name in my browser is create next app, and that is controlled from here. So if I change it to Airbnb and look again, it's going to change to Airbnb. And I'm also going to change my description to Airbnb clone. Great. And now I want to show you how easy it is to change the font with Next font package. So go ahead and import in curly brackets Nunito from next/font/Google. And now what you're able to do with that is create a constant called font, write Nunito, and open an object inside parentheses here and just add a subset. So subsets is going to be an array which is going to hold Latin like this. And what this font does now is exposes the class name which we can give to our body element. So go ahead and write class name, font that class name. And if you go back into your application, once it reloads, you see we have a new font. Great. Next thing I want to clean up is the app globals.css file. So you can go inside, you can select everything, and you can just press delete. And now you will get a plain white page like this. And you can also remove page.module.css as well. Great. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to set up Tailwind. So go ahead and open your terminal again, and you can shut down the application for now. And right here I have the Tailwind CSS documentation ready. So first things first, we have to install some packages. So go ahead and run npm install -d tailwind css post css and auto prefixer. Great. And now you can go ahead and run the following command: npx tailwind css init-p. And that created two new files. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at them. So we have the new file post-css-config and tailwind.config.js. We're going to focus on tailwind.config.js. So go ahead and open tailwind.config.js right here. And next thing we have to do is we have to add our template paths. So go ahead and write the following: /app/**/ dot curly brackets js, ts, jsx, tsx. And you can just copy that 2 times. For the second one, you're going to write pages, and for the last one, you're going to write components. Now, technically, we don't need anything except app, but if you want to play around in the pages folder, which you still can, and the components folder, which you absolutely can, I want to leave this here just so you don't lose your styles. It's not going to hurt anyone. Great. And the last thing we have to do is we have to go into our app again, right here in the app folder, and select globals.css, which we just recently cleaned. And inside we have to add our Tailwind directives. So go ahead and run @tailwind base, @tailwind components, and @tailwind utils. My apologies, utilities. Great. You can save this file, and now finally you can go into your terminal again, and you can run npm run dev. And I'm going to go back into my localhost 3000 and just click refresh. Once the page has compiled, you're probably not going to see too much of a difference, but you will probably notice that the padding around our text has been removed, and that is because these directives have allowed us to reset our CSS. Great. And now, just to test whether we've done this correctly, let's close everything and let's go into app, into page.tsx right here, and let's add a CSS Tailwind class to this div. So write class name and just write text-rows-500 and text-2xl, for example, and save the file. And as you can see, we have enlarged our text and we have added a nice rose color right here. Great. So our Tailwind has been successfully set up. Last thing I want you to do before we move on is go back into your globals.css file right here and just write the following. So I want you to write HTML, body, and the root. Just like this. And inside of that, you're going to write height 100%. You're probably not going to notice any changes, but I wrote this just because of all of the elements we are going to need in the future. Great job, you successfully set up the environment. So we're going to continue with our tutorial, and in this part, we're going to add our navigation bar. So I'm just going to unzoom a little bit because I zoomed a lot last time. So let's go back and let's go into our app folder and select layout.tsx right here. And let's collapse this children inside this body element, and above them, let's write navbar like this. And if we save, we're going to get an error because navbar is not defined. So what I want you to do is I want you to go into app folder and create a new folder called components. Now, important thing I want to mention, you no longer have to write your components inside the components folder. You can write them wherever you want. But for the ease of understanding, and I think this structure is familiar with everyone, I'm gonna keep writing them in the components folder inside the app. But you can name this folder whatever you want. But in my case, it's going to be components. And inside these components, I'm going to create a new folder called navbar, so I can separate my components in a better way. And in this navbar component, I'm going to create a new file called navbar.tsx. I'm going to name the component navbar. And for now, all it's going to do is return a div, which is going to say, I am a navbar, like this. And now we can go back into our layout.tsx file, and we can import the navbar like this. Great. And if you save, you should lose the error. All right. Now let's go back into our navbar component and let's add some styles. So the first div is going to have a class name of fixed w full bg-white z-10 and shadow-sm like this. And you can see that we have our little navbar right here with a small shadow, and our body has currently disappeared. That is because we have put a fixed position on this navbar, but we're going to fix that later with some padding. Good. Now inside, create another div, which is going to have the following styles. So class name again, and we're going to write py4 and border-b square brackets 1 pixel. And that is going to enforce how you see this navbar. You can see how we can clearly distinct between the body and the navbar here at the top. Great. And now inside of that div, we're going to create another component. So right now, all I want you to do is write container like this. And for now, you can just save. And you'll get an error because container does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's go into our components. So not into navbar, but into components, and create a new file called container.tsx. So your structure should look something like this. So you have the app folder, you have the components folder, and inside of components, you have the navbar folder where our navbar.tsx is. But outside navbar, but still inside components, you have the container.tsx, because container is going to be reused across the app, but all of these components we write in navbar are only going to be for navbar. Great. So let's go into container.tsx and let's do the same thing. Let's name it container right here, and let's just write div container like this. And now let's go back into our navbar.tsx and let's just import this like that. And now if you save, the error is gone and you can see the container element right here. So I'm going to head back into the container right here and let's write an interface here. Interface container props is going to be children, which is a type of React.React node. And now we can assign these props to this element. So React functional component container props, and you can just extract the children from the props like this. And then you can replace the container with children like this. And now we have, we no longer see our text, but if you go back into navbar.tsx and write anything here, we can literally write anything like this and save, you can see that it is passed as our children to the container right here. Great. And one thing I want to do before we move on is I want to mark this component as a client component. This is something we have to do when we work with the app folder, because every component and page we create inside the app folder is a server component by default. And there can be hydration problems if you mix and match imports with client and server components. But don't worry, I'm going to show you how to do this in a proper way. And of course, we are going to use server components to fetch our data directly from the database. But the container for now is going to be a styling component. So let's just write use client at the top, because we are going to import this container in other client components. So it's important that this is also a client component. Great. And now let's just collapse this children here, because we are going to write some class names in this div. So let's write class name. And let's write max-w square brackets 2520 pixels. Below that, mx auto, And then we are going to write some viewport options. So on extra large screens, the px padding is going to be 20. On MD, px is going to be 10. On small, px is going to be 2. And on extra small, px is going to be 4. There, and you can see how now we have this a bit of spacing that we have created. Great. And now we can go back into our navbar component right here, and let's write some other elements here. So let's start by writing another div inside, and let's give it the following class names: flex, flex-row, items-center, justify-between, gap-3, and md gap-0, just like that. Okay, and now inside I'm gonna add a logo component. So inside this newly created div, just write logo like this with a capital L, and if you save, of course, we get an error. And now let's create a new component inside components inside navbar folder. So create a new file called logo.tsx, just like that. Great, and you can already guess that this component is also going to be needed to be a client component. So at the top, we're going to write use client like this. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to import image from next image. So import image from next/image. And we're also going to import our router. But be careful how I'm going to do this. So import use router. And you might be thinking, well, I already know this. It's from next/router. But in the next 13, we're using the new package. So write import use router from next/navigation. And now let's write our components. So const logo is going to use the router. So just write use router like this. And it's going to return an image element. Now let's add some attributes to this image element. The alt is going to be logo. The class name is going to be hidden on small or mobile devices. On MD is going to turn into a block device, and cursor is going to be pointer. Great. Now let's add the height, which is 100, and the width, which is also 100. And last thing we have left is the source. Source is going to be /images/logo.png. And if you save and go back into navbar.tsx and import this logo component here, let's import logo from logo like this. And of course, make sure you export default this logo component. So go back into logo.tsx and export default logo like this. Save the file and save navbar. Make sure you import logo from logo and put the logo here. You can see we have a broken image here, and that is because we have not added an image in our public file. So you can either find the Airbnb logo on Google, or you can go into the link in the description, go into my GitHub repository here, and go into public folder and go into images and click on logo.png. And let's just download this file. So I'm gonna right click and save as. And in this public folder right here, I'm going to create a new folder called images. And I'm going to drag and drop the newly downloaded logo inside. And make sure it's named logo.png, like that. And if you go back into Airbnb and click refresh, you can see that we have our nice little logo in the left corner. Great. Let's close everything so we can learn to navigate through this again. So go to app, components, navbar, and navbar again. And let's continue working on this. So the next thing that this Airbnb navbar is going to have is the search filters. So go ahead and write search like this. Again, if we save, we're going to get an error. So go into navbar and create a new file, search.tsx inside. And let's just name it search. And as always, let's just return a div. Let's go back into navbar and let's import search from search and save, and that should fix the error. Great. Now let's go into our search.tsx, and before we move on, I want to install a package here which we are going to need. So shut down the app for now and write npm install react-icons. Great. After it's installed, you can run npm run dev again, and I'm just going to close this terminal. And now let's style this a little bit. So let's write the following classes here. Class name, border dash square brackets 1 pixel, w dash full, md w dash auto, py-2, rounded-full, shadow-sm, hover, shadow-md, transition, and cursor-pointer. Right now, we probably won't see anything because we have not added any elements inside this div to actually expand it. But before we move on, we have to define this search element as a client component. So go to the top and write use client. Great. Now let's go back into styling our search. So inside this div, create another div with the following class names. Class name is going to be flex-row, items-center, and justify-between. And inside of that, create another div, which is going to have the following class names. Text-sm, font-semi-bold, and px-6. And inside of that, you can just write anywhere. And make sure you refresh your page after you remember we installed the package React icons and then we run npm run dev. So just refresh your page to make sure you can see the newest code here. All right. And now we can see this anywhere box right here. Great. Now let's add some more items here. So just below this anywhere box, create another div and give it the following class names. Hidden sm block, text-sm, font-semi-bold, px-6, border-x, square brackets 1 pixel, flex-1, and text-center. And inside of that, you can just write any week like this. And you can see we now have two elements, anywhere and any week. We have one more element to write. So go ahead and just below this any week box, create another box. And let's give it the following classes. Text-sm, pl-6, pr-2, text-gray-600, flex-row, items-center, and gap-3. Great. And inside of that, we're going to create two more divs. So create another div and give it a class name of hidden sm block like this, and just write add guests like this. And you can see now we have add guests as the third element, but it's a little close to the end right here. And I did that on purpose because we're going to add an icon here. So create another div inside, but just below this add guests div, and style it as the following. Class name p-2 bg-rows-500 rounded-full and text-white. And what we're going to add inside is an icon. So go ahead and write bi search with a size of 18, and it is a self-closing element. And now we have to import this. So go to the top right here and write import, open square brackets, curly brackets, from react-icons/bi like this. And if you save, you can see that we have a nice little element here with our filters. So we have anywhere, any week, and add guests. Once we click on that, it's actually going to open a model, but we're going to do that later. And also, depending on the filters we select, it's going to change these labels. So if we select, for example, Croatia, it's going to change anywhere to Croatia. And if we select a duration of 5 days, it's going to write 5 days, and same with the number of guests. Great. Now let's go back into our navbar component and let's add the last element, which is user menu. So go ahead and write user menu like this. Again, we're gonna get an error, but don't worry, just go into navbar and create a new file, usermenu.tsx. First things first, let's name it use client again, and let's just write user menu as the name of the component, and it's going to return a div. Go back into navbar and just import this at the top right here, as the same as we did with container, logo, search, right? And now you can see that our element has been centered, but we're going to write some more things in this user menu now. All right, so go ahead and write the following class name for the first div, which is relative. Now inside of that, create another div. It's going to have the following class names: flex-row, items-center, and gap-3. And inside of that, Let's just indent this div because it's an inner div. This div is actually going to have an onClick function, but for now, we're just going to write onClick to an empty function, and we're going to replace that later when we add some modals which can open. But what we can do is give it some styles. So let's go ahead and let's write hidden md block text-sm font-semi-bold py-3 px-4 rounded-full hover pg-neutral -100 transition and cursor -pointer. Great. And just write the text Airbnb your home. That's going to be our button which when we click is going to open the rent model. Of course, there is no functionality for that now, but we are going to add it when we add some models. And next to that, we're going to have a user menu. So just below this add Airbnb or home div, create another div, and it's also going to have an onClick function, which for now is just going to be an empty function as well. And let's give it some class names. So class name p-4 md py-1 md px-2 border square brackets 1 pixel border neutral 200 flex row items center gap 3 rounded full cursor pointer hover shadow md and transition. Great. And you can probably see, but we have a very small button right here. And now we're going to add some elements inside which are going to make it look better. So first I'm going to add our menu icon. So for that, we're going to write AI outline menu. And we can import that from React icons. So let's go to the top right here. And let's write import AI outline menu from React-icons/AI. Great. And if I save, you can see that we have a little hamburger right here. Great. And just below that, we're going to write another div, which is going to have a very simple class name, hidden md block, like this. And inside of that, we're actually going to create another element called avatar. If we save, of course, we get an error. So let's go into, not into Navbar, but just into components, because we are going to reuse avatar one more time in our project. And let's create a component in the components folder, avatar.tsx. Of course, that is also going to be a client function. Let's name it avatar like this. And what it's going to return is actually an image. So we're going to write image, which you can import from next/image. It's a self-closing tag. And we're going to give it a class name of rounded-full, height of 30, width of 30 as well, alt of avatar, and source, which is going to be, for now, just /images/placeholder.jpg. And now let's go back into user menu and let's import this avatar right here at the top. So import avatar from /avatar. Why can we do this? Well, because user menu is in the navbar folder and avatar is outside. Great. And now we have a broken image right here, and that is because we have not added the placeholder in our images. So go back into my repository, the link is in the description, and go back into images where you downloaded the logo, and now go into placeholder.jpg and just save the file again. Drag and drop it into your images folder and make sure it's named placeholder.jpg. Great. Now you can head into avatar and you actually don't have to do anything. You can just refresh your page. And as you can see, we now have a nice little menu right here. And you can try and collapse this. And as you can see, it is completely responsive on all devices. Beautiful. All right. And now I want to add a little menu that is going to show here once we click on this. So let's head back into our user menu right here. And let's go to the top and let's write some states. So const is open, set is open, is equal to use state from React, and default value is going to be false. So you can import use state from React right here. Great. And I want to write another function, const toggle open, which is a use callback function, which you can also import from React. And all it's going to do is it's going to reverse the current value of isOpen. So set isOpen, take the current value and just return the opposite of that value using the exclamation point like that. Great. And we can add this to our second on click right after this Airbnb home. We can add toggle open like that. Perfect. And now I want you to go all the way here to the bottom and write a conditional is open using the new state that we just created. And if it's open, we're going to render another div right here with the following class names. The class names are going to be absolute, rounded-xl, shadow-md, w, square brackets, 40, vw, md, w-3/4, bg is going to be white, overflow is going to be hidden, right position is going to be 0, and top is going to be 12, and text is going to be small. Great. And now inside of that, let's create another div with the class name flex-call cursor-pointer like that. And now if you click, you're actually not going to see anything because we have not added any elements here yet. So in order to do that, we're going to have to create another component, which is going to be called menu item. So just open fragments like this inside because we're going to need it for something later. And you can just write menu item like this. If we save, we're going to get an error. So go back into components navbar and create a new file, menu item.tsx. And let's just return a div for now. And let's go back into our user menu and let's import menu item from /menu item right here at the top. Perfect. And now let's make sure that this menu item is also a client component. So use client like this at the top. And let's add an interface for this menu item. So interface menu item props is going to accept an onClick function, which is an empty void, and it's also going to accept a label, which is a string. Now let's assign these props. So React functional components and menu item props like this, and we can extract them in this function. So onClick and label. Perfect. Now let's style this div. So class name px-4 py-3 hover bg-neutral-100 transition and font-semi-bold. And inside the div, we're going to use these curly brackets to write label, which we have right here. And we're also going to add an onClick function right here, which is going to use this onClick prop right here. Great. Now let's go back into user menu and let's add some properties here. So for onClick, you can just write an empty function for now. But for label, you can say login like that. And once we click here, you can see that I have my little login option. And you can copy and paste this below and just write sign up for the second one. Great. What these buttons are going to do, they are going to trigger modals, which is something we're going to do in the next part of this tutorial. So before we wrap this tutorial up, I want to see where we are with our structure. So in our app folder, we have the new components folder right here. We have two components, avatar and container, inside the very components folder, but inside of navbar, we have logo, menu item, navbar, search, and user menu. Now, let's just go through each of these components and let's see if they have the use client, which we need at the top. So logo has it, menu item has it, navbar does not have it. So let's go ahead and add use client to the navbar, like that. Search has use client, user menu has use client, avatar has use client, and container has use client. Great job. You just finished the UI for our navigation, and you can try and play around and see how it works on mobile. Great. Good job. So in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create our register model. But before we go there, I want to show you a little bug that we have in our application. It's kind of hard to reproduce, but I figured a way. If I refresh and start clicking on things, you can see that we have this unhandled runtime error where text content does not match server-rendered HTML. This is also called a hydration error. It is something that I'm not 100% sure if it's our mistake or a mistake in the experimental app folder. I saw a couple of issues on GitHub regarding this, and it's not 100% been resolved whether this is a developer mistake or something with Next.13. But these kind of things are to be expected because app folder is still in its experimental phase. But don't worry, I found a way to fix this issue, so we will not be getting these errors either in development or production. So let's go ahead and let's close everything up. If you really want to reproduce it, try and refresh many times, and while it's loading, try and click anywhere on the page. Basically, the interaction that we are doing triggers an error for some reason. So in order to fix this, let's just refresh one more time so everything is fine and don't click anywhere. So make sure everything is clear. And what I want you to do is I want you to go into app, into components right here and create a new file called client-only.tsx. So client only is going to be inside the root components, not inside navbar, inside components right here. Let's name it client only like that. And it's actually going to do, it's going to check whether we are in server-side rendering or not. So for that, we're going to have to use state. So const has mounted, set has mounted is going to be equal to use state. And by default, it's going to be false. You can import useState from React right here at the top. And since we are using useState, this means that this component needs to be a client component. So make sure you define useClient in the first line right here. All right. And now we're going to use useEffect as well. So the moment this component loads, that means that it has finished with the server-side rendering and it can be mounted. So let's just say set has mounted to true right here. And we're going to add a conditional here. If it hasn't mounted, so if, my bad, has mounted like this, return no. So if our application has not mounted, we're going to return no. Otherwise, you can open brackets like this, just write a fragment and just write children like this. We're going to get an error because we have not defined children. So let's go ahead and let's do that in this props. We're going to write children here. And for that, we also need to write our interface. So interface client only props is going to accept children, which is a type of React.React node. And just assign these values here. So React FC is equal to client only props. Great. So now we have this component which can serve as a wrapper around every component that we want to protect from this error of hydration. So what I want you to do is I want you to go into layout.tsx right here, and I want you to wrap navbar with our client only component. So go ahead and write client only, which you can import from ./components/client only like this, and wrap our navbar. So yes, wrap our navbar inside client only, and you can save the file. And now if you refresh, you can see for a brief second, our navbar does not exist. And that actually fixes the issue we have. You can see no matter how many times I refresh or click on the page, I can no longer get the hydration error. So we just fixed this for both development and production. And we're going to use this client only to wrap any of our client components which might cause problems with hydration. Great. And one of those components is going to be our modal component. So let's go ahead and let's actually add this modal component inside this client only right here. Let's save and let's solve this modal is not defined error right here. So for that, we're going to go into components and we're going to create a new folder called modals. Inside this modals, create a new file called modal.tsx right here. Name it modal like this, and just return an empty div for now. And now go back into your layout.tsx and just import modal from .components/modals/modal. So our structure now looks like components. We have modals where we store our modal, navbar where we have our navbar, and avatar client only and container, which are in the root of components right here. Great. And now what I want you to do is I want you to create an interface for this model. So let's go ahead and write interface modal props, which has the following properties: is open, which is an optional boolean, on close, which is a void, on submit, which is also a void, title, which is an optional string, body, which is an optional React element, footer, which is also React element, like that, action label, which is a required string, disabled, which is an optional boolean, secondary action, which is an optional void, and secondary label, which is an optional string. So let's go ahead and let's assign these props right here. So React functional components is going to use these modal props right here, and let's extract all of those props here. So is open, on close, on submit, title, body, footer, action label, disabled, and secondary action and secondary label, like that. Perfect. And now let's write some callbacks, some use effects, and some states which are going to be needed for our model. So let's go ahead and write show model and set show model, which is going to be controlled by use state, which you can import from React, and the default value is going to be false. So use state has been imported by React right here. And what does that mean? If we use use state in our app components, that means we have to define it as use client at the top. So very important, make sure you define this as use client. All right. Below this, let's go ahead and let's write a use effect function. So use effect, which you can also import from React right here at the top. It's going to do the following function. Make sure you add an empty dependency array here and just write set show model. And we're going to assign this is open prop right here. And since we added this is open prop right here, we have to put it in this dependency area right here. And we have a small error here. In order to fix that, we're also going to use is open in the default use state value right here. So make sure that is open is the default value of use state, which controls the show model and set show model right here. Perfect. All right. Now let's write our handle close function. So go ahead and write const handle close is equal to use callback. And inside, first things first, we're going to check whether the model is disabled. So if the model is disabled, we're just going to break the function and not allow anything to happen once we click on the close button. Otherwise, we're going to turn our local set show model to false. So set show model is going to be false like this. And then we're going to open a timeout, set timeout, which is going to be last for 300 milliseconds. And then it's going to call on close like this. So let's fill our dependency array. We need disabled and we need on close like that. So why are we doing this set timeout? Why not just call the on close, which is also going to change the show model at one point? Well, because we are going to add some animations which are going to take exactly 300 milliseconds to do. So that's why we want to delay the on close so it doesn't break our nice animation of opening and closing the model. So that is the only reason why we are doing this. Now let's write our submit function. So const handle submit, use callback. And what use callback is going to do is also check if the model is disabled. In that case, it's going to break the function. Otherwise, we're going to call on submit like that. And just make sure you fill the dependency array with disabled and on submit. Perfect. All right. And now let's write some functions for our secondary action, which will most likely be a previous and a next button in our model. So const handle secondary action is also use callback. And we're going to check whether the function is disabled or if we don't have a secondary action at all. So if disabled, or if we don't have a secondary action at all, in that case, we can just break the function. No point in doing anything forward. But if it's not disabled and if it has a secondary action, we can just execute the secondary action right here. And make sure you add disabled and secondary action to your list of dependency arrays. Great. And now we're going to do a conditional here. So if is not open, meaning exclamation point is open, we're going to return null. Like that. Perfect. And for that to work, we now have to go back into layout.tsx, and for now this is just temporarily here. We will replace this with actual login models and rent models and search models, but for now I want you to see how and why we are styling this model component. So just to make sure it's open, just put is open like this. This defaults to true, so writing is open like this is the same thing as writing this. So no point in doing that, you can just write is open like that. And now go back into your components, models, model.tsx right here, and let's get into styling this component. So I'm going to replace these divs with an empty fragment right here because not all of them are going to be under the same parent. So open a div right here, and let's write some of the first class names here. So class name is going to have justify-center, items-center, flex, overflow-x-hidden, overflow, oh, my bad, flow-y-auto, fixed, inset-0, sorry, inset-0 like that, z-50, outline-none, focus, outline-none as well, and bg-neutral-800/70. So /70 will reduce the opacity of this background to 70%. Perfect. And of course, I made a mistake. It's not natural, it is neutral. So make sure it's neutral. And now that I've saved this, you can see how our background has faded a bit. You can change this to red, for example, and you can see the same effect. But we want to use neutral for our case because it just looks better. All right. Now inside of that, let's write another div, which is going to have the following class names. Relative, w-full, md, w-4/6, lg, w-3/6, xl, w-2/5, my-6, mx-auto, h-full, lg h-auto, and md h-auto as well. So what we defined here are different width settings for our model regarding on whether we're watching on a medium screen, large screen, or extra large screen, or if we are on mobile, we just want to fill the entire screen. Perfect. All right, now let's go ahead and let's enter this element inside, and I'm gonna give it a name here. I'm gonna give it a comment so it's easier for us to navigate. So the element which we are going to write inside of here is named content. So that's what I'm gonna write a comment for. You don't have to do this, but I think it's quite useful to navigate. Now let's open a div here, our content div, and let's write a class name, which is going to be conditional. So we're going to open this curly brackets, and we're going to write template literal strings inside. And first things first, we're going to write translate. We're going to write duration 300. You remember this number 300? Well, that's by how much we delay closing our model because we want this animation to play. That's why we say duration 300 here, and h-full. And now we're going to add this conditional show model. So if it's opened, translate -y is going to be 0. But if it's closed, it's going to translate -y full like this. All right. And you can copy and paste this below, and we're going to do the same thing for opacity. So if it's opened, opacity is going to be 100, so the model is visible, but if it's not, opacity is going to go down to 0. Great. And now let's enter this content right here, and let's write another div inside, and let's give it some class names. So translate h-full, lg h-auto, md h-auto, border -0, rounded -lg, shadow -lg, relative, flex -call, w-full, bg-white, outline -none, focus, outline -none as well. All right, and inside of that, we're going to create our first visible element here. So don't worry, we're soon going to start seeing things here. And I want to give a comment here as well. This is going to be called a header. So let's open and let's write our header component here. So write a div right here and give it the following class names. flex items dash center. Oh, scrolled a bit too far, my bad. So items dash center p dash 6 rounded dash t, so only rounded on the top, justify dash center relative border dash b square brackets 1 pixel, like that. And you can see we have a nice little header here. Great job. And now inside of that, I'm going to add a close button. So I'm going to use the button element for that because it's the semantic proper thing to do. And I'm going to give it some class names here. So class name is going to be p-1 border-0 hover opacity-70 transition absolute and left-9. Great. And inside of that, I'm going to use an icon IOMD close, and I'm going to give it a size of 18. And we have to import this IOMD close at the top of our component right here. So import IOMD close from react-icons/io, like that. And now we can go back and you can save. And you see we have a little close icon right here. Now, of course, we have to give it an onClose function. So onClose is going to call our handle close method. We have, sorry, not onClose, my bad, onClick. So our button is going to have an onClick function, which is going to call the handle close, which we have defined right here. Perfect. Great. So we have our close button, and now below that, let's add another div right here, which is going to have the following class name, text-lg font-semi-bold. And inside for now, you can just write something to see. So login modal, for example, and you can see how that is going to look like. But we are not going to hard code it. We're going to use our prop title here. So if I save, nothing is going to appear because, of course, the title is empty. If you want to, you can go into your layout TSX and add a title right here, which is going to say hello world, like that. And then that is going to appear here. Great. Let's continue developing our title right here. So just below this div right here, we're going to write our body. So I'm going to add a comment for our body right here. And all I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the body element, which we will pass from other components. And let's give it a class name of relative p-6 and flex-auto. Great. And now you can see we have space for our body element right here. All right. And now below that, I'm going to create our footer, which is going to be pretty similar, but it's also going to have some actions inside. So the div, the class name for our footer is going to be flex-call gap-2 and p-6, like that. All right. And inside, we're going to have an inner div, which is going to have a class name of flex-row items-center and gap-4 and w-full, like that. Great. And first thing I want to do is I want to add an empty button here for now. And of course, we're going to get an error because we do not have this element. So when I save, we're going to get an error because button does not exist. All right, so let's go into our components. Let's close everything. And in our components, create a new file called button.tsx. Great. And let's just name it button. And all it's going to do now is return an empty button function for now. So I can go back into my model right here and I can import this button from button right here at the top. So import button from /button, like that. And if you save, the error is gone. Great job. All right, so we're going to continue to work in our button now. So make sure you go into components button right here. And let's create an interface for this button first. So interface button props is going to take a label, which is a string. It's going to take onClick element, which accepts an event, which is a type of React.mouse event, which in open pointy brackets inside is going to accept an HTML button element, like that. And it's going to return a void. It's going to have a disabled property, which is an optional Boolean. It's going to have an outline property, which is also an optional Boolean. It's going to have a small property, which is also an optional Boolean. And lastly, it's going to have an icon, which is an optional type of icon type, which you can import from React-icons, because we're going to use that to add an optional icon to this button whether we need it. So let's assign these props here, button props, like that. and let's extract all of these values. Label, on-click, disabled, outline, small, icon, like that. Great. And now let's style our button right here. So I'm gonna expand this, and first thing I'm gonna add is a label inside of this button. And to see what we're doing, let's go into our model right here and let's write label. For now, we can say my button like this. All right, and you can see we have a button which is not styled at the moment, but we're gonna fix that. So go back into button.tsx and let's give it some styles. So class name. It's actually going to be a conditional class name. So open template literal strings like this inside curly brackets. And let's write some static styles first. So relative, disabled, opacity -70, disabled, cursor -not -allowed, rounded -LG, hover, opacity -80, transition, and W-full. You can see some changes have started to appear on our button, but still nothing too visible yet, but that is going to change now. So write a conditional outline. So if we select an outline prop for our button, we're going to give it a style of BG white. Otherwise, by default, it's going to be BG-rows-500. Great. So we have added color to our button. You can copy and paste this 2 more times. So for the second one, we're not going to change the background. We're going to change the border to black. Otherwise, we're going to use border-rows-500. So both background and border are the same for the default button, but for outline, background is going to be white and border is going to be black. All right. And for the third option right here, we're going to change the text to black. But if we're using the default button, text is going to be white. So it contrasts the red color nicely. Great. All right. And now let's do some conditionals for the small option. So if we select the small option, we're going to use py-1, but on a regular button, it's going to be py-3, like that. You can see how it expanded now. We're also going to change the text size for the small option. So text.sm on small, and text-md on large ones. You can copy and paste the small again, and at this time we're going to change font light if the option of the button is small. Otherwise, font-semi-bold, like that. And last thing we're going to change is the border. So on small buttons, border is going to have a 1 pixel width, and on large ones, border is going to be 2, like that. So you can see we have my button right here, and you can go back into modal.tsx and you can play around and you can write outline, for example, and you can see how that makes it a secondary button, or you can write small. You can see how that makes it a small button, or you can mix and match outline and small to see how that would look. Great. But for now, you can just leave it default like this. And now I would just want to add the option to add an icon here. So just here, you can add a conditional icon. Now, where do we get this icon for? Well, we have to create an alias from this prop. So just write icon like this, and then we're going to use this icon option here. So icon, and put the conditional right here. And we're just going to render the very same icon, which is a self-closing tag. It's going to have a size of 24, and the class name is going to be absolute left-4 top-3. And we're going to see this when we use Google icon, for example. If you really want to see how this look, you can add an icon here. For example, let's say we use IOMD close here. So I'm going to add this here, for example, and you can see how it added the icon on the left side here. But this is just an example, of course. Great. And that finishes our button. One thing we have to do for our button is add the on-click and disabled elements here. So make sure you add on-click, and disabled like this. And also make sure you turn this into a client component. So use client at the top. Very important. We don't want to import server components into our client components. Great. So that's it for the button. One more time, confirm that you have added use client and confirm that you've used all of the props that we passed into the button. Good job. Now let's go back into our model and let's actually create a proper way to display these buttons right here. So This is going to be our primary action button, and it's going to accept the following props. It's going to accept disabled, which is going to be controlled on the general disabled prop. We're going to have a label, which is going to be from action label. And we're going to have on click, which is going to trigger handle submit function. Great. So now, because we have no action label, nothing is displayed in this model. But again, you can try it out in layout.tsx. You can add action label, for example, and say submit. And you can see how it's passed through the model to our button right here. Great. So let's go back into our model.tsx right here. And we're going to add another button right above this button. But this one is going to be a bit different because it's going to have some different options. So disabled is still going to follow disabled. Label is going to follow secondary action label. I'm going to rename this. So we named it secondary label. I want to name it secondary action label. So secondary action label, like that. Make sure it's named secondary action label. It doesn't really matter. I just want to be consistent. If you want to use secondary label, you can do that as well. But I'm going to use it secondary action label to follow this action label principle right here. So make sure you just use secondary action label here as well. Great. Now it's throwing us an error because there is a possibility that secondary action label is not available. But before we fix that, let's just change the on click of this upper button to handle secondary action like that. And now we're going to conditionally render it. So we're only going to render it if secondary, but sorry, before we do that, we also have to add outline to this button as well, because it's going to be secondary. All right, and now we can write a conditional which is going to render this button, and that conditional is secondary action and secondary action label, and now we can open the parentheses and we can wrap this button inside, and of course close the conditional like that. Great. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create our login model, which is going to use both of these buttons and all of these options right here. Great. So let's go ahead and let's close everything up for now. Sorry, I said login model. We're going to create our register model first. So before we do that, I want to create a hooks folder right here. And inside of that, we're going to create use register model.ts. And for that, we're going to need another package. So go ahead and shut down your application and write npm install toStand. Great. And make sure you run npm run dev again. And also make sure you refresh your application immediately after you run npm run dev, and make sure it compiles and loads, because there is a chance that if you don't refresh, it's not going to show you the latest updates. Great. So it's refreshed and I can safely close my terminal now. So in this use register model hook right here, which we created in app hooks folder here, we can import this struct create like this from toStand. And now we're going to create our store interface. So interface register model store is going to have the option is open, which is a boolean. It's going to have the option on open, which is a void, and the same function is going to be on close like that. Great. And now let's just write const use register model is equal to create like this, which is going to use the register model store. So we give it a type to this create function here, and just open the function, open another function, and extract this set property, open parentheses, and open an object inside. The object is going to have is open to false. On open is going to be a function which is going to use the set property to set a different object, which is going to be is open to true. And you can already guess what on close is going to do. So on close is going to do the same thing as on open, except is open is going to be false like that. Perfect. And make sure you export default use register model like that. Great. And now we can go ahead and go into our components models and create a new file, register model.tsx. Register model like this, and let's just return an empty div. And before we continue, let's close everything up and let's go into app layout.tsx and let's remove this model from here and let's use our register model like this and make sure it is inside this client only wrapper because models are very interactive and they will definitely break the hydration. And you can remove the model import, which we only used to see how we are styling our model. So now it's going to go away, but don't worry, we're going to fix that in just a moment. So let's go back into our register model. So go into components, models, register model right here. And let's add some imports. So first use client right here. And now we're going to need Axios. So import Axios from Axios, which we don't have at the moment. So I'm going to shut down my application and I'm going to run npm install Axios. Don't close the terminal yet because we're going to need some more packages here. So after that, let's import AI fill GitHub from react-icons/AI like this. And now after that, let's import lowercase c Google from react-icons/fc. And let's import use callback and use state from React like that. And let's import field values, submit handler, and use form from react-hook-form. So that's going to be another package that we are going to need to use. And just below that, let's import use register model from app/hooks use register model. Now let's go ahead and let's run npm install react-hook-form. Great. And now go ahead, let's just check if the types are okay. Oh, great. So everything is okay. And you can just go ahead and run npm run dev again. And again, make sure you refresh your page. Great. After the page has refreshed, you can just close the terminal and let's get to actually using all of these imports right here. So I imported use register model from @/app/hooks use register model. If you want to, you can also use the ... abbreviation of that. It's like this, but I'm gonna stay with my @ right here. All right, so first things first, we're gonna add this register model. So register model is gonna be equal to use register model like this. We're gonna get our controls from that. Now let's add our login states. Const is loading, set is loading, use state by default is going to be false. All right, and now I'm gonna write our use form here. So const, we're gonna have register. We're going to have handle submit. We're going to have form state from which we are going to extract errors like that, which is all going to be equal from use form, which is in pointy brackets going to accept this field values type that we have imported from React hook form like that. And it's going to be a function which is going to have an object of default values in which we're going to set our default values. And those are name, email, and password. So we have established our form control with this function. Great. Now I'm going to write our onSubmit function. So const onSubmit is going to be a type of submit handler, which we have also imported from React hook form right here. So onSubmit is a type of submit handler, which is also going to work with field values the same way this use form is working with them. And it's going to accept some data. So data, and just open a function like this. And what we're going to do here is we're going to set is loading to true like that. And then we're going to initiate an Axios post call to the register endpoint, which we're going to create in the next part of this tutorial. So for now, we're only going to write the UI, but we can still write this Axios post. So Axios.post is going to go to /API/register, and it's going to send data. Great. We can just safely pass this data because we know that data is field values, which is name, email, and password. So this saves us a lot of time. And before we write a semicolon here, we're going to use the .then option here. We're going to open a function. And what we're going to do for now is just register model dot on close. So we're going to close this register model which we are working with if we have successfully registered. Great. Then we're going to write dot catch error. And for now, we're going to do console log error like that. And finally, we're going to turn off loading. So set is loading is going to be false like that. Great. And that's all we need for onSubmit for now. But before we execute it, we will actually need to wrap it in this handle submit from use form, but we're going to get to that part. All right. And now let's go ahead and let's actually change this div to a model state. So go ahead and write model like this, which you can import from ./model because they are in the same folder right here. All right, it is a self-closing tag, and we're going to add some of the fields right here. So it's going to be disabled if is loading. So if we are submitting, and that means that we are loading something. So we don't want the user to be able to change anything in this form. All right, is open is going to be triggered from register model that is open. Why does this register model have is open? Well, register model is this hook use register model, which we have defined right here, and it has options is open and unopen and unclose options. Great. So next thing is going to have a title, which is register. It's going to have an action label, which is continue. It's going to have an onClose, which is register model that onClose like that with the lowercase l. Is going to have an onSubmit function, which is handle submit, open parentheses, and inside write onSubmit. So that's what I was talking about when I said that we're going to need to use this handle submit to wrap this onSubmit function right here. All right. And you can actually save this now. Now, what is the problem? Why are we not seeing anything? Well, that is because if you go into hooks use register model, is open is false by default. But if you change it to true, you can see that we have our register model right here. But we don't have to change this like that. So just revert this to false, and let's actually add this onOpen function to our user menu once we click on sign up. So in order to do that, let's go and close everything. Let's go into app, components, navbar, and let's go into user menu right here. And let's scroll all the way down until we see this sign up right here. And this is where we're going to add our function. So go to the top right here and just write const register model is equal to use register model like that from /app hooks use register model. And now we're going to use this register model in this sign up right here, register model dot onOpen like that. And now if you go and click on sign up, you can see how nicely our model, you can see what a nice navigation we've made because of that duration that I was talking about. On open and both on close, a very nice animation. So keep it open for now because we're going to add some more stuff in this model. So let's go ahead and let's close everything up and let's go into app, let's go into components, models, register model right here. If you remember, our model accepts two more fields, and that is body and footer. So let's write our body content first. So for that, let's create a constant body content like this. And we're going to write a div, which is going to have a class name of flex-call, and gap-4. And we're going to pass this body content, body, and we're going to pass the body content variable like this. And if we actually say hello, model body, you can see that we have accessed our model body. Great job. Okay, so the first component we're going to write here is the heading component, which is something we're going to have to create. So go ahead and write heading like this. And if you save, we're going to get an error. So let's go into our components and let's create a new file, heading.tsx. Let's name it heading. And we're just going to return a div. And I want you to go back into models, register model, and just import this heading so we fix this ugly looking error. So you can import heading from /heading here in register model. Great, no error. And just make sure you open your register model right here. So you can go into the user menu and click sign up like that. And let's go and write some code in this newly created heading component. So before we start, let's mark it as use client because it's going to be used in client components. And let's create an interface for it. So interface heading props is going to accept a title, which is a string, subtitle, which is an optional string, center, which is an optional boolean, like that. And let's assign this props right here, heading props like that. And let's extract all of these values. So title, subtitle, and center like that. Great. And now let's add some class names to this. So class name is going to be a conditional. So if we have a boolean center, in that case, we're going to use text-center. Otherwise, we're going to use text-start like that. And inside, open another div and give it a class name of text-2xl font-bold. And give it a value of title like this. And below that, another div with a class name font-light text-neutral-500 and empty-2. And give it a value of subtitle. Great. You can now close heading and you can go back into components, models, register model right here. And let's give this heading some inputs. So title is going to be welcome to Airbnb, and subtitle is going to be create an account. Great. So we have our title and we have our subtitle. You can also try and center it, for example. You can see how that looks. I prefer on this side right here. Great. And now we're going to write our inputs where we will be able to put our email, name, and password, and all the other fields. Great. So create an input right here, and you already know the drill. We're going to get an error, but for that, all you have to do is going to create another folder inside components folder called inputs. So new folder, inputs, and inside of that, new file, input.tsx. Great. Let's name it input. And all we're going to return for now is a div. And let's just mark it as use client so we don't forget that. All right. And now let's go back into our models, register model, and let's import this newly created input. You can import it from /inputs/input like that. And once you save, the error should go away. Just make sure you open the register model again. Great. And now let's add some props to this input. So interface input props is going to be equal to ID, which is a type of string, label, which is a type of string, type, which is an optional string, disabled, which is an optional string as well. Pardon, it's an optional boolean, format price, which is an optional boolean as well, which we're going to use when we are displaying prices in our inputs, required, which is an optional boolean, and we're going to have a field called register. Don't confuse this with the action of registering and creating a user. No, register is a field which we're going to need for React hook form. So we're going to need this in our forms. And it's going to be a type of use form register, which you can import from React hook form right here. And you can open the pointy brackets and write field values inside, which you can also import from React hook form like that. And it's going to be required. And then you're going to have errors, which is a type of field errors, which you can also import from React hook form. So I'm just going to collapse this so we can nicely see what we're working with. Great. And now that we have this input props, let's assign them here. So react.fc input props. And let's extract all of them here. So we're going to have an ID, we're going to have a label, we're going to have a type, which is a default of text. We're going to have the disabled option. We're going to have format price. We're going to have register. We're going to have required. We're going to have errors like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's style our component a bit. So in this div, I'm going to give it a class name of w-full relative like that. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a format price conditional. So format price and end, and all it's going to do is it's going to render an icon bi $. You can import bi $ from react-icons/bi, which I'm going to do now. So import bi dollar from react-icons/bi, like that. All right. If we have a bi dollar, we're going to give it a size of 24, and we're going to give it a class name of text-neutral-700, absolute position, top-5, and left-2. All right. And now let's actually write our input element here. So you can hide this for now. We're going to, of course, fill all of that. So ID is equal to ID, disabled is equal to disabled. And now we're going to open curly brackets like this, and we are going to spread register function, which we have passed. And we're going to pass the ID as the first parameter, and then we're going to pass the required option inside of the second parameter, which is an object. Great. And now below that, we're going to add a placeholder. This is important. It needs to be an empty space. So not just this, it needs to be an empty space. The reason we are doing that is because we're going to do a trick where our label and input are going to have a nice floating animation. So I just refreshed. So make sure that you have this. Okay, so we're getting an error for register. Let me just fix that real quick. The error is coming is because we have not passed anything in this input right here. So let's go ahead and do that, because we actually can, because we have the register field right here. So you can go ahead and you can add it some values. So let's give it an ID of email. Let's give it a label of email with a capital E. Disabled is going to be is loading. Register is going to be register. Errors is going to be errors. And we're going to manually write required like that. And if you refresh and go into sign up again, the error is gone, but we are still not seeing our input. So for that, let's go back into our inputs, input right here, and let's finally style this. So after placeholder, add a type, which is type. And now let's write the conditional class names. So open class name, open curly brackets, write template literals here. And let's write some static ones first. So it's going to be a peer class, so we can control our sibling. You're going to see that in a second. W-full, P-4, PT-6, font-light, DG-white, border-2, rounded-MD, outline-none, transition, disabled, opacity 70, disabled, cursor not allowed. Now we are going to add a conditional format price. So if we have a format price option, we're going to add a padding left 9. Otherwise, default is going to be padding left 4. Now we're going to add an option if we have an error. So errors ID like that. So if in the errors object we can find the ID of this input, in that case, we're going to change the border to rows 500, which is an error color. Otherwise, it's going to be border-neutral-300 like that. And you can copy and paste this one more time. And we're going to change this one to also cover the focus as well. So focus, border, rows 500. And otherwise, it's going to be focus, border, and it's not going to be neutral 300. It's going to be black like that. So if there is an error, it's going to be focus, border, rows 500. Otherwise, it's going to be focus, border, black. And as you can see, we have our input right here. Great job. All right. And now let's add a label here, which is going to nicely animate to the top. You're going to see how cool that effect looks like. All right. So just below this, press enter and let's write label element. Inside, you can just put label like this. Right now, it's here at the bottom, but we're going to style that to make it look better. So open class name, conditional, open template literal strings. And inside of that, you're going to write absolute text-md duration 150 milliseconds transform minus translate minus y minus 3 like that. You can see it's moving all around, but don't worry, we're going to fixate it. Top-5, z-10, origin-square brackets 0. You're going to add a conditional format price, left-9, otherwise left-4. You can already see it starting to get in its position. Now, I'm going to remind you, we added this peer class to our input. That means that we can control what happens to the label on various actions that happen in the input field. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to write peer-placeholder-shown scale-100. See, it's a long command, but that's what we're going to do. And then below that, peer-placeholder-shown again, and I made a mistake. So placeholder like that is going to have translate-y-0 like that. So now you can see that when I click, well, nothing is yet happening, but just wait a second. Peer-focus. So when I focus on input, we're going to scale it to 75%. And when I focus on input, it's also going to minus translate -y-4. And now you can see what a cool effect this actually is. When we click, we can see how it hovers above our text. Great. And we're also going to add an option for error. So errors, if we can find an error by this ID, text is going to be rows 500. Otherwise, text is going to be sync 400. Great. So you can see that we can now write and see how nice this looks. Great job. You have successfully finished the entire input. Good job. And now let's go back in the register model right here. And let's add some other fields. It's going to have an input field, sorry, an email field, but it's going to have two more fields here. So the second one is going to be name. So give it an ID of name and a label of name as well. And the last one is going to be password. Make sure you give it a type of password as well. And the label is going to be password, like that. And you can actually try and click continue, and you can see how our validation is working. Why is it working so easy like that? Well, because on submit, we wrapped our onSubmit function with this hook handle submit like that. So great, it's not going to allow us to submit anything if we have not filled all of the fields. So I'm going to fill the fields now. And what's happened, well, we probably got an error. Well, I mean, we definitely got an error because this Axios post does not exist. So I'm going to actually open my console a little bit. And you can see when I click continue, I'm getting an Axios error because this does not exist yet. So all I want to do now is I want to replace this console log with a toaster. So in order to do that, let's open our terminal one more time. And let's shut down the app and write npm install react hot toast. Great. And now run npm run dev again and make sure you refresh. All right. So I'm going to open this up one more time. We can close the terminal now. And I want you to create a new folder inside this app folder called providers. So providers like this. And inside of that, create a new file, toaster provider.tsx like that. Great. Well, you want to mark it as use client. And you want to import toaster from react-hot-toast like that. And all you want to do is return toaster provider like this. It's going to return a toaster, which is a self-closing tag, and export default toaster provider. So why am I doing this? What the need for it? Why did I not just use this wherever I need to use it? Well, this is the problem with, well, not a problem, but we have to change our way of thinking. Toaster is a foreign library, which means it's not adjusted to Next 13 app router here. So it is a client, this is a client component which we want to use inside our app. So the way we do that, not always, but especially when we're using this npm packages like this, we have to create a little provider or a wrapper around it. So it needs to have at least one client parent, right? And now we can use this toaster provider in our layout.tsx right here. So you can actually go into client only here, and you can feel free to add toaster provider like this. And you can import it from /providers/toaster provider. You can try and use toaster like that, but you're going to get an error. You might get an error actually. Yeah, because we are importing a component that needs use effect and it requires at least one parent, which is a client. So make sure you import toaster provider, which we just created. That is the reason why we did that. So just to wrap it up, in our client only, we now have toaster provider, register model, and navbar. And now that we have the toaster provider here, we can actually replace our failure message here. So I'm going to go back into my register model. And I'm going to write, instead of console log, I'm going to write toast, which I can import from React hot toast, right here, React hot toast, toast.error, and I'm just going to pass error like that. So if I try now, oh, we made a mistake, so we cannot use this error. I'm just going to write something went wrong like that. Just refresh, going to sign up. Let's try again. And you can see something went wrong. Great. And I'm just going to change the capitalization. Perfect. All right. And now what I want to do is I want to add placeholders for our social sign-in, so Google and GitHub, right? So let's go ahead and let's create, just the way we did with this body content, we're going to create footer content now. So const footer content is going to have a div and give it a class name of flex-call gap-4, gap-4 empty-3. And let's just place it right here. So footer content, so we can see what we are doing. So let's start by giving an HR element right here. And now let's write button, which it can be self-closing like this. Let's give it an option of outline. Oh, my bad, we have to import the button. So make sure you import button from /button in the register model. Give it an option of outline. Give it a label. Continue with Google. Give it an icon, FC Google. And we can import FC Google. We actually imported at the beginning, so we have React icons /FC for FC Google right here. Great. And it's missing an onClick function. So let's just give it an empty function like that. And the reason we are not seeing anything is because I have not added the footer in our model. So let's go back into components, models, model right here. You can see I have this footer that is not used anywhere. So let's go down to the bottom right here. And just below this div, which wraps our buttons, let's add a footer like this. And now if you save, you can see that we have this continue with Google, which we added in our register model. So just to repeat, your model.tsx needs to use this footer prop, which is just below this div, which handles the two buttons like that. I forgot to put it, so just make sure that none of the props you passed is unused here. All right, now we can go back into register model and let's continue working on the GitHub icon as well. So you can just copy and paste this right here. And this one is going to be continue with GitHub. And it's going to use AI fill GitHub option. Great, so now we have those two options. And one last thing that I want to do is add another div. It's going to have a class name of text-neutral -500 text-center empty-4 and font-light. And inside of that, we're going to create a div which is going to ask already have an account. Make sure you wrap that in a div as well, like that, and just copy and paste. And the second div is going to say login, like that. And let's just give it a class name of flex-row items-center and gap-2, like that. And you can see we now have this question right here. And I want to give this login a class name so it looks a bit different. So text-neutral-800 cursor-pointer and hover underline. And let's also give this text-center option as well. Let's actually try with justify center. Great. So I'm just going to collapse this so you can see what I'm writing. Great. So the main div is going to have justify-center, flex row, item center, gap 2. Great. And all this is going to do for now is going to close the model. So we're going to use register model on close like that. So if we click on login, because we don't have the model yet, it's just going to close it. Great. Good job. You finished the UI for register. In the next part, we're actually going to create our Prisma, our models, our MongoDB database, and we're going to make this completely functional because we're also going to create this API/register route. Good job. So in this part of the tutorial, we're going to add functionality to our register model, and we will enable creation of the user. In order to do that, we need to set up our Prisma and MongoDB. So let's head into our terminal right here, and I'm going to shut down the application for now. And I'm going to run the following command: npm install -d Prisma. After Prisma has been installed, we can run the following command: npx prisma init, and press enter. npx prisma init has created a couple of files in our repository, so let's take a look at them. I'm going to collapse everything here. And we have a new folder called Prisma right here. And inside of that, we have schema.prisma. It is set up to use PostgreSQL. We're going to change that. And we also have another file right here, .environment, which has been filled with the PostgreSQL placeholder URL. So we're going to change both of that because we're going to use MongoDB. So first things first, let's go into Prisma folder schema.prisma and let's replace PostgreSQL with MongoDB like that. Now the second thing we have to do is we have to add the proper database URL that we can fill our environment file with. In order to do that, let's head into Google and let's search MongoDB Atlas and let's select the first URL. Click on sign in. And depending on whether you're logged in or not, you might have to create an account. I'm going to use Google Login. I already have an account for this. Great. You should be greeted with a similar page like this, and you should find the button which says build a database. In your case, it might be in the upper right corner. In my case, it's right here. Now, just make sure you select the free option right here. For me, it's the last option here, and it says free right here and free here on the bottom as well. Provider does not matter, as well as the region, and the name can stay the same, cluster 0. So just confirm that you're using the free database here and free right here, and just click create. Great. Now you have to create your user. I highly suggest you use something very simple for this tutorial. For example, my username is going to be Antonio. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can see. And my password is also going to be Antonio. If you're creating a secure password, just make sure it does not have any special characters in it, especially spaces, question marks and stuff like that, because that can cause problems. And after you selected your username and your password, just click create user. Great. After your user has been created, you should add your IP address to the list. But in my experience, a lot of people have problems with this because they have a dynamic IP address, which means that sometimes it can happen that you cannot connect to your MongoDB and you get a topology error. In order to fix that, I highly suggest you add the following IP address to your list of IP addresses: 0.0.0.0/0, like this, and just press add entry. This is going to allow any IP address to connect to your cluster, so just make sure you don't share the URL where it's not needed. Great, and you can press finish and close, and press go to databases right here. Great, you should see your cluster right here and press on the connect button here and select connect using VS Code. We're not actually going to be using VS Code to connect, but it gives us the type of URL that is compatible with Prisma. So just copy this URL right here And now let's go back into our environment file here. And I'm going to replace this database URL entirely and remove it. I'm just going to leave the strings for now. And I'm going to paste this new URL that we copied from here. And what we have to do here is we have to replace this password with my actual password. And if you remember a few moments ago, I used a simple combination of Antonio and Antonio. So I'm going to replace my password with Antonio like this. And just make sure at the end you have a /test or / whatever your database name is. By default, it is going to be test, so you can just leave it like this. But important to notice, if you don't have this at the end, Prisma is not going to work. Great, you successfully have the environment. And now you can head back into schema.prisma right here. And one thing I want you to notice, if you're not seeing this nice syntax like I am, for example, my generator and client is blue color, and I can clearly distinguish what is a string, what is a constant, what is a function. If you are seeing everything in a plain white text, it means you're missing an extension. So just go into your extension marketplace and type in Prisma. And you're going to see the first right here. I already have that. So just make sure you install that so you have some nice syntax highlighting and formatting. Great. Now let's head back into our schema.prisma and let's create all of our models here. So first model we're going to have to create is the user model. So go ahead and write model user. Let's give it an ID, which is a type of string. Now, because we are working with MongoDB, we have to map this ID to object ID, which is a specific type that MongoDB uses. So go ahead and write the following. At ID, at default, in parentheses, write auto and execute the auto function. And then you're going to write at map, open parentheses, open annotations, underscore ID. And last thing, at db.object ID, like that. Every model in our database is going to need to have this type of ID. We're only going to write it once and we're going to copy it for the other ones. Great. Now our user also is going to need to have an email, which is a type of string, which is optional. You can see that it's optional because we put a question mark at the end. And also make sure that email is unique. In order to make it unique, you need to add an @ unique like that. Great. And just above email, I want to add name, which is also a string and optional like that. Great. Now let's add email verified. That is going to be a date time and it's optional as well. Image is a string, which is optional as well. Hashed password is something we're going to use for our credential authentication. So using name, email, and password when we registered. So that is going to be an optional string as well. Then we have created at, which is a date time, which uses at default and inside of brackets right now and execute it like that. And then we have the updated at, which is also a date time, but it can use this special object updated at. Great. And now we have favorite IDs, which is a string of arrays, array of strings, and that type of string is db object ID. Great. So why are some of these fields optional? Well, because we are also going to enable social login. So we cannot set hashed password to be required, for example, because hashed password is not going to exist if we log in using Google or GitHub. And favorite IDs, to explain that a little bit. So we're going to push an array of IDs every time we favorite a listing. We're going to push their ID here, and that's how we are going to know whether we have favorited or haven't favorited a specific listing. Now we have to create a couple of relations to some other models which we will use. And first is accounts. So a user can have many accounts. So for that, you just have to write account and accounts right here. We have not created the account model right here, so we're going to get an error, but we're going to fix that in a moment. Another relation that user model is going to have is listings. So go ahead and write listings and just write listing and array at the end. And the same thing is going to be for reservations. So user is going to be able to have many reservations. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create the account model, which is the first relation we have here. This account model is going to be used for our social logins. So it needs to have these exact fields. Otherwise, social login is not going to work. So model account you can just copy and paste the ID which we used in user right here. And then you're gonna need user ID. So user ID, which is a string, DB object ID, type, which is a string, provider, which is a string, provider account ID, which is also a string, refresh underscore token, which is an optional string, and a type of db.string. Access underscore token, which is also an optional string, db.string, like that. Expires underscore at, which is an optional integer. Token underscore type, which is an optional string. Scope, which is an optional string. ID underscore token, which is an optional string with db.string at the end. And session underscore state, which is an optional string. And now we just have to complete the relation between the user here. So let's go ahead and write user at relation fields, open an array and write user ID, comma, references, ID, and on delete, cascade, like that. So what this line does exactly is it creates a relation with the user using the field user ID right here, and it references to the user model ID field right here. So we're gonna store this ID in this user ID field right here. And on delete, we are giving it an instruction what happens to this record once user is deleted, for example. Great. Before we move on, I still need a couple of things in this account model. So you're going to write at unique. And inside of that, you're going to write provider and provider account ID. So we need a unique combination of these two fields right here. That is different than individually writing at unique like this. So using this unique, we need a unique combination of the two. Great. Now let's create our listing model, which is next. So let's go ahead and write model listing. And first things first, let's just copy the ID either from account or user model. Great. Next thing the listing is going to have is a required title, which is a type of string, description, which is also required and a type of string, image source, which is also required and a type of string, which is going to aim at Cloudinary CDN. You're going to see that in the future. Then we need created at, which is a date time, which uses at default and now inside of the parentheses. Category, which is a type of string. Room count, which is a type of integer. Bathroom count, which is a type of integer as well. Guest count, which is a type of integer as well. And location value, which is a type of string. Now it's going to have a user relation, so obviously we also need user ID, which is a type of string, but type of DB object ID as well. And price, which is a type of integer. And just like we did with account, we need to create a relation with the user one more time. So let's go ahead and write user at relation fields, user ID, references, ID, on delete, cascade. So exactly the same as we did with account. Again, this user ID field right here will reference the user model ID field right here. Great. And every listing is also going to have an array of reservations. So let's go ahead and write reservations, reservation, like that. And last field we have to create, my apologies, last model we have to create is the reservation model. So let's go ahead and write model reservation. And inside of that, let's give it an ID first, which you can copy, again, either from listing, account, or user. They're all exactly the same. And next thing, write user ID, string, DB, object ID. Listing ID, string, DB, object ID also. Start date, which is a date time, end date, which is a date time, total price, which is an integer, and created at, which is a date time that defaults to now. And now we have to finish this relations here. So user at relation fields, user ID, references, ID, on delete, cascade. But it's also going to need to have a listing relation. So write listing at relation fields, listing ID, references, ID, on delete, cascade. So you've already seen the user explanation, but the listing explanation is exactly the same. So we will be using the listing ID field in order to reference to the ID field in the listing model right here. Great. And that's it for our Prisma schema. What we can do next is we can actually push this to our database. So right now, if you click on Browse Collections in your MongoDB, you're not going to see anything, right? So we're going to run a command now, which is going to enable us to push this to the database. So let's go into our terminal. And before you do this, just make sure you added your database URL right here, otherwise it won't be able to connect. So let's go ahead and write npx prisma db push. And you can see that it's applying the following changes: our user account listing and reservation collections, which we have created. Great. Great. And when you run npx prisma db push for the first time, you will also be running this running generate function. For me, it took a bit longer, around 3 minutes. For you, it might be instant depending on your network connectivity. Great. And now if you go back to your cluster and click refresh, you should be able to see all of the new collections. So we have account collection, listing collection, reservation, and user collection. Great. And now we have to install some packages which we will use for NextAuth. So I have the NextAuth documentation here, and these are the packages we are going to install. So let's clear the terminal and let's write npm install next-auth at prisma/client and at next-auth/prisma-adapter. So NextAuth at prisma/client. Let me just expand this a little bit like this. So these are the three packages which we are going to need: NextAuth, Prisma client, and NextAuth/Prisma adapter. All right. And just press enter to install those. Great. And we're also going to need another package for our personal use for credential login, and that is bcrypt. So go ahead and run npm install bcrypt. And since bcrypt does not come with types by default, you will also need to install npm install -d at types/bcrypt. Great. And before we move on, let's create our Prisma DB util. So in order to do that, let's go and close everything, go into app and create a new folder called libs. And inside of that, create a new file, prismadb.ts, like that. And inside, I'm going to import Prisma client from @/Prisma client, like that. And first, let's write some types for this Prisma. So declare global, open curly brackets, var Prisma, Prisma client, pipe undefined. Great. And now just write const client is equal to global this.prisma pipe new Prisma client. And then just write if process.environment.node environment is not equal to production like this, global this.prisma is equal to client. And just export default client at the end like this. So we import Prisma client and we give a global definition of Prisma so it can work throughout our code. Then we create a constant called client, which either searches for global this.prisma or it creates a new Prisma client. And then we create an if clause, which checks if we are in development by checking if we are not in production. So if node environment is not in production, then we set the Prisma client, we set the global this.prisma to this newly created client right here. So why do we write this code? Well, because Next.js 13 hot reloading can cause a bunch of these new Prisma client instances to be created, giving us a warning in the terminal. So this way, we assign the Prisma client to a global this variable, which is not affected by hot reload. So this is just a best practice for using Prisma with Next 13. If you want to, you could technically import Prisma client everywhere in your code, but I think this is a cleaner solution and it is actually recommended in the best practices for Next 13. Great. And next thing we have to do is we have to create our NextAuth file right here. Now, important thing I want to notice, as of what date it is. So as of 27th of March 2023, NextAuth does not support the app API folder here. So we cannot just create a NextAuth file inside app folder. This is the only instance where we still need to use the pages folder. But don't worry, the pages API folder will not be deprecated for a very long time because of the migration period that Next 13 needs to allow. So let's go ahead and let's create a new folder and let's name it pages. This is already familiar to you if you're coming from Next 12. And inside of that, create a new folder called API. And inside of that, create a new file. Open square brackets and write ... nextauth and outside square brackets .ts like this. I actually made a mistake here and it should be inside auth folder like on the picture, but we're gonna fix that later, but you can do it now if you want to. Great. And what I want to do now is I want to create our NextAuth config. Great. So let's go ahead and let's write export const auth options, which is going to have a type of auth options, which you can import from NextAuth like this. And let's just open this object right here and let's give it an adapter. So adapter, which we're going to use, is a Prisma adapter, which you can import from @next-auth/Prisma adapter, which is from one of the packages we installed before. And this Prisma adapter needs to accept our Prisma client, which we created right here. So let's go ahead and import that. Import Prisma from @/app/libs/prisma-db like that. And then you can pass in Prisma like that. Great. Now let's write our providers. So providers, we're gonna have a GitHub provider, and you can import GitHub provider from the following. Import GitHub provider from next-out/providers/GitHub like this. And while we are here, let's also import Google provider. So Google provider from next-out/providers/Google like this. Great. Let's go back into GitHub provider right here, and you can open an object inside its function, and it's going to accept a client ID, which is a type of process.environment.github_ID, which we're going to pass as string. And below that, it is going to accept client secret. So client secret is going to be process.environment.github_secret. We're going to add these environment variables later. Great. And that's it for GitHub provider. And now let's copy and paste this and just replace this with Google provider. And instead of GitHub ID here, we're going to use Google_client_ID. And instead of client secret, which is GitHub secret here, we're going to use Google_client_secret like that. Great. And now let's add our credentials provider. So go ahead and write credentials, which you can import from the same way we did with this. So credentials provider from next-out/providers/credentials like this. Open this functions object as well, and let's give it some options. So name is going to be credentials like this. Credentials are going to be email and password. Email is going to have a label of email and a type text. And it's also going to have a password. Label is going to be password and type is going to be password. The next field in credentials provider is going to be an async function authorize, which is going to pass credentials to us like this. And you can open the function like that. And first, let's check whether we have email and password passed. So if there is no credentials !email, or if there is no credentials !password, in that case, we can just throw new error invalid credentials. So these credentials are going to be whatever the user's input is. So if user forgets to enter password or email, we'll throw an error that we are missing these credentials. Great. Now, let's go ahead and let's find the user using our credentials email. So we're going to write const user is equal to await prisma.user. How does Prisma autocomplete this user? Well, because we run npx prisma db push, and we have defined our user in schema Prisma right here. So that's the amazing thing about Prisma. It offers us type safety in our models. So you can write user.find unique where email is equal to credentials.email, like that. Great. And now we're going to check whether this user actually exists. So if we don't have the user, or if the user does not have hashed password, we're going to throw new error invalid credentials again. So if the user that we found is invalid by not having a hashed password, which means there is a mistake in how the user is trying to log in, or if there is no user at all, that means that this email that user entered does not exist. In that case, we throw an error. And now let's check and compare if the password that user entered is actually correct. For that, we're going to write a variable const is correct password is equal to await bcrypt.compare. And the first argument in bcrypt, let's import bcrypt before we continue. So go ahead and write import bcrypt from bcrypt like this. Great. If you're having an underline here saying that there are no types, make sure you install npm install -D bcrypt types. If you're seeing it like this, that means everything is okay. All right. And in this bcrypt compare, we're going to pass credentials.password, and we're going to compare it with user.hashedPassword, which is one of the fields that we have, if you remember when we initialized our Prisma schema. Great. And now let's check if the password is not correct. So if exclamation point is correct password, in that case, we can throw another error, again, invalid credentials, because the password that user entered does not match the hashed password which we have in the database. Great. And in the end, just return user. So if it passed all of this validation, then we are safe to give the user back to our client. Great. Now let's go to the end of this array of providers right here. And let's write pages, sign in, and just write /. So whenever any error happens, or if we use a weird types of callbacks, for example, it's going to redirect to our / page, which is our auth page, because we don't have a specific auth page. We use this main page with a navbar to see our login and register models right here. All right. And now right here, I want you to write debug process.environment.node environment is equal to development. So you only want to enable debug if you are in development. This is going to help you because you will see some errors in the terminal which you otherwise would not see. For this session, you're going to use strategy JVT like this. And let's just pass in a secret process.environment.NextAuth_secret like this. Great. And now let's just export default NextAuth, which you can import from NextAuth/next. Actually, not from /next, so just from NextAuth like this. So import NextAuth from NextAuth, and you can actually combine this with auth options right here. So I'm gonna write NextAuth, comma, auth options, and I will remove this option at the bottom. So NextAuth is imported from NextAuth right here, the same as auth options. Great. So just confirm NextAuth and auth options from NextAuth right here, and it's important that at the end you use export default NextAuth, and we need to pass the options. So open the function and write auth options inside. Great. And auth options is this object we created right here. And just save the file. And now let's add some environment variables which we're going to need. For now, we don't have to add this. We're going to create that in the next part. But one we definitely need is NextAuth_secret. So go back into your .environment file right here and just add NextAuth secret like this. That is going to be our secret. Great. And now let's actually go ahead and let's just keep our project running so we can catch any errors on time. Great. You can refresh your localhost 3000 and just wait for it to compile. Great. And now I'm going to close the terminal, and what we're going to create now is this API route which we actually use in our register model. So if you remember last time, we pointed an axios.post call to /API/register. So let's see how we can create a post route in our new app API folder. So first of all, you can remove this hello folder right here. We're not going to need this hello folder. And now let's create a new folder called register. And inside of that, let's create a new file called route.ts. Great. And now let's write the following: export asynchronous function post. So this is amazing thing what we can do in the new route handlers. We can finally define custom post, get, patch, put, and delete options. You no longer have to use request method in a switch method. Great. So our post is going to provide us with a request, which is a type of request like this. Let's open this function and let's see how we can get our body. So in order to get our request body, we're actually going to use const body is equal to await request.json like this. And then we're going to extract all of the fields we need from our body. And that is email, name, password from body like this. And now let's hash our password. So const hashed password is equal to await bcrypt. Let's import bcrypt at the top. So import bcrypt from bcrypt. And this bcrypt function is going to accept the user entered password and encrypt it. And just make sure you write bcrypt.hash like this. So not just bcrypt. Hashed password is await bcrypt.hash, pass in the user password and some settings to encrypt it. Great. And now let's create our user. Const user is equal to await Prisma. And now let's import our Prisma. So import Prisma from @app/libs/prisma_db. So let's write await prisma.user.create data. And let's give it the data of email, name, and password. My apologies, hashed password. So we are not storing password in the database, we are storing the hashed password. So user is going to be a new user with the data of email, name, and hashed password. Great. And now to return the response, we have to use next response. So just write return next response, which you can import from next/server. So next response.json user like this. Great. And now our route should be ready. Make sure your project is running. So I'm gonna expand this a little bit. Just refresh to make sure everything is running. If it isn't, just run npm run dev. And I'm gonna open my network tab right here to see if maybe we have an error. And let's click sign up. And I'm gonna create an email with antoniomail.com. My name is gonna be Antonio and my password is gonna be 123321. I'm gonna click continue and you can see it pointed at our register right here. And just like that, we get a 200 success. And let's see if we can actually see a preview, and we have created our user. Amazing job. And let's head back into our database here and let's click refresh. And if you load the users, you can see we have successfully created an Antonio user with Antonio email and hashed password and default set created at and updated fields. Great, amazing job. In the next part of the tutorial, we're gonna finish the login and we're also gonna enable social sign-in. So in this part of the tutorial, we're gonna enable our login model, which we didn't have until now. So in order to do that, first, let's create a hook which will control whether our model is opened or closed. So let's go into app, hooks, and let's copy this use register model right here, and let's rename it to use login model. And let's also rename the store and the function. So I'm just going to use this to rename it to login model like this. So we have login model store, use login model, and use login model. Everything else is exactly the same. So we control the is open, and we have two functions on open and on close, which switch the is open to either true or false depending on what function we call. Make sure you save this file. Great. And now I'm going to close everything here, and I'm going to go into components, models, and I'm going to copy register model, and I'm going to rename it login model. And we're going to have to do some changes. It's not exactly the same. So let's start with the simple things. Let's rename the component into login model like this. And let's make sure we export default login model like that. Great. And now what we need to do is we have to find a way to enable this model. So to do that, first, I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go into app layout.tsx right here, and exactly where we added the register model, let's just copy and paste and add login model, which you can import from /components models login model. Let's just put them together so they're right here. Great. Now let's go back into our login model and we have to change what controls whether this model is opened or closed. So instead of register model right here, don't delete this because we are going to need it to switch to register model. But below that, just add const login model is equal to use login model, which you can import from app/app/hooks use login model. Let's put that right here so the controls are together. And now we're going to use this login model all the way to the bottom where we have our model component, and we're going to replace all of this. So register model is opened and register model on close, it's actually going to be login model. All right, and we are still not seeing anything here. So let's close everything up and let's go into app, components, navbar, user menu right here. And you can already guess. So we have to do the same thing for the login menu item right here. And for that, we're going to need a login model. So go to the top and just as you did with register model, write login model is equal to use login model. And it's going to be imported right here. Let's keep them together like that. And now we're going to use this login model in this menu item on click. So login model.onOpen. Great. And now if you actually try and click login, you can see we have the exact same model open because remember we copy and pasted it. But now we can keep it open and we can go back into components, models, register model, and let's actually write some changes. So first thing, let's give it a different title. It's not register, it's login. And I made a mistake. I opened the register model, my bad. So make sure you go into login model right here. They look exactly the same, sorry for the confusion. So just to confirm, go into components, models, login model right here and replace the title of register with login. And now you're gonna see the login right here, great. And now let's just modify our body content. So find the body content right here. And instead of welcome to Airbnb, we're gonna write welcome back. And instead of create an account, we're gonna write login to your account like that. So we get a bit of a different message. And next, we don't need the name input anymore. So let's go ahead and remove that. Great, so now we just have email and password. And let's go to the top right here. And we also no longer need the name in our field values here. I made a mistake and I removed the email instead of name. But don't worry, your code is still going to work even with that. But it should look like default values on the picture. You can fix that now, or you can wait till we fix it together later. So you can go ahead and remove that as well. And now, instead of calling Axios.post to the register function, we have to replace it by using the sign in option from NextAuth. So let's go here to the top and let's import. I'm just going to write here at the top so you can see better. Let's import sign in from next-auth/react like this. Great. And we're going to use this sign in option instead. So let's find our onSubmit function right here. Great. And I'm just going to remove all of this and we're going to write the following. So we're going to use sign in and we're going to use credentials. And we're going to pass ... data. So we can count that this data is only going to have name and password, which is exactly what we need in our sign in. How do we know that? Well, if you go back into Pages NextAuth right here, you can see that we have email and password for our credentials provider. Great. So we have email and password here, and now let's just add redirect false. No need to redirect after that. Then let's write .then callback, and let's write set is loading to false right here. And then we're going to check if the callback went all right. So if callback ? .ok, so if we have successfully logged in that case, we're going to call our toast, which you already have imported from React hot toast right here, because we copied this whole component from register model, toast that success logged in like that. And we're going to do a router that refresh. We don't have our router, so you should get an error here. So let's add the router right here at the top. Const router is equal use router from next/navigation, and make sure you write it like this. So const router is equal use router, and execute that function, and use router is imported from next/navigation, not next/router. That is the old way of doing it. In the new way, we're using /navigation like that. And then we can use this router to trigger router that refresh, which is going to update all of our settings, all of our active values here. You're going to see why we need that once we add the current user, which is actually a really cool thing. I'm going to show you that. Okay, and after that, I want to close this model. So login model.onClose like that. Great. And then I'm going to write if callback ? error. So if we have an error happening, whoop, I clicked something, sorry. So if callback error, in that case, we're going to write toast.error callback.error like that. So we're actually gonna provide this with the proper error. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's test this. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna open my network tab right here. And if you remember, last time I created AntonioMail.com with the password 123321. All right, and we get an error. So let's see what's going on. All right, so it's a very simple fix. We put our NextAuth right here in the wrong directory. So just to make everything easier, let's close everything. Let's go into Pages API. And I forgot, we did not put this in API. We put this in another folder called Auth. So in API, create a new folder called Auth like this, and drag and drop this NextAuth file into that folder and click move. So you should have pages/API/auth, and inside of that you should have the nextauth.ts file right here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's try this again. So I'm gonna go to my localhost 3000 here, and I'm gonna click login, Antonio@mail.com 123321, and let's click continue. And just like that, we get our success message logged in. Great. But we currently don't know that we are logged in. There is no way of seeing that, right? So I'm going to show you a really cool way of how you can fetch the current user in Next13 using server components. So let's go ahead and let's close everything up. And let's go into app, and let's go and create a new folder called actions. And inside of that folder, create a new file, getCurrentUser.ts, like that. So inside of getCurrentUser action right here, you're going to write the following. We're going to import getServerSession from next-auth/next, like this. And then we're going to import our auth options. So import auth options from @/pages/API/auth, and you can open these curly brackets and write ... NextAuth, because that is the exact name of our route. If you go into pages, it's pages/API/auth square brackets NextAuth. So make sure you import it like this. And how do we have these auth options? Well, just make sure that you separately export this auth options constant and you export default the NextAuth right here. So that's why we needed to separate these auth options here. All right, now let's continue writing our get current user here. And we're also going to need Prisma. So import Prisma from /app/libs/prisma_dd like that. And now let's write a quick function to get our session. So export async function get session and just return await get server session and pass in the auth options right here like that. And now let's write our get current user function. Export default async function get current user, open a try and catch block, and let's handle the error. So catch error, which is a type of any, just return null. I don't want to throw any errors for this get current user because this is not an API call. Don't get this confused. This is a direct communication with the database through our server component. So I don't want to throw any errors to unnecessarily break it. We're rather going to use conditionals to fix that. Great. Now let's initiate our session. So const session is equal to await get session. What is this get session? Well, make sure it's this function you created right here, which uses get server session with the auth options. And this is how we get our session in our server components. And now we're going to use that session to find the current user. But first, let's check if the session is correct. So if there is no session (user) (email), return null. This session does not actually exist. And now let's find the current user. So const current user is equal to await prisma.user.find unique, where email is equal to session.user.email as string like this. Now let's check if we don't have the current user. So if there is no current user, we're also going to return null. And if all of that checks have passed, you can just write return current user like this. Great. And now, where are we going to use this get current user function? Well, this is really, really cool. Let's close everything and let's go into pages layout.tsx. Layout.tsx is by default a server component. So you can feel completely free to write. You could have written this entire get user action inside of this function right here, but just because of the nicer structure, I separated them. So what you're gonna write here is const current user is equal to await get current user. And you can import get current user from ./actions/get current user. Now, of course, if we are using await, that means we have to transform our root layout function to be an asynchronous function like that. Great. And now we're gonna use this current user, which we just that easily got in our server component, and we're gonna pass it to the navbar right here. So go ahead and write current user is equal to current user like that. And of course, we don't have the type for that. So let's go into our components. Let's go into navbar and let's go into navbar.tsx right here. And let's create an interface. So interface, navbar props, current user is an optional because remember, it can be null. And you can actually use user from @prisma/client. This was generated once you have run npx prisma db push. So you can actually use the very same user type that you defined in your Prisma schema, which is really, really cool. And you also have to add a pipe null like this. Great. And now let's assign this. So React fc, and let's extract it from here, current user like that. And let's actually write console log current user to see what's going on. So I'm gonna extend this right here and I'm gonna refresh. And you can see we have our logged in current user without an API call. I think that is absolutely amazing. So what this goes to show is you can just as easily as you've written this get current user, you could have literally written const current user is equal to await prisma.user.find, right? You could have written that here, no problem. But we are using this separate action because it's simply cleaner to do it that way. But you could have written this entire thing inside of this render function of root layout. I think that is absolutely amazing. And now what we're going to do, we're going to close everything and we're going to use this current user to display a logout function here. So in order to do that, we have to pass the current user to our user menu. So let's go into app, components, navbar right here. You can remove the console log and we're going to use this current user to pass it to user menu like this. So let's create an interface here. My apologies, user menu props is the name of the interface. Current user, which is a type of user from Prisma/client or null, and it's also optional. And just assign this. So React FC user menu props and extract current user like this. Great. And now let's use this current user to display different menu items depending on whether we are logged in or not. So go ahead and just above this fragment here, you're going to write a conditional. If we have the current user, we're going to write something else. Otherwise, we can display these menu items. That's why we needed the fragment, because they're not under the same, because they don't have a parent like this. And let's just copy and paste this right here. So it looks the same now, but we're actually going to change this here. So if we are logged in, we're going to display something different. So you can just replace this with an empty function for now, and like replace this with an empty function as well if we are logged in. And the first label is actually going to be my trips. The second is going to be my favorites. So you can already see what's going on. If you're logged in, we're going to display completely different options. We're going to display my favorites, my reservations. We're going to display my properties. We're going to create URLs for that later. We're going to create, we're going to offer here Airbnb My Home for mobile users, because this Airbnb Your Home button disappears on mobile. And we're going to add an HR here. And the last menu item is actually going to be log out like this. And now, if we try and click, you can see that we have a completely different view. We have my trips, favorites, reservations, properties, Airbnb My Home, and log out. And we no longer have login and sign up options here. So let's enable this logout because it's the only thing we can do for now. In order to do that, it's very simple. We're going to use sign out function from NextAuth/React. So make sure that you have the import sign out from next-out/React right here, and you execute it like this. So open an arrow function and execute the sign out right like that. Great. And now we're going to click logout right here. And you can see I'm logged out. Amazing job. And you can try again. Let's see like this. So I'm going to write it Antonio, mail.com, 123321, click continue. And you can see how fast this loaded because we immediately fetched the current user from the database from our layout server component. Amazing job. I think this is really cool what we were able to do with Next.13 and server components. And we're going to do the very same thing to load our listings. There is not a single get API endpoint in this entire project because we do not need them at all. That is amazing. In the next part of this tutorial, we're going to finish our authentication by enabling Google and GitHub login. So before we add our social logins with Google and GitHub, I want to bring your attention to something. Let's log in. And now what happens is we used a server component called layout right here to get our current user from the database, and we passed it to our client component right here. And it seems to work just fine, right? We are getting this conditional different options if we are logged in. But if you take a look into the console right here, you see we have a warning. Only plain objects can be passed to client components from server components. Date objects are not supported. So let's head into our Prisma schema right here. And let's take a look at what are some of the date options that we are passing. So we have email verified, created at, and updated at. So in order to get rid of this error, which can cause errors with hydration, we have to do the following. Let's go back and let's close everything and let's go into app, actions, get current user right here. And instead of just returning a plain current user, we're gonna have to modify it a bit. Open an object and spread the current user inside. And now, first thing we're gonna modify is created at. So write created at is gonna be current user dot created at dot to ISO string like this. And next one is gonna be updated at. So go ahead and write current user dot updated at to ISO string as well. And the last one is gonna be email verified, which is current user dot email verified, which is optional, so you have to write a question mark dot to ISO string like this, pipe null, like that. And that is the way we want to pass our objects. So now let's take a look at something. Let's go into layout right here. And you can see we get a TypeScript error because created at and updated at and email verified are strings. But in Navbar component, if you enter it, you can see that our user object expects email verified to be date, as well as created at and updated at. So we have to create a safe type using this Prisma client user. In order to do that, let's open everything and let's go into app and create a new folder called types. And inside, create a new file called index.ts. And now let's create our safe user. So go ahead and write export type safe user is equal to omit, open pointy brackets, and inside, in the first parameter, I'm going to write user from @prisma/client right here, and we're going to omit created at pipe, updated at pipe, email verified. And we're going to replace those values with our custom ones, which are created at, which is a type of string, updated at, which is also a type of string, and email verified, which is a type of string or null like this. And now we can use this safe user instead. So go back into components navbar right here and replace user type with safe user, which you can import from app/types like this, and you can remove import user from Prisma client like that. And that fixes our error here, but we're still passing current user to user menu. So go into navbar user menu here and do the very same thing. Replace user with safe user like this. And you can remove the user from Prisma client and just make sure you import safe user from app/types right here. And now, if you go into terminal, you can see, even if we refresh, our warnings are gone because we have successfully sanitized our current user, so we are not passing any of the dangerous objects like date. And everything should work exactly the same because, well, technically we just modified the types and we modified the way we return our action here in a very, very simple way. So just make sure it looks exactly like this, and this current user email verified is optional, so make sure you put a question mark dot to ISO string pipe null at the end. Great. And now it's time to enable our social logins. And for that, let's do GitHub first because it's much simpler. So I'm going to log out for a second, and I'm going to go into my GitHub right here, and I'm going to go into my settings, and I'm going to go all the way down to developer settings right here. Now I'm going to go and click OAuth apps here, and I'm going to create a new OAuth app, and I'm going to name it Airbnb-video. Homepage URL is going to be http://localhost 3000 like this. And just copy that for authorization callback URL as well, and click register application. Great. And now we have our client ID right here. So let's go into our environment here, and let's also open our pages NextAuth right here. So we need GitHub ID and GitHub secret. So let's add that here. So for GitHub ID, we can use this client ID right here and click generate a new client secret to get the client secret. And then you can copy the client secret and paste it here like that. Great. And now let's go back into app components. And first let's do the register model. So instead of these empty functions here, we're actually going to replace this with sign in from next-auth/react. So make sure you import sign in from next-auth/react right here. Let's go here to the bottom, and the sign in, you can just write GitHub like that. And now let's take a look. I'm going to click sign up and I'm going to click continue with GitHub. And what that does, it opens the authorize window, and I'm going to click authorize my name. And after that, you can see that I'm successfully logged in. And now let's take a look at here and let's refresh everything here. And you can see I have a completely new user here, which uses my email from GitHub right here. And I also have a new account for GitHub right here. And one cool thing you're gonna notice here is that we actually have an image from our GitHub. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pass our current user image to our avatar component right here. So let's go into components, Navbar user menu, and we already have the current user here. So all we have to do is find our avatar, and let's pass in this source to be current user ?.image like this. And now we have to add this source to the avatar component. Your avatar component is in components avatar right here. So let's write the interface avatar props to have source, which is an optional string like this. And just pass this props here. And let's just write source like that. And we're going to write a conditional here. So we're going to either use a source or we're going to use this placeholder like that. And let's just also add a couple of more types here. So don't make it like this, make it string, type null, type undefined like this. So it fixes our type error here. And you might notice that we get this error. Avatars.github user content is not configured under your images in next.config.js. So let's go ahead and copy this avatars.githubusercontent.com. I'm going to zoom in so you can see. We have to add this host name to list of our allowed host names. So close everything and go into next.config.js right here. And outside this experimental, you're going to add images, open an object and write domains. And that is going to be an array. And the first thing in an array is going to be avatars.githubusercontent.com. And you can save. And every time you modify next.config.js, make sure you shut down the application and run it again, because it's not going to get updated by hot reloading. So just refresh your localhost 3000. And just like that, you can see that I'm using the image from my current user because I signed it with GitHub. It automatically added the image and I can now use it here in user menu in my avatar component. Great, great job. And now we're going to do the same thing for Google. But before we do that, I'm going to add, remember, I just added this in app components models register model. So I added this sign with GitHub only here, but I also want to add it in my login model here. So go into login model, footer content, and just do the same thing for GitHub. So we use this sign in with GitHub there as well. All right. And now let's do the Google version of this. So I want you to Google Developer Console and click on console.cloud.google.com like this. And you will be greeted with probably a similar screen. You can see I'm here from my last tutorial, which is a Netflix clone. So all we have to do is click create new project right here. I'm going to name my project Airbnb-clone. Organization is fine, and click create. And just wait for a second for this project to complete. And just click select project right here. If it doesn't offer you that, you can search for your project here. Make sure you are in Airbnb clone like that. And now you can search here for API like that. And just click on enabled APIs and services here. Great. And now what we're going to do is first we're going to create an OAuth consent screen. So click on this sidebar here on OAuth consent screen. And let's click external. So it's available to any test user with a Google account, and click create. For the app name, I'm just going to write Airbnb clone. User support is going to be my email. You can leave all of these blank for now, and just make sure you fill the developer contact information. And click save and continue. You can leave everything exactly as it is and click save and continue here as well, and save and continue one more time. And that's it. And now you can click on credentials right here. Great. And now you want to click on create credentials right here at the top and create OAuth client ID. For the application type, select a web application. Name can be web client 1. And now let's just add authorized redirect URIs. So go ahead and write http://localhost 3000, but it's not going to be just this. Write /API/out/callback/Google, like that. And just press create. Great, and now we have our ID and our secret. So let's close everything here. And let's go into Pages NextAuth to see what we need. We need Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. So let's add that in our environment file right here. Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. Great. And let's copy the Client ID from here. Let's paste it here. And let's do the same thing for Client Secret right here. Great. And now, before I do this, I'm going to log out first. So always make sure you're logged out when testing this OAuth logins. And because I'm using the same email, right? This is also my email for Google. I will actually delete all of my accounts and my users. So I'm going to head and delete this GitHub user right here. You don't have to do this if you have different emails, but I'm just going to do it so no problems arrive. And I'm going to remove this account as well. Great. I'm going to refresh here one more time. And now I'm going to try, and actually it won't work. Why? Well, because we have not added anything. So let's go into our register model. So models, register model. And just the way we did with sign in GitHub, we can replace this empty function with sign in Google, like that. I'm just going to refresh just to make sure everything is up to date. And I'm going to click, oh, all right, let's open sign up again and click continue with Google. And you can see that I have my account right here. I'm going to select it. And guess what? We get another error. Why? Well, because we have a new image, this time from Google Content. So I'm going to zoom in a bit again. You can see it says the same thing it did for GitHub. Hostname lh3.googleusercontent.com is not configured under our next.config.js. So just go ahead and copy this and go back into your next.config.js and add that as well. And as always, remember to shut down the application and run dev again. And then you can refresh your localhost. And just like that, you can see how it now loads the very same image I have in my Google Chrome right here. Amazing, amazing job. You finished OAuth. And one thing that's left to do is to add the sign in to login model as well. So go into your login model in components models login model and just change this empty function with sign in Google, like that. I'm just going to refresh this. And I'm going to click login right here and click continue with Google. And you can see I'm back and logged in. Amazing, amazing job. And one thing you might notice, if this ever happens to you, you can see I have quite a different font now. That's because Nunito failed to load. This happened to me a couple of times while using the app directory. All you have to do is click on your next.next right here and just remove .next. And also make sure to shut down the application and just run npm run dev again. Refresh your localhost, and that will create a new .next folder for you, which is basically Next.js cache. And you can see that my font is back on. If this didn't happen to you, if your font stayed exactly the same throughout this tutorial, no problem, you don't need to remove this .next file. But if you ever lose your fonts and you cannot get them back for any reason, you can always just remove .next. This is just a cache, and then you can run npm run dev again. Great job, you finished authentication completely. In the next part of the tutorial, we're gonna start exploring listing creation. So before we move on to listing creation, I want to create a categories field right here just below our navbar. So let's go ahead and let's head into our navbar.tsx right here, and just outside this container and outside of this div, create a new field categories just like this. And if you save, we're gonna get an error because categories is not defined. So let's go ahead and let's fix that by creating a new component inside our navbar. So create a new component inside components navbar folder called categories.tsx, like that. Great. And let's name it categories and just return an empty div. Now we can go back into our navbar right here and import categories to fix this error right here. You can import categories from /categories because they are in the same folder. All right. And now what I want to do is I want to add some styling to this. So first let's use our container component, which you can import from /container like this. And inside of that, create a div and give it the following class names. So pt-4 flex-row items-center justify-between and overflow-x-auto, like that. Great. And we are not seeing anything yet, and that's because, well, you can actually see a small field here. Maybe you can see it better on your own browser than on mine. So what we have to do next is we have to define a list of all of our categories. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So right here, I'm going to create a constant, which I'm going to export because we are going to reuse this categories constant in some other places as well. So let's go ahead and write export const categories is going to be an array of objects. And the first object is going to be beach. So go ahead and write beach like this. And the icon we're going to use is tb beach. And we can import tb beach from react-icons/tb, like that. Great. Now let's also add a description, which is going to be this property is close to the beach, like that. And we're gonna use this to create our second category as well, which is gonna be windmills. And it's gonna use an icon gi windmill. And you can import that. So gi windmill from react-icons/gi, like that. Great. And let's change this to this property has windmills. So we're just adding some content so our site doesn't look as bland. Then we're also going to add modern, and we're going to change this to md outline villa, like that, which you can also import from react-icons/md, like this. And let's give this a description of this property is modern, for example. Okay, and now we have 3 of these categories. And before we go ahead and add all of the categories which we're gonna have, I actually want to map over these 3 and show you how that is going to look like. So go ahead and write categories.map item, and just go ahead and return a category box, which we are going to create. And inside of that, first give it a key, which is going to be item.label, and then pass it an actual label, which is also item.label, and then pass the description, which is item.description, and pass in an icon, which is item.icon, like that. Great. And if we save, we get an error because category box does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's create a category box inside our components because we're going to reuse it. So create a new file, category box.tsx, like that. Let's just name it category box like this and return a div. And now let's go back into components, navbar categories here, and let's just import category box from / category box like that and save the file. Great. And just refresh one more time. All right. And now let's actually style this category box so it looks like something. All right. So I'm going to go into category box right here. And first let's create the interface for it. So interface category box props is going to have an icon of icon type, which you can import from React-icons. It's going to have a label, which is a type of string. And for now, description is not going to be needed in this part. Great. And let's just assign this React.devc to have category box props. And let's extract these values, so icon and label. And I'm also going to add another one, which is going to be selected, which is an optional boolean like that. And let's also use that as well. Great. All right. And now let's actually style this. So in this div, let's give it a few class names. So class name, it's going to be flex-call, items-center, justify-center, gap-2, p-3, border-b-2, cover, text-neutral-800, transition, and cursor-pointer. And now we're going to use this selected to add some optional ones. So for that, we have to replace these class name annotation strings with curly brackets and add annotation strings inside. Like that. And now we're going to add conditional classes. So selected is going to create a border-b neutral 800. Otherwise, border is going to be transparent. Like that. So if we have selected it, border is going to be neutral 800. Otherwise, border is going to be transparent. And another selected optional class name is going to be text-neutral-800. And otherwise, it's going to be text-neutral-500 like that. And now inside, what we're going to put is an actual icon. So in order to do that, we need to give an alias to our prop icon right here. So let's go ahead and write icon in our props right here. So put this double dot right here and a capital icon so we can use it as a component icon with a size of 26. And it's a self-closing tag like that. And you can now see we have our three icons. They are very far apart, but don't worry. When we add more of them, they're going to look much, much better. And below that, create a div with a class name of font-medium and text-sm. Like this. So font-medium and text-sm. And inside of that, you're just going to pass in the label like that. And great. Now we have the beach, windmills, and modern. Great. Beautiful. All right. And now I want to add something to happen once we click on this category box, right? So once we click on this category box, you might have seen in the intro video that it loads new listings. But the way it does that is by assigning an URL parameter here. So we can actually do that right now. We don't need to have any listing loading logic yet. We just want to test how it assigns things to our URL. Great. So in order to do that, we're going to need to use our router and our search params. So let's go ahead and add a router here. So const router is equal to use router, which you can import from next/navigation, not next/router, but next/navigation. And we're also going to need our params. So for that, we no longer use router.query. We use const params is equal to use search params, which you can import also from next/navigation. So use router and use search params are both from next navigation like that. And make sure you execute this hook. Great. And now let's add a const handle click method, which is a use callback, which you can import from React. So I have imported this use callback from React right here. And first, let's define the current query. Select current query. It's going to be an empty object. And for us to continue, we need to install one package called query string. So let's go into our terminal right here. Let's shut down the application and let's run npm install query-string. Great. And let's go ahead and add that here. So import, I'm going to use QS from query-string right here. If you want to, you can actually write query string, but I just think QS is much shorter. And go ahead and run your application again. So make sure you run npm run dev and just refresh your localhost so you're looking at the newest version. All right. And now in this handle quick, we can continue to work. And first things first, we want to check if we have params at all, because params can be a type of null, as you can see. So if params in this handle click function, in that case, we're going to add current query to be equal to qs.parse params to string, like that. So we are basically going to create an object out of all of our current parameters. In the future, we're going to have many parameters because we're going to store a bunch of things in our URL, including the search location, the start and end date of when we want to go on a vacation, the number of guests we want to bring, the number of rooms we are searching for, all that stuff. So we need to make sure that by clicking on one of these categories, we don't accidentally remove those previous parameters. We want to be able to combine all kinds of parameters. Great. And now what I want you to write further is const updated query and give it an option of any for now. All right. And inside of that, what I want you to write is spread current query and just add category to be the current label, right? So when we click on one of these category boxes, the current label is going to be assigned as the category param in our URL. All right. And now that we've done that, let's actually check if perhaps if we already have selected beach for the category. Once I click on the beach again, I wanted to remove all categories, right? So we need to find a way to reset a category once we selected it. And the way we do that is once I click on windmills, it's going to select windmills, but once I click again, it's going to remove them. So in order to do that, we will do this check if params $.get category is equal to label. And in that case, all we're going to do is delete updated query.category, like that. So if the category we click on has already been selected in the URL, that means we want to reset it. So we will remove it from the newest query. And all we have to do then is write const URL is equal to qs.stringify URL and open options like this, write URL to be a slash like this, and query is going to be our updated query like that. And I want you to add another option right here, which is just going to say skip null to be true, like that. And now that we have generated this URL with the newest query and this as our path name, and we have filtered out all of the empty options, what we have to do is router that push and pass that URL inside. So it might seem a bit complicated, but when you separate the logic, it's not that much. So first we define an empty query, we look through the current params and we parse them so that they are an object and not a string, because by default params to string is a string, of course. So, and then we spread that current query and add the new category in there. Then we check if the new category is already selected and we remove it from our updated query, because obviously we want to deselect it if we are clicking on it again. Think of it like a toggle on and off. And then we generate the URL string using query string stringify URL, where we pass our path name, which is always going to be a slash, and we just pass the newest query, which we have manipulated right here above. Great. And now don't forget to fill your dependency array. So we are missing label, params, let's see what else we're missing, and router, like that. Great. And now we have to assign this handle click function to this div right here. So just above class name, add onClick to be equal to handle click, like that. Great. And now if you check, if I click on any of these modern or windmills or beach and check your localhost 3000 URL, you should have a new add category equal to beach, or windmills add category equals, question mark category equals to windmills, or modern question mark category now equals to modern. Amazing, amazing job. And if you click again, it removes it. That's exactly what we wanted. Great. And now let's add a way that this category can actually read from the URL and show a selected option of itself. So for that, we need to go back into categories right here. And let's do that in a different way here. So what we're going to do is write const params is equal to use search params again from next/navigation. So right now we are working in the categories component. We have exited our category box. This is it for the category box. You can go back into components, navbar categories right here, and use this hook, use search params here. And also trigger, actually don't trigger anything, you need to extract the category. So the way we can extract category from these params is const category is equal to params $.get category, like that. Great. And now let's also find a way to hide this categories box, because remember, we want to see these options like modern, windmills, and beach only on the index page. We don't want to see that on our favorites or on the actual page of a single listing. So we have to limit it. So we're going to do that using path name. Const path name is equal to use path name, which you can also import from next/navigation, like that. Great. And remember to execute that hook as well. And now I'm going to add a constant. Const is main page is going to be equal to path name equal to / just like that. And if we are not on the main page, so if exclamation point is main page, we are just going to return null like this. Great. And now in order to check whether we have selected a specific category, we're going to use this params.get category constant, which we have created right here. And I passed description. We don't need description, so we can replace that with selected. So instead of description, write selected right here. And the way we will notice if something is selected or not, we're going to compare the current category param is equal to item.label, like that. Great. So you can see that my windmills is now selected, but if I click on modern, in that case, modern is selected. If I click on beach, in that case, beach is selected. And if I click on beach again, then everything is removed. Exactly what we want. Great job. And now it's time to go back into categories and to add the rest of our categories actually. So make sure you're in navbar categories right here. And we do have a lot of this to add, but don't worry, we're going to do them together. And let's just start by copying this modern right here and name this countryside like this. And we're going to use TB mountain for that, which you can import from React-icons/TB. So we already used TB beach, and now we're going to use TB mountain for countryside. And we're going to add this description to this property is in the countryside, like that. Great. Now let's add another one. And this one is going to be pools. And for that, we're going to use the icon TB. My bad. We're going to use the icon TB pool, which you guessed it, you can also import from React-icons/TB like that. And we're just going to say this property has a pool, like that. You can go ahead and copy that as well. And for this, you can see how they just keep getting added. Beautiful. So after pools, we're going to have islands. And the icon we're going to use is GI island, like that. And you can import that from React-icons/GI the same way we did with windmill right here. And we're just going to say this property is on an island, like that. All right, let's copy and paste this again. And let's create this one to be a lake, and the icon is going to have is GI boat fishing, again from react-icons/GI right here. And we're just going to say this property is close to a lake. Great. Let's copy this again. Now after lake, our category is going to be skiing, and the icon we're going to use is FA skiing, like that. And you can import that from react-icons/FA. So FA skiing from react-icons/FA, like that. Great. And the description is going to be this property has skiing activities, like that. Great. Let's copy and paste that. After skiing, we're gonna have castles, and we're gonna use GI castle for that, and you can import it from react-icons/GI. So we have a lot of these GI icons here. So just make sure your GI castle is imported from react-icons/GI. All right. And this property is in a castle is going to be the description of that. Great. After castles, we're going to have camping. And the icon we're going to use for camping is GI forest camp. And again, you can also import that from react-icons/GI. And we're going to add a description. This property has camping activities, like that. Activity like that. Great. And then you're gonna copy that again, and we just have a few left. So after camping, we're going to add Arctic, and the icon is going to be BS snow, and you can import BS snow. So import BS snow from react-icons/BS, like that. All right. Now copy the Arctic, and let's add a cave category. Now our cave is going to be GI cave entrance. So make sure you import GI cave entrance. Again, I'm just going to collapse all of this. So these are all of the icons we have from GI. So GI cave entrance from react-icons/GI is the newest one. All right. After cave, we're going to have desert, and the icon is going to be GI cactus. Again, we're going to add GI cactus from react-icons/GI. And let's just fix the description for cave. So description is going to be this property is in a cave, like that. And for desert is going to be this property is in the desert, like that. All right, and let's copy and paste the desert. And after desert, our category is going to be barns, and just one more left after that. So use GI barn icon for that. Again, GI barn from react-icons/GI. All right, and just say this property is in the barn, like that. And the last one is going to be Lux, and the icon we're going to use is IO diamond for that. And you can import IO diamond from react-icons/IO, like that. /IO5, my apologies. So react-icons/IO5, and that's how you can get the IO diamond icon right here. All right, save that. And we're just going to say this property is luxurious, like that. Great. And now we have a lot of categories here. Great. This is going to be great because we can create a lot of listings with a bunch of different categories, and you can see how it looks even on a large screen. It does not look bad. Amazing. And you can try on any of those, and you can see how each of them gets selected because of the URL control, and you can select on one of them again to see how everything gets cleared. Great. And on smaller devices, you can see how we can actually scroll inside. All right. And before we move on, I just want to add a couple of things. So go ahead and close everything. And first, I want to address something from the last part of the tutorial in the login model. So let's go in the app, components, models, login model right here. And I made a mistake here. So when we created default values for this, let me just open login model so it's clear what we're talking about. We have email and password field right here. But in our default values, I use name and password. So why does this work? Why are we not getting an error? Well, it does not matter what we write in our default values, right? Because we are using an input here which has an ID of email. So no matter if the default value is name, what gets sent in this sign-in function is actually what's triggered in the input. And in our case, that is email and password. So that's why this was working even if I defined the name here. So just to make this proper, I'm going to rename this to email. So in login model, default values should be email and password. It isn't going to change absolutely anything, and your code would work even if you have name here or whatever you want. But let's just keep things correct and do that. And I'm just going to test with my created account. And you can see that it works and I am now logged in. Great. And just before we move on, I want to add another option to reset these categories, right? So right now, the only option to clean the category is by clicking on the category again. But I want to add one universal way, and that will be by clicking on the Airbnb logo. Right now, that does nothing. So let's go ahead and let's go into app, components, navbar, logo right here. And here we have the unused router from Next/navigation. So let's just add on click on this image and write an arrow function router.push, and it's just going to push to an empty slash function. Great. So now if you select camping, for example, you can see your URL should have a question mark category equal to camping. And if you click on Airbnb, everything should reset. Amazing, amazing job. We are now ready to start working on our rent model, which will be accessed from this button or this button right here. And then we will be able to finally create our first listing. And before we wrap this up, I just want to make sure that we add use client to our newly created components. So let's go and close everything, and we have a couple of new components. So we have the categories right here. So go into categories and just write use client right here at the top, and then go into category box and write use client at the top as well. The reason it was working, I think, is because we use category box and categories inside of client parents. So I think that makes them client as well. But just to be sure, I'm not 100% sure how the new app router works. I suggest that you add use client to category box and use client to categories as well. Great job. So let's continue by creating our rent model, which will be triggered using this Airbnb Your Home button or Airbnb My Home right here in the user menu. So before we get onto that, I just want to bring your attention that we still have some unfinished things in the login and registration model, which I just want to wrap up. So once we click login, if we click on already have an account, you can see that our login model asks us to log in again. So we have to fix that. So let's wrap everything up and let's go into app, components, models, and login model right here. And you can see we have our register model and our login model here. So I will just separate this like that. And let's go into our footer content right here. And let's change this message for the login model. So make sure you're in your login model right here. And instead of already have an account, the question we want to ask on the login model is first time using Airbnb ? And now you can see that this question changed. And instead of offering the user to log in, we want to offer the user to create an account like that. Great. So now we have the question first time using Airbnb, create an account. And instead of triggering the register model to close, we're going to create a toggle function here. So just above the body content here, let's go ahead and let's write const toggle. And it's going to be a use callback method, which we already have imported from React right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to shut down the login model and open the register model. So let's go ahead and write login model dot on close and register model dot on open like that. And let's just pass both login model and register model in dependency array of our use callback right here. And then we can use this toggle function and pass it here instead of register model on close in our create an account underlined text like that. And now if you click create an account, you can see that our login model closes and our register model opens. And we want to do the exact same thing in the register model. So you can go ahead and copy this toggle function that we created right here. And let's go into models, register model right here, and we're going to paste it just below on submit and above body content. And instead of closing the login model, we're going to close the register model here, and we are going to open the login model. Now you probably notice we have this red underline saying that login model does not exist, and that's because we never added it. So let's go right here and write const login model is equal to use login model right that. And I will just put the imports together so it's easier for you to notice where it is. Great. And now if I try on register and click login, well, something's wrong. Let's just refresh to make sure everything, oh, we know what is wrong. Well, we added the toggle method right here, but we never added it to the actual login clickable div right here. So let's go into our footer, and where we ask already have an account, instead of on click register model on close, we're going to call toggle like that. And now if I click on login, you can see that the register model closes and login model opens, and vice versa on the login. Great. I'm pretty sure that is it for our authentication. And now you want to make sure that once we click on this Airbnb or home, actually, we want to make sure that we are logged in. So let's go ahead and let's do that in our navbar right here. So let's go into components, navbar, and let's go into user menu right here, which actually has the current user. And we're going to pass a function to this empty on click that we have. And we're going to call that function const on rent like this, use callback, which we already have imported from React. And we're going to check if we have the current user. So if there isn't a current user, we're going to call the login model.onOpen like that. And just make sure you return this so it breaks the other part of the code, right? So if you just write it like this, then we're going to continue and execute the other part of the code that we don't want that to happen. If we notice that there is no current user, we want to return this and open the login model. And otherwise, I'm just going to write a comment here, open rent model, which we will do in just a second. And make sure you pass the current user and login model in the dependency array of this use callback. And now let's use this on rent function right here and replace this empty function which says Airbnb or home like that. And now since I'm logged out, if I click Airbnb or home, you can see that I'm triggered with the login right here. So I'm going to log in here, and we're going to start creating our rent model. So now if I click, nothing happens because, well, we just added the comment open rent model. So let's go ahead and let's go into our hooks. And let's just copy login model, and let's rename this hook to use rent model like that. And just as always, let's rename login model to rent model like that. So everything else is exactly the same. The control is open, on open, and on close like that. Great. And now I'm going to close everything, and I'm going to go into components, models, and I'm going to create a new file, rent model.tsx, right that. And I'm just going to name it rent model like that. And all it's going to return is a model, which you can, of course, import from ./model like that. And let's give it a specific title. So title can be Airbnb your home like that. Now, our model is missing a couple of stuff like is open. So let's just add that to the rent model is open like that. And for that, we need to import rent model. So write const rent model is equal to use rent model from /app/hooks use rent model, because we just created that here in the hooks use rent model. Make sure you exported use rent model. All right. And now that we have the controls for the use rent model, we can safely control it like that. And we're going to add on close, which is rent model dot on close, and we're gonna add on submit, which is rent model on submit, like that. Sorry, on close again. Let's see what else do we have in required. We have action label. Action label is just gonna be submit for now, like that. And now we're still not seeing anything here. So let's go ahead and let's go into our layout.tsx, and where we added login model and register model, we now want to add our rent model as well, which you can import from /components/models rent model. Let's just keep our models together like this. All right. And now what I want to do is I want to go back into user menu component. We have a mistake here. So we have not named our rent model a client component. And since it's using a hook, it needs to be a client component. So just write use client on the top of your rent model like that. Great. And now the error is gone. And now let's go back into navbar user menu. And instead of this comment open rent model, we're actually going to open the rent model. So for that, we need to add the hook here. Const rent model is equal to use rent model like that, which you can import from /app/hooks use rent model like that. I'm just gonna add that here. I like to organize my stuff like this. All right. And then we're gonna use this rent model to replace this comment right here, rent model on open like that. And just added the dependency rent model like this. Great. And now if you click Airbnb or home, you can see we have this new model and we can close it. Very, very nice. And we also want to make sure to add it to this option Airbnb My Home right here. So let's scroll all the way down where we have this current user conditional, and Airbnb My Home is just going to trigger rent model on open like that. So now we can both open it using this button and we can open it using the user menu right here. Excellent. All right. Now let's go back into our rent model. So go back into app components model, rent model right here. And first thing I want to do is I want to create an enum for our steps, because our rent model is going to have a couple of steps. First, we're going to select the category, then we're going to select the location, then we're going to upload maybe some images, we're going to select the number of rooms, the number of guests, the number of bathrooms that our listing has, and then we're going to add some title and description for it. So let's go ahead and let's write the steps. So enum steps, and you can just open an object, and first one is going to be category. So we're going to map that to 0. Second one is going to be location. So we will map that to 1. Info is going to be the third one. Images is going to be the fourth one. Description is going to be the fifth one. And price is going to be the final and the sixth one. So my bad, so price is equal to number 5. So make sure category is 0, location is 1, info is 2, images is 3, description is 4, and price is 5. Great job. All right, and now let's add the control for these steps. So go ahead and write const step set step is equal to use state, and the default is going to be steps.category. So this is going to default to 0, and you can import use state from React. So go ahead and import that like that. Okay, and now that we have that, let's create our functions which will go backwards or forwards. So const on back. You can just open a function like this and write set step value. All it's going to do on back is value -1. So whenever we click on back, we're just going to go -1. And const on next is going to be also a very simple function. We're just going to take the current value and just return, well, you can already guess, value +1 like that. All right. Great. So we have the on next here. And now let's write our action labels, which we have hard coded here, but it's actually going to be different. So we're going to have an action label, and we're also going to have a secondary action label. So we're going to write some constants for that. So const action label is equal to use memo. And we're going to check if the step is equal to steps.price. So if we're on the last step, because you can see price is our last step, which means that user has filled everything before that. In that case, we're going to return create, because we want to say to the user, hey, create this. Otherwise, we're going to return next because there is additional steps following. And make sure you add step to the dependency array here. Great. And you're also going to write const secondary action label, which is also use memo. And it's also going to use step inside. You can already write that. And first thing, we're going to check if step is equal to steps.category. So if we are on the first step, then there is no back button. So we can just return undefined. And otherwise, we can return back, right? Great. And now let's just apply those. So let's go right here and change the action label to action label. And let's add secondary action label to be secondary action label. Great. And now let's add secondary action to check whether we are on category. So step is identical to steps.category. So if that is true, then the secondary action is undefined, and otherwise it's on back. So secondary action, we're going to check if we're on the first step, and then we're going to make sure that the secondary action does not exist because there is nothing to offer to the user. And otherwise we will offer on back like that. Great. And now let's actually keep this open so you can see how this looks. Great. And now let's create our body content here. So we're going to have our body content be dynamic depending on the step that we are on. So instead of const body content, we're going to write let body content because it's going to be a changeable variable. Great. And inside of that, let's write a div, and let's write class name is equal to flex-col gap-8. And inside of that, add a heading, which you can import from /heading, which we already created in some of the previous parts. And let's give it a title of which of these best describes your place, ? And subtitle of pick a category, like that. And let's add this body content to body in the model like that. Great. And now because we are on the step 1, our body content is this heading right here. Great. And let's add a div here, which is actually going to be a grid. So class name is going to be grid-cols-1 md grid-cols-2 gap-3 max-h- 50 VH overflow Y auto, like that. And what we're going to do inside of that div is we're going to map our categories. So let's go ahead and write categories like this, which you can import. So make sure you import lowercase categories from /navbar/categories. I'm going to explain what that is. So your import should look like this. So you should import destructed constant categories from Navbar categories component. Why does this work? Well, remember, in this component we have this array of categories where we added the icons and descriptions. So just make sure you export that constant so it does not import your categories component, which is the wrong thing. We do not want that. We just want to reuse all of these options here. So make sure you have export const categories so you can import that array like this, and then you can use that array to map over items. So go ahead and write .map item, and for now what we can do, let's just open like this and let's write a div inside. Oh, my bad. Okay, so we have a div here. Let's give it a key of item.label and a class name of col-span-1, like that. And for now, let's just write item.label. Great, and you can see that we now have a list of our categories here. Again, if it's not working for you, make sure your import looks like this, and make sure your /navbar/categories component, which is located in components, navbar, categories right here, make sure you export const categories array here. Great. And now, because we have that, we're gonna have to create a new component called category input. So let's go ahead and let's replace this with category input, this item.label. So category input, which is a self-closing tag. It does not exist yet, but we're going to create it. And for onClick, you can just pass an empty function for now. For selected, you can just say false for now. Label is going to be item.label, and icon is going to be item.icon, like that. Great. Now we get an error because category input does not exist. So let's go into our components, and since it is a category input, let's create it in our inputs. So new file, category input.tsx, like that. Let's write sfc category input, and just return an empty div for now. And go back into your rent model and just import category input from /inputs category input and save the file. Great, so now the error is gone, and let's go ahead and let's first things first define this component as use client, because we're going to use some hooks here. And now let's write the interface. So interface category category input props is going to have an icon of icon type, which you can import from React-icons. Great. It's going to have a label, which is a string. It's going to have selected, which is an optional boolean. It's going to have onClick, which accepts a value, which is a string, and returns a void, like that. And make sure you attach those props to this component, so category input props, and just extract all of those. So icon, which you can already remap to capital icon, like that, because we're going to use it as a component, label, selected, and onClick, like that. Great. And now let's write our div classes here. And you can actually open the rent model just so you can see what you're working with here. Great. So onClick is going to be an arrow function which calls onClick and passes in the label, like that. Class name is going to be a template literal string, like this, because we're going to be using some conditional classes here. And go ahead and write some static ones first. So rounded -xl, border -2, t-4, flex -whole, gap -3, hover, border -black, transition, cursor -pointer, and now we're going to do conditional selected, border -black, otherwise it's going to be border -neutral -200. Great. And you can see how we have these little tabs right here, and we automatically have our selected hover here. Sorry, not selected style. We have our hover style here. Great. And inside of that, we're going to add this icon. You don't have to import that from anywhere because we are using it right here as an alias for our icon, which we pass from the categories array. And icon is going to have a size of 30. Now you can see now we have all of our categories here. Great, beautiful. And let's add another div here, which is just gonna write this label here. And to make it look a little bit better, just write class name, font semi-bold, like that. Great. And now we have our categories, and you can also collapse this to see how it looks on mobile. And you can see it's completely functional on mobile as well. All right. So make sure you export this category input here. I mean, if you're already seeing it, then obviously everything is working just fine. Great. And before we move on, I just want to connect the option of this select into our form. So in order to do that, let's go back into rent model right here. Let's go to the top, and we're going to have to initialize our form the same way we did in the login and register model. So const, and we're going to extract register, handle submit, set value, watch, form state, which destructs errors like this, and reset like that. And you're going to get that from use form, which you can import from react-hook-form. Great. And use form is going to work with field values like this. So make sure you add field values inside these pointy brackets, and you can import field values from React hook form as well. and open a object like this. So open a function and open an object inside, and we're gonna write default values to this form for the rent model. So we're gonna have a category, which by default is empty. We're gonna have a location, which is going to be an object, so we're gonna write null. We're gonna have the guest count, which by default is going to be 1, room count, which is gonna be also 1, bathroom count as well, image source, but I write src, and make sure you write src as well, because that's what we named it in the database in the Prisma schema, so just to avoid any problems. Or you can go and check your Prisma schema right here in Prisma schema, check your listing. So we are building a form to create this listing, and just check if you're using image source. Make sure you pass the image source as well to save yourself any problems. Price is also going to be 1 initially. Title is going to be an empty string, and description is going to be an empty string as well. Great. Now, if you remember from our register or login model, we would usually pass this register extracted constant into our input, and that would make it work, and it would just magically be connected to the form. But because in our case we created this custom category input, we have to create a workaround. So first things first, we have to create a way to watch our category value. So let's go ahead here and just write const category is equal watch, and in parentheses here write category like that. So make sure you just write category here, category here, category here, and this watch is exported from this use form, it's destructed from this use form hook right here. Great. And now what we have to create is a custom set value. So we have this set value right here. So you might be thinking, oh, well, I just assigned this on click to the set value. But in React form hook, set value by default does set the value, but it does not re-render the page. So we have to modify it a little bit. So go ahead and write const set custom value is equal to a function which accepts ID as a string and value as any, because we're going to be working with a lot of values here. And then we can just call this set value from use form. So set value is going to accept an ID and value, and open the third parameter, which are going to be options. And these options are going to be should dirty, true, should touch, true, and should validate, true. So make sure you have should dirty, should touch, and should validate. Should validate is definitely the most important one. So make sure you add should validate to be true. Okay. And I'm going to use this set custom value here, and we're going to modify that in our category input. So go right here to the bottom, and here on click, we're going to extract the category like this, and we're going to call set custom value. We're gonna pass the ID, which is category, and then pass, the category which we extracted here. Wait, so I will just collapse this like that. So on click, our category input accepts a category which is a string, and then we call set custom value, which, remember, first accepts the ID and then accepts the value. So we have to define what is the ID of this input. The ID of this input is category. Great. And then what I want to do is this option selected, we have to modify it. So instead of false, it's going to be category equals item.label like that. So where do we get this category from? Well, we get it from this constant watch category like that. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's try and select beach, for example. And you can see that beach stays selected. If I try islands, then islands stay selected. If I try pools, then pools stay selected. Barns, desert, lux, and everything else. Great. So we have successfully connected this category input component with the entire form. And now we will use that in our final submit function to actually pass the proper category. Great. In the next part of the tutorial, we're going to create the second step of this input, which will offer us to select a location. Great job. So in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create step 2 of our listing creation form, also known as rent model for us in the code. So our step 1 is the category input list right here, which we created in the last part of the tutorial. So now what we have to focus on is this step 2 location. So let's go here where our body content is, and let's create an if clause right here. If step is equal steps.location, and instead of return, we can now write body content is equal and open parentheses here, and let's just write a div which is going to say location step, like that. And now let's just replace this on submit right here with on next, like that. We defined this on next here in the beginning, which just increases the step by 1. We're gonna change this on submit later to actually submit form to our post request, but for now we can just keep it to load the next step. So once I click next, you can see that I am now on location step. And once I click back, I am back in my category. So we can go next and back. Great. And now let's actually write the code for our location. So inside of this div, add a class name, which is equal to flex-call gap-8. And inside of this, we're going to write a heading, which we already have imported here. So this heading is also used here. We're going to give it a title of where is your place located and a subtitle of help guests find you, like that. So now if we go to step 2, you can see that we have this new heading right here. Great. And just to confirm, you can import heading from /heading right here at the top. All right, now let's see what else we have to add in this location step. So below this, we want to add an input to select our location. So let's go ahead and write that. That is going to be called country select, like this. But for now, it's not going to have any values here. And we're going to get an error if we try and save this file. So let's go in components, inputs, and create a new file called country select.psx, like that. And let's just define use client at the top. And let's just fix the error. So country select, and let's just return a div like this. And let's go back into modals, rent model, and import country select right here at the top, /input/country select. Great. And now I'm going to open this again, and you can see we no longer have an error. We just have an empty space because this is just an empty div. So go back into inputs, country select, and we're going to start working on this now. So first thing we need is to create a hook called use countries that will load all of our countries. So let's go ahead and let's close this components folder, and let's go into hooks and create a new file, usecountries.ts. All right. And that use countries hook will use a package called world countries. So let's go into our terminal. I'm going to shut down the application, and let's write npm install world-countries. Great. Now I'm going to import countries from world-countries. And that is it. We have the types. All right. So you don't have to start the application yet because we're going to have to install another package. But let's just finish writing this hook. So first, let's define formatted countries, which we're going to use in our select input, which you will see in a moment. So const formatted countries, like this, is equal to countries, which we have from this world countries dot map country. And let's just see. So countries. I made a mistake here. So countries like that, make sure this countries maps the import from here. So countries.map, and we're going to return an object. So make sure you open parentheses like this and inside write an object. And we're going to remap some of the values. So value is going to be country.cca2. Label is going to be country.name.common. Flag is going to be country.flag. lat-long is going to be country.lat and lng, which is short for latitude and longitude. And region is going to be country.region. Great. And you will actually get autocomplete for this. So if you type region, you should get region like this. Same for CCA2. So if you type country dot, you should get CCA2 autocompleted here because we have the types in countries right here. Great. So we now have formatted countries, and let's create this hook now. So const use countries. And first, let's define the function called getAll. So const getAll, all it's going to do is just return formatted countries like that. And then we're going to get another function, getByValue. So const getByValue is going to accept a value, which is a type of string. And we're going to return formatted countries that find item.value is equal to value like that. So what we're going to do here, my bad, like this. So basically what we will do in getByValue is we're going to search the formatted countries map, and we're going to find an item which value matches the value which we will pass in this function when we use it in the future. Great. And let's just return an object which exposes getAll and getByValue like this, and export default use countries. Great. So that should be our hook. And now let's go back into input. So components, input, country select right here, and let's finish writing this hook. So for that, we're going to need another import, select from react-select. And we need to install this package. So let's go back into our terminal and run npm install react-select. Great. It has the types, and now we can go ahead and run npm run dev and just refresh your localhost so you're seeing the most up-to-date stuff. Great. Now let's export and define a type for the value which this input will accept. So export type country select value is equal to flag, which is a string, like this, flag, which is a string, label, which is a string as well, lat lng, which is an array of numbers, region, which is a string, and value, which is a string as well. Great. And now let's create an interface. So I'm just gonna open my model again, just to have it here. No, you don't have to, but it will be good for you to see the changes you're doing. Now let's create an interface for this country select here. So interface country select props is going to accept a value which is optional, and the value is going to be well, this value right here, country select value, like that. And on change function is going to have that value as well, country select value, and is going to return a void like that. And now we can assign that. So react fc country select props, and let's just extract these values. So value and on change like that. Great. And now inside, first let's use our newly created hook. So const, we're going to extract getAll from use countries like this, and you can import use countries from app/hooks use countries like that. If add isn't working for you, you can go ahead and use /abbreviation like that, but I'm going to stay with hook like this. Great. So now we can fetch all countries here. Great. And now inside this div inside, let's actually use our React select here. So I'm going to go ahead and write select like this. It's a self-closing tag, and I'm going to give it a placeholder of anywhere. I'm going to make sure it's clearable. So it's clearable. You can see we already have our little select here, but currently it has no options. We're going to fix that in a moment. Options are going to be, well, this getAll function here. So just go ahead and assign this getAll function and execute it like that. And now if you try, you can actually see that we have all of our countries here. So I can search for Croatia, I can search for United Kingdom, United States, I can search for Greece. Great. And now let's continue modifying our select here. So the current value is going to be value, whatever value is passed in our props right here. On change is going to have a value right here, and it's going to be an arrow function, which is going to call the prop on change right here and pass this value as country select value like that. Great. Now below that, we're going to write a custom label, a custom option label for our select. So go ahead and write format option label like that. It's going to accept an option, which is a type of any, and it's going to return some JSX. So let's go ahead and let's write a div inside like this. All right, and it's gonna have a class name of flex-row, items-center, and gap-3. And inside of that, create another div, which is gonna use this option right here, option.flag. All right, and below that, we're gonna create another div, which is gonna write option.label, and we're gonna add a comma here and a space, and open another div below that. My bad. So option.label, comma, space, and below that write a span, which is gonna hold option.region like that, and give span a class name of tags-neutral-800 and ml-1 like that. And now if you try, you can see that we have a much better looking search, much better looking options. If I search for Croatia, you can see I have the little flag. But what I want to do is I want to show that one of these labels is a bit darker than the other. So I'm going to change this text neutral 800 to maybe 500 like that. And yeah, that looks much better. So now the main focus is the country, but we can also see the region like Americas, Europe, Asia. Great. Great job. All right. And now that we have finished our format option label, let's write some class names here so it matches the inputs which we have created in our login and register functions. So go ahead and write class names here. So class names here. And let's write control and just expose p-3 border-2. All right. And you can see how it enlarged our entire control. Great. Input is going to have a class name of text-lg. And let's just make sure you write a comma here, and option is going to have text-lg as well. Great. And now you see our text is much better and much larger looking. Great. And now you can see we have this blue color here. So let's just change that as well by using the prop called theme. So we're going to accept theme like that. And we're going to return a function which returns an immediate object. And we're going to spread the current theme inside like this. And then we're going to write border radius to be 6 and colors. Inside of that object, we're going to spread theme.colors. So we preserve all the other colors, but we're just going to change the primary color to be black. And the primary 25 is going to be hashtag FFE4E6. Great. So now our input matches the other inputs which we have on the website. And you can see how it uses this reddish color that matches our Airbnb color. Great job. So of course we get an error because currently we cannot submit anything yet. Great. And that is actually it for our country select. Great job. And now let's go back into our rent model. So go ahead and go into components, models, rent model right here. And country select should probably be red right now because of course we don't have anything to change here. So let's go ahead and write the onChange function here. I'm just going to accept a value and we're going to run set custom value. And the ID is going to be location, and we're going to pass the value like that. So the same thing we did here when we passed the category. Set custom value, we pass the ID of category and the value category. So right here, we're using the ID of location and passing the value as well. Great. And now, right here where we used category, let's copy and paste that and write location and watch location like that. And now we can use this location constant to assign it as a value to our country select like this. So value is going to be equal to location. Great. And now if you save and try to select Croatia, you can see that Croatia is selected. I can go back and I can select something here, go forward, and Croatia stays selected. I can go back and skiing stays selected here as well. Great job. But one thing we are missing here is the map. So that's what we're going to add now. And you can also, as you can see, you can clear Croatia if you want to. I think this is really cool. Great. Now below that, we need to add our map. So let's go ahead and write map like this. Let's save. And of course, we're going to get an error because map does not exist. So let's go ahead into our components. And just in the general root components, so no need to create an input or models of Navbar, just in components create a new component called map.tsx inside. Great. And let's mark it as use client. And let's name it map. And let's just return a empty div and export default map like that. And then go back into rent model and just import map the same way you did with country select. So you can import map from /map. Great. And now if you open the rent model again, well, nothing should appear here, but you should not have an error. Great. And now we have to install a couple of packages here. So let's go ahead in our terminal. I'm going to shut down the application. And let's first write npm install leaflet. And then let's install the types for the leaflet. So npm install -D add types /leaflet. Great. And then let's install React leaflet. So npm install React-leaflet. Like that. Great. And now we can go ahead and run the application again. And just refresh your localhost if you shut down the application. Great. Now I'm going to add some imports. So import L from leaflet like that. I'm going to import map container from React leaflet. And I'm also going to import marker and tile layer like that. Great. And now I'm going to import some CSS here. So import leaflet /dist/leaflet .css like that. Import marker icon 2x from leaflet -dist -images -marker icon 2x png like that. Import marker icon from leaflet /dist /images marker -icon.png and import marker shadow from leaflet /dist /images marker shadow.png like that. So we need these three to ensure our marker works, because this leaflet package is not exactly supported in React. It's an open source project, so we need to do a little bit more work to make it function. But don't worry, it's not that complicated. And now we're gonna write a function here, delete l.icon, capital icon. So make sure the icon is capital like this. That default, also capital, that prototype, that underscore get icon URL like that. And we're gonna get an error here that the get icon URL does not exist. So that actually exists, but it's a TypeScript error. So just write at ps ignore comment right here, so we don't get that error, because it's actually correct, but well, it's an open source project and it's not fully maintained. And now let's write l.icon .default merge options and open an object here and just write icon URL marker icon .source. Below that, icon retina URL marker icon 2x .source. And below that, shadow URL marker shadow .source. So basically, we import this PNGs right here from the package leaflet, and then we assign it to the icon right here. So we use this marker icon 2x, we use this marker icon and marker shadow source to reset these options, because by default, unfortunately, they don't really work correctly. Great. And now I'm just going to create an interface for this map. So interface map props is going to have a center option, which is optional, and it's going to accept an array of numbers, which are also going to be known as latitude and longitude. Great. And now I'm going to open this and go to step 2 right here, so you can actually see what we're writing. So instead of this div, we're going to use map container, which we have imported right here from React leaflet. All right, and let's actually save this to see if we can see anything right now. Okay, so it looks like we can see something, but not nothing too much. All right, now let's give it a center, which is going to be this prop right here. So let's assign this props while we're already here. React FC map props, and let's extract center, and let's give it a prop of center as l.lat lng expression like that. Pipe, we're going to give it a default value of 51, comma, minus 0.09. You can modify this, but I'm just giving it a placeholder if it happens that we have not passed anything in the center. So if we have not selected any country by default, we're just gonna point to the center of the map using these coordinates. You can modify these coordinates however you want. It's not required for them to be exactly this. All right. And now I'm gonna add a zoom, which is also gonna depend on the center. So if we have some latitude and longitude, we're gonna zoom in a bit more. Otherwise, we're gonna zoom out like that. All right. I'm gonna select another option here. Scroll wheel zoom is going to be false, and we're gonna give it a class name of h dash open square brackets 35 wvh and rounded dash lg like that. All right. Great. And right now we don't see anything yet, and that is because we have to add some styles in our globals.css. All right, so let's go into our app right here into globals.css, and let's add .leaflet.bottom, .leaflet control, .leaflet dash pane like this, .leaflet dash top, and we're going to reset the z index. So z dash index is going to be 0, and make sure you add important. Unfortunately, we have to do this through CSS. There is no other way to do it. All right, and now we can go back into components map right here, and let's just reset our application to make sure everything is working. So I'm going to, since we changed the styles, I'm going to shut down the application, and I'm going to run npm run dev again, and I'm going to reset everything. And just make sure you refresh your local host. Great, so let's check again if anything has changed. And yes, so after I refresh my application, you can see that I have this gray little box right here. So just to recollect everything we've done here. So make sure you added these leaflet CSS here. Make sure you have the leaflet package. Make sure you have the React leaflet package, and make sure you also have the types for React leaflet. Make sure you reassigned all of these marker icons using this merge options right here. Great, and make sure you added this class name here, and make sure in globals that you have this z index, because since you're working in a model, it has some problems, so we have to override it like that. All right, so why is our map gray? Well, because it's missing a tile layer component, which we imported right here. So in order to write this tile layer, we're going to need to know the URL and attribution right here. So there are two options. You can do this. You can either follow exactly what I write here in the code, or you can search for React leaflet right here in Google, and you can just copy this tile layer right here, because that's what you need. Basically, we need to write this attribution, which is a very long text, and this URL, which is also a very long text. So you can just go ahead and copy this tile layer like this, but I'm going to write it out if anyone wants to write it out here. So we're going to write tile layer here, and I'm going to give it a URL of https we're going to open curly brackets s.tile.openstreetmap.org / open curly brackets again z / open curly brackets again x another / and just write y at the end .png like that. And if you go back, you can actually already see our map working. Great. If it's not working for you, you probably made a mistake in this URL in tile layer right here. So again, if you can't see what I'm writing here, or for some reason it's just not working for you, just Google React leaflet and click on the first link right here, and you can just copy this entire tile layer if you want to. So I'm going to show you how that looks. I will just copy and paste this, and you can see that, just wait for this to refresh, you can see it's exactly the same, but we just added this OpenStreetMap contributors right here. So feel free to copy and paste that from here. And you actually don't need this attribution, as I've learned, but just in case it changes in the future, maybe you will need it. All right. But if you try and remove this attribution and the URL, it's not going to work. Your map is going to return back to gray. All right. And now we can close this actually. And what we have to do now is, well, we have to pass it this center prop. So I'm going to close everything just so it's simpler. I'm going to go into app, components, model, rent model right here. And I'm going to go into location this here. And in this map, I'm just going to add a center, which is going to store location question mark dot lat_lng like this. So latitude dot longitude. Great. And now if I try and select Croatia, for example, oh yeah, it's not working. The reason it's not working is we have to import this map in a specific way. I know this all seems weird, but yes, the map we're using is not exactly supported in React, so we have to do some tricks to make it work with all the server-side rendering and everything. So instead of importing map like this, I'm just gonna copy this path right here. So we're not gonna import it here. Instead, what we're gonna do is we are going to dynamically import it and re-render it using this location right here. So what I'm going to write is const map is equal to use memo, which you can import from React right here at the top. And it's going to return dynamic, which you can import from next/dynamic right here. All right. And that dynamic is going to write another arrow function inside, which is going to import /map like that. And I'm just gonna add a comma after this and open an object and write ssr false like that. And don't remember to add the dependency array right here for use memo. And we are going to re-render this dynamic map every time location changes. So I'm just gonna paste the location right here. And yes, we get a warning because it says that it's unnecessary because nothing in this use memo depends on location, but we know that our map does depend on the location. So yeah, we can just ignore this warning for now. So basically this map import is a use memo, which returns a dynamic import, which returns the actual import, and it has an options that removes the SSR type of loading this map. Great. So I'm just gonna refresh this. I'm going to go into Airbnb or home. I'm going to select some pools and I'm going to write Croatia. And you can see that it zoomed in here on Croatia. But one thing we're missing that I forgot is the map marker. So let's go back into map component, into components map right here. And below tile layer, we're going to add a conditional. So center and end, open parentheses right here, and just write marker like that. And we're going to give it some props. So position is going to be center as l.lat_lng expression like that. Great. And you can see that now it points exactly in Croatia. Or if I select United States, it points to United States. If I point to India, it points to India. If I point to Greece, it points to Greece. And if I go back and go forward, you can see that it's all saved. Amazing, amazing job. You just finished the location part of our rent model. In the next part, we're going to add some counters and some image uploads and some other really cool stuff. Great job. So we're going to continue by creating the next step in the rent model or listing creation model, and that step is info. So we're going to find our if clause for steps.location right here, and we're going to create another one just below that, if step is equal to steps.info like that. And in that case, we're going to change the body content to following. We're going to create a div right here with the class name of flex-call gap-8. And inside of that, we're going to add a heading again, which we already have imported. We're going to give it a title of share some basics about your place. And the subtitle is going to be what amenities do you have? Like that. And now if you click next right here, you can see we load our info step. If you go back, we load our map, and back once again, we have the category. But if you go 3 times, we load our info. So share some basics about your place and a question, what amenities do you have? Great. So in order to do this, we're going to have to create another component here. And that component is going to be called a counter. So we're going to write counter like this. Make sure you don't misspell it like I do. So counter like that. And you can just save. And of course, we get the error because it does not exist. So let's go into components, inputs, and create a new file called counter.tsx, like that. Make sure you mark it as use client at the top, and just write, let's just define this. So counter, empty div. And now let's go back into models, rent model right here, and let's just import this counter from counter. So you can import counter from /inputs/counter right here. Like that. Great. And now I'm going to keep my rent model open at the third step right here, so I can see what I'm doing. Great. Let's go back into counter and let's create an interface for it. So interface counter props is going to have a title, which is a type of string. It's going to have a subtitle, which is also a type of string, a value, which is a type of number, and on change, which sends the value, which is a type of number, and just returns an empty void. Great. Now let's assign these props right here. So React fc is equal to counter props, and let's extract that. So title, subtitle, value, and on change, like that. Great. Now I'm going to define a couple of functions here. So I'm going to write const on add with capital A. So const on add is going to be use callback, and you can import use callback from React right here at the top. Don't forget to give it the dependency array like this, and inside of that we're gonna basically change our values. So we're gonna write on change, and we're gonna pass the value, which is the current value, +1. So we're gonna increase it, and we're gonna use dependencies on change and value here. Great. Now let's write the function on reduce. So const on reduce is equal to use callback, and don't forget we have to add the dependency array as well here. And first, let's check if the value is its minimal required amount, which is number 1. So we don't want our counters to be able to go to minus or negative numbers. So if value is equal to 1, we're just gonna return and break the function. And otherwise, we're gonna send on change, and the value we're gonna send is value -1, like that. So for that, we have to use value and on change, like that. Great. And now we can start styling our counter right here. So go into this divs right here, and let's give this a class name of flex-row, items-center, justify-between, like that. Great. And inside of that, create another div with a class name of flex-call, like that. And inside of that, create a div with a class name of font-medium, and give it a value inside of title, like that. And now let's go back into rent model, and let's give this counter a title, right? So for now, I'm just gonna write number of guests, for example. And you can see how it rendered here back. Great. Now let's go back into components, inputs, counter, and let's continue working on this. So just below this div, which holds our title, let's add a div which is going to hold our subtitle. So let's give it a class name of font-light and text-gray-600. And inside of that, we're going to pass our subtitle. And if you want to, you can go back into rent model and just give this a subtitle of how many guests, like that. And you can see how that is rendered here as well. We're going to change this. We're going to use some different title and subtitle, but just so you can see the placeholder now. All right. And now outside of these two divs, create another div right here and give it a class name of flex-row, items-center, and gap-4. All right. And inside of that, we're going to create another div like this. We're just going to have an on-click, on reduce. So this is going to be our minus button, and let's give it a class name. So class name here is going to be w-10 h-10 rounded-full border-square brackets 1 pixel border-neutral-400 flex items-center justify-center text-neutral-600 cursor-pointer, hover opacity -80, and transition, like that. And you can see how we now have a nice little button here. And the icon we're going to use is AI outline minus. So we're going to write AI outline minus, which you can import from React-icons AI right here at the top. So React-icons/AI like that. And you can save this and see how we have a little minus icon right here. Great. Now, just below this div, we're actually going to create a space for the current value. So for that, we're going to write class name, font-light, text-XL, and text-neutral-600, like that. And inside of that, we're going to pass value. Great. And now we're going to have our plus button here. And for that, you can actually copy this div right here, and you can just paste it below that. And now you can see we have the two options right here. And instead of AI outline minus, we're going to write AI outline plus, which you can import from React-icons AI. So we have AI outline minus and AI outline plus right here. So these class names are exactly the same as they are for this one. And except on reduce, we're going to add on add like that. Great. Now let's go back into our rent model here. And let's change this to just guests like that. And this is going to be how many guests do you allow? And it's going to be a question like that. So it looks a little bit better like that. Great. And now I'm going to give it a value of guest count, which right now does not exist. So let's go right here where we define category and location and write const guest count watch guest count like that. And you can see that we have guest count and the default is 1. And you can go ahead and save, and you can see how it translated right here. Great. Now let's go here to the counter and let's add the onChange. Let's extract the value and let's write set custom value. And let's give it an ID of guest count and just pass the value here. And you can click save. And now if you try and click plus, you can see how it increases. If you click minus, you cannot go below 1. Great, amazing job. And now we're going to copy this counter a couple of times like this. And between them, we're going to add an HR line like this and another one here. So it looks a little bit better. Great. For the second one, we're going to add the title rooms. And we're going to write how many rooms do you have. And for the last one, we're going to write bathrooms like this. And we're going to ask how many bathrooms do you have, like that. Great. And now that we have guest rooms and bathrooms, we have to change all of these custom values and values right here. So let's go here to the top and let's create, let's copy this 2 times. And for this one, we're going to write room count like this. And this room count exists right here. We defined it. And the last one, we're going to write bathroom count like this. So now we have guest count, room count, and bathroom count. Great. And let's go here to the bottom and let's replace this rooms. So we're not going to use guest count for the rooms. We're going to use room count. And instead of set custom value guest count, we're going to write room count. Oops. Like that. And for the bathrooms, we're going to change this to bathroom count. And we're going to change the value to bathrooms. Sorry, bathroom count like that. Great. And now you can try and you can see how individually you can control every one of them. Great. Amazing job. You finished the counters. What we will do next is the images using Cloudinary. I'm very excited to do that with you. Great job. Let's continue and let's create our step for uploading the image. So that will be the next step after these counters. So let's go and let's find our if clause for info. And just below that, let's write if step is equal to steps.images, like that. And then let's change the body content. Once again, let's write a div inside and let's give it a class name of flex-call gap-8 again. And let's give it a heading with a title of add a photo of your place and a subtitle of show guests what your place looks like, exclamation point. Great. And now if you click next, you can see that we have the image step right here. And we're going to create a component for image uploads. Great. Now let's write image upload like this at the bottom, and let's save. And of course, we're going to get an error. So let's go into components, inputs right here, and create a new file, image upload.tsx right here. And let's mark this as use client. And let's just write image upload to fix the error. Now we can go back into rent model right here and import this from /input/image upload. Great. And now that the error is gone, let me just find where we are. Okay. I'm going to keep my tab opened. So step 4, that is. Great. And let's go into image upload. And in order to start working on this, first, we're going to need to create our Cloudinary account. So go into Google and type in Cloudinary and select a first link. And we're going to click sign up for free. Great. I'm going to use sign up with Google. Great. Once you're in, you can just finish this short survey that they have for you. Great. And once you're in, you can click on the dashboard right here, and you can see your cloud name right here. Amazing. So that's it. You have a free Cloudinary account, no credit card needed, and you can see how much you've used of it right here. Great. Now to continue, we're going to use the next Cloudinary package right here. So I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can see what we have to install and what we have to add. So let's go ahead and let's shut down the application and let's write npm install next-cloudinary. Great. After this has been installed, you can actually go ahead and npm run dev your application again. And as you can see, we have to add some environment variables here. So let's go, and I'm going to close everything for now, and I'm going to go into my .environment file right here. And the field that we need is next_public_cloud_cloud_name. So let me just confirm that I copied this correctly. Yes, okay, so next_public_cloudinary _cloud_name, and the value you're gonna paste in here is going to be your cloud name right here. So go ahead and copy that and just paste it here like that. All right. And now you can go back into app, components, inputs, image upload right here, and let's actually start coding this. So we're going to import CLD upload widget from next-cloudinary. We're also going to import image from next/image, and we're going to import use callback from React, and we're going to import tb photo plus from react-icons/tb. Great. Now let's declare some global variables for Cloudinary. So declare global var Cloudinary any, like that. Great. And now let's write the interface for image upload props. So interface image upload props is going to have onChange, which has a value, which is a type of string, and just returns a void. And the value is a type of string, so these are going to be URLs. All right. And now let's assign these props here. So React FC image upload props. And let's extract onChange and value like that. Great. And now let's write the function for a successful upload. So const handle upload is going to be a use callback, which accepts a result, which is a type of any. And just open the arrow function here. Don't forget the dependency array. And all we're going to do is call onChange from the props right here. So call onChange, and we're going to pass in result.info.secure_URL like this. Great. And make sure you pass the onChange in the dependency array like that. All right. And now let's actually write this return function here. So what we're going to write in here is CLD upload widget like that. It's a self-closing tag. And inside of that, we're going to assign on upload. So on upload is going to call this function handle upload, which we just defined. Upload preset can be empty for now. We're going to fill that later. And options is going to be an object with max files 1. All right. And now it's actually not a self-closing tab. So go ahead and close it like this. CLD upload widget like that. And inside of that, we're going to open curly brackets. We're going to open a function like this, and we're going to destructure open from it like that. And then you can return an arrow function just like this. Great. And inside of that, we're going to call another return like this. Great. And that return is going to be a div, which on click is going to call an arrow function, which is going to call open question mark and execute it like this, because there is a chance that this open does not exist by the time you open the model. So just ensure that it exists with this, not ensure that it exists, but just ensure that you don't get an error accidentally. You could technically just do this, but it happened to me that I got an error. So just to save yourself, you can write this. All right, and let's give it some class names. So class names are going to be the following. It's going to be a relative, cursor, dash, pointer, hover, opacity, dash, 70, transition, border, dashed, border 2, P20, border dash neutral, dash 300, flex dash call, justify dash center, items dash center, gap dash 4, text dash neutral dash 600 like that. And inside of this div, let's use the TB photo plus like this. And I'm just gonna refresh my local host because I shut down the application, so I have to restart it like that. All right, let's just wait a moment for this to be refreshed so we can see the most up-to-date code. All right, so I'm gonna open the Airbnb or home again, go to step 2, step 3, and step 4. And you can see that I have my little area here which I can click. And I'm just gonna give a size to this TB photo of 50, like this, so it's a bit larger. Great, that's exactly what I wanted. And just below that, I'm gonna give a div with a click to upload text and a class name of font-semi-bold text-lg, like that. Great. And just below that, we're gonna write a conditional, which is gonna call value and open brackets like this, and it's going to return a div inside. And that div is going to have a class name of absolute inset-0 w-full and h-full, like that. And inside of that div, we're going to render an image. And we have already imported this image from next/image right here. Let's give it an alt of upload. Let's give it a fill option, a style option with an object inside that says object fit cover, like that. Source is going to be value, and that should be it. All right. And now you can go ahead and try and click on this, and you can see that it opens this Cloudinary widget. But if you try and upload something, so I'm going to go into my desktop and I have some pictures here. So I'm going to try and upload this. And you can see that it says upload preset must be specified when using unsigned upload right here. So it did not actually succeed with uploading this. So we're not seeing anything here. So in order to fix that, all we have to do is we have to assign an upload preset, which we left empty right here. So I want you to go into Cloudinary again, and you need to create a upload preset. So go into your settings in the lower bottom corner and click on upload right here. And I have a couple of these because I was testing around, but don't worry, you probably won't have anything except ML default here. So just find add upload preset function right here and click on it. And very important, signing mode must be unsigned, like that. And you can just copy this right here and click save. If you have not copied it, you can just copy it from here. So your newest one is going to be at the top right here, and just go into your upload preset and paste it right here. Great. So if you try now, just make sure you refresh before you do this. So it's up to date after we added this upload preset right here. All right. And let's try now. I'm going to try and upload something. Okay, and I get an error because we have not passed an onChange function. But if you go into Cloudinary and go into media library, you can see that you have some of the images that you uploaded. Great. And these are some of the default images that Cloudinary has, but you don't have to focus on that. So this is the image that I uploaded and it's right here. Great. So just to recap, here on the dashboard, you can find your cloud name, which you will use in your environment variable right here. But if you go into settings right here on the bottom and click on upload right here in the sidebar, you can find your upload presets. And make sure when you create an upload preset, you can do it again. Make sure you select unsigned here. That's very important, and click save, and then just use this preset name right here in the prop upload preset like that, and everything should be just fine. Okay, now let's go back into our models, into rent model. So let's go back here and let's add some values here. So I'm going to add a value, which is image src, and I'm going to add onChange, which is going to call a value and pass it to set custom value, give it an ID of image src and value like that. Now we need to define this image src value right here. And for that, let's just use const image src is equal to watch image src like that. I'm going to refresh everything now, and we're going to try again. Great. So I'm going to click Airbnb My Home. I'm going to go to the fourth step. I'm going to click on upload, and I'm going to upload an image here. And you can see we get another error. You're probably familiar with this. So it's the same error we got when we created social login. It says that next image does not know the hostname rest.cloudinary.com. So you can just copy this hostname right here and go into your next.config.js and just paste it right here in domains. And after you do that, you have to shut down your application and run it again. So make sure you refresh your localhost after that. So I'm going to try now. I'm going to click on Airbnb or home, go to the fourth step and try and upload an image. Great. You can see it's uploaded and transferred as a value right here. And if I want to replace it, I can just click on it again. And let's say I want to upload this image now. And after a couple of seconds, it's going to be replaced with the new image as well. And I can actually go back and I can go forward, and it's saved in our form right here in the rent model in image source value. Amazing, amazing job. You successfully set up Cloudinary. So let's just recap what we need for Cloudinary one more time. Make sure in your environment variable you have the next public Cloudinary cloud name, which you can get from the dashboard right here in Cloudinary. So make sure you select dashboard and you can copy the cloud name right here. And for the upload preset, make sure you go into settings right here at the lower left corner and click on upload. And right here, upload presets, you can create as many of them as you want. Just make sure it's unsigned. So one more time, if you're creating this for the first time, make sure you set this to be unsigned like that. Great, great job. We just have a couple of more steps to do and we will successfully create our first listing. So let's wrap up our rent model right here. We just have a couple of fields left. So I'm going to go back into app, components, models, and I'm going to select rent models right here. And last time we finished the images step of this model. So in this part, we're going to create the last two steps, which are description and price, which are going to be very simple because we already have all the components for that. So we're not going to need to create anything new. So let's go ahead and let's write if step is equal to steps.description. In that case, we're going to modify the body content to a div, the class name of flex-call gap-8, and we're gonna give it, of course, a heading with a title of how would you describe your place, question mark, and a subtitle of short and sweet works best, exclamation point, like that. And now if I go next here, next here, next here, and next here, you can see that I have this how would you describe your place step right here. Great. And now just below this heading, I'm going to add an input, which we already have, but we're going to have to import it. So just make sure you import input from /input/input. We already have this input component because we used it in our register model. And if you remember, we can now pass register and errors here. Great. So all we need to register this component, no need for this custom values or sending a value like that. All we have to do is the following. We have to give it an ID of title. We have to give it a label of title. We have to give it a disabled prop, which is going to be controlled by isLoading, which we don't have for now, but we're going to create it. We're going to give it a register, which we have from useForm, and we're going to give it errors from errors, which we already have in useForm, and we're going to pass in required. And let's just fix this isLoading error right here. So I'm just going to create a state right here at the beginning. So I'm going to write const isLoading set isLoading use state, and default is going to be false like that. So just make sure you add this use state isLoading here, and then you can pass it in this new input right here. Great. I'm going to go ahead and open this again. And great, we have our title right here. And just below that, I'm going to add an HR tag. So we have a little divider here, and I'm going to copy this input and I'm going to paste it here. And the second one is going to have an ID of description. And a label of description as well. And that's all we need for that. Like that, exactly. Great. And that's it for our description step right here. And we're going to create the last step, which is price. So if step is equal to steps.price right here, body content is again going to have a div with a class name of flex-call gap-8, and inside we're going to add another heading with a title of now set your price, and a subtitle of how much do you charge per night, like that. Great. And if I go and click next, you can see we have the last step right here. And now we're going to use this input component again here. And if you remember, our input component has a special prop called format price, which we added right here. So now we're going to see if we did that correctly. So let's go back into rent model here. Let's give this input an ID of price, a label of price. We're going to add the prop format price to it. So format price like this is equal to format price true, like that. So you can write either like that, or you can just do this. It's the same thing. The type is going to be number. Disabled is also going to be controlled by isLoading. And register is going to be controlled by register. Errors by errors. And it's going to be required as well. Great. So now, as you can see, we have our price. And why do we have this pre-selected number 1? Well, because that's what we added right here in useForm default values. So we added price to be 1 by default. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to make a function of this handle submit right here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create our onSubmit function. So let's go just below this on next and on back right here. And just below that, I'm going to create a function on submit. So const on submit is going to be a submit handler function, which you can import from React hook form right here. Great. And it's going to accept field values, which we already have imported. And it's the same thing that use form uses right here. And it's also imported from React hook form. Great. And now what we're going to do here is we're going to open the data props right here, and we're going to open a function like that. And first thing, we're going to check if we are on the last step. So if the current step is not equal to steps.price, so if we are not on the last step, in that case, we're going to return on next like that. So every time we click next, we're actually going to call this on submit function. So inside of here, we're going to check whether we clicked next on the last step or if we clicked it on any of the other steps. Great. So if it isn't last step, we're just going to go forward like this. So it's going to load the next thing. But if we are on this price step and click create, in that case, what we're going to do is we're going to set is loading to true, which we just created earlier right here. So we have this is loading state like that. And we're going to set this is loading to true. And then we're going to call Axios, which you can import from Axios right here. So you can import Axios from Axios like that. Great. And we're going to make a post call to /API/listings. And we're going to pass in the data, which we got right here in this parenthesis. And the reason we got that data is because we're going to wrap this on submit. If you remember, like we did in login and register with this handle submit wrapper like that. All right. And after we make this Axios post call, let's add a then arrow function in which we're going to trigger a toast, which you can import from React hot toast like that. All right. So once we get that toast, we're going to write toast.success listing created exclamation point like that. And we're going to call router, which we don't have. So let's go to the top right here, where we use rent model, and let's write const router is equal to use router, and make sure you import it from next/navigation. So write use router like that, and make sure that use router is imported from next/navigation, not next/router. Very important, next/navigation. All right. And we're going to call, after toast.success, we're going to call router.refresh like that. Great. And then we're going to call reset. Where do we get this reset from? Well, also from this use form. So when we submit our listing, and if it's successful, if it's managed to create it, we want to reset the entire form. All right. And after this reset, I just want to reset the steps as well. So I'm going to write set step to be steps.category. So we're going to reset the step to the first step, and we're going to close the model. So rent model.onClose like that. Perfect. And let's write a .catch function like this. We're going to write toast.error. Something went wrong like that. All right. And finally, in this finally function, all we're going to do is set is loading to false like that. Great. And now we have to use this on submit all the way in our model down here. So let's go down to the model. And if you remember, we added that on submit triggers the on and next function, but we're not going to do that. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to write handle submit on submit like that. Where do we get this handle submit from? Well, we get it right here from our use form destruction right here. And we are going to wrap our newly created on submit function here. Great. And now if you actually try, I'm going to select beach here. I'm going to go next. I'm going to select Croatia here. I'm going to go next. I'm going to write a couple of items right here. I'm going to click next. I'm going to try uploading an image again, just to confirm that that works as it should. So let's just wait a moment for that to align. Okay, we have an image. And now I'm going to try and click next here. And you can see how it prevents us, because these are very simple fields inputs which we are able to control with errors. The previous fields are not able to be controlled by errors in React hook form, but we can control these fields. Great. So we have to add a title, which is going to be test listing, and we have to add our description, which is going to be test description like that. And same thing is going to be for the price, like this. Great. And we get an error. Why? Well, of course, because this endpoint, which we just pointed at, /API/listings, does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's create that endpoint. I'm going to close everything. And I'm going to go into app API. And instead of register in this API folder, I'm going to create a new folder called listings, like that. And inside this listings, I'm going to create route.ts file. So in our API folder, you should now have the register folder with route.ts and the newly created listings folder with route.ts right here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's import some stuff. So let's import next response from next/server. Let's import Prisma from add/app/lib/prisma.db. And let's import get current user from add/app/actions/get current user. If you remember, we already used this get current user in our layout.tsx. And this is a great thing about server components and this way of defining actions right here. So we can use this both in a component and in our API if needed. Great. So let's continue by writing our post route. So we're going to write export asynchronous function post, which is going to accept a request, which is a type of request like this. Let's open this object and let's write const current user is equal to await get current user, like that. We're going to check if there is no current user. And in that case, we're going to return a next response.error, like that. Great. Now let's extract our body. So const body is equal await request.json, like that. And now let's extract all of the fields which we will have from our body. That is title, description, image source, category, room count, bathroom count, guest count, location, and price. And we can extract all of that from body right here. Now I'm gonna iterate over all of these items and we're gonna check whether one of this is missing because all of them are required and that's when we're gonna throw an error. So go ahead and write object.keys body for each value, which is a type of any, and just open an object right here, sorry, open a function right here, and we're just gonna check if body value. So if any part is missing inside, we're just gonna throw next response that error, like that. So I made a mistake here, and this iteration and throwing of next response doesn't actually do anything. If you want to, you can keep it in your code, or you can completely remove it from your code. Great. And what we're gonna do now is we're actually gonna create this listing. So go ahead and write const listing is equal to await prisma.listing.create. And inside of that, we're gonna open the data object, and I'm gonna write title, description, image source, category, room count, bathroom count, guest count, location value is gonna be location.value, like that. Price is gonna be parse int price 10, like this, because I want to ensure that our price is an integer, like that. And user ID is going to be current user.id, like that. Great. And all I'm going to do is return next response, the JSON listing, like that. Great. And that should be it for our post route right here. Let's go ahead and let's try this again. So I'm going to collapse this a little bit so we can see our network tab right here. And just for the sake of making sure that everything is right, I'm going to refresh everything and I'm going to create my listing again from 0. All right, so I'm going to click Airbnb or home. I'm going to select the category of beach. I'm going to select Croatia for my location. I'm going to select 3 guests, 3 rooms, and 2 bathrooms. I'm going to upload a photo. All right, let's choose something like this. Great. I'm going to click on next. I'm going to set the title to Villa in Croatia and description, my description, like that. I'm going to click next and the price is going to be, let's say, $500 per night. And now let's see, once we click create, you can see that we are able to point right here. And just like that, we get listing created success message here. And if you actually check the preview, you can see that we have created our listing. You can see how that location transferred to just location value, room count, price 500, everything seems to be completely fine. And you can actually go into your MongoDB and let's refresh right here in listings, and you can see we have our first listing right here, along with the image source, along with the category, with room count, bathroom count, guest count, price, location value, user ID, title and description. Amazing job. In the next part, we're actually gonna load that listing right here. Amazing job. You successfully finished the entire model. Great. And you can go ahead and you can try and just not fill some data. So I'm gonna fill the required ones. I'm gonna click create, and you can see how we get something went wrong because we actually threw an error. Great, amazing job. What we are going to do next is we're going to load this newly created listing in our database to display right here on the index page. And to begin doing that, I'm gonna close everything. And I'm gonna go back into app layout.tsx right here. And we're gonna wrap these children in a div, which is going to move it just below these items here. So let's go ahead and write a div here. And we're gonna write class name pb-20 pt-28 like that. Great, we still can't see anything. That is because we have these categories. So let's go into our app page.tsx right here. Great. And we have this function home right here. And first thing I want to do is I'm going to remove this long div, which we created at the beginning of this series. So what we're going to do now is add our client only component from /components/client only. And inside of that, we're going to add a container, which we can import as well from /components/container here. And then we're going to write a div, and we're going to give it a couple of class names right here. So let's go ahead and write pt-24 grid-calls-1 sm grid-calls-2 md grid-calls-3 lg grid-calls-4 XL grid-calls-5 and 2XL grid-calls-6 like that, and we're gonna give it a gap of 8. Great. And we're gonna write a div here for now, which is just gonna say my future listings like that. So this is where we're gonna load our listings, and if you refresh, you can see that we have our space for my future listings right here. And what I want to do now is I want to create an empty state here. So let's say we select a bunch of these filters. Let's say we select the countryside, and in the future we select some date range and the number of guests, and we select some country. And what happens if there are no listings available in our database that fit the criteria that user has selected? Well, we have to present them with an empty state. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a constant here is empty, and I'm going to set it to true. We're going to replace that with something dynamic later. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to write if is empty like this, and we're going to return something else. It's also going to be wrapped in client only, so it doesn't mess with hydration errors. And we're going to create a new component called empty state like this. Great. And let's go into our components here, and let's create a new file, empty state.tsx. Let's name it empty state and just write a div that says empty like that. And let's go back into app, not in components, but page.tsx right here. And let's import this empty state from /components/empty states like that. Just wait for this to load. Okay, and we cannot see anything at the moment, so let's go back into components and our newly created empty state right here. And first I want to create an interface for this. So go ahead and write interface empty state like this, and inside I'm going to write title, which is an optional string. I'm going to write subtitle, which is also an optional string, and I'm also going to write show reset which is an optional boolean like that. Great. Now let's assign these props to this empty state. So React fc empty state like that. And let's just extract all of this. So title, and let's give it the default value of no exact matches like that. And we're going to do the same for subtitle. So we're going to extract subtitle and give it the default value of try changing or removing some of your filters. Like that. All right. And lastly, let's extract show reset like that. Great. Now let's add our router. So const router is equal to use a router. And I made a mistake here. So not from /router, but from /navigation. And of course, since we are using hooks inside this component, let's just make sure that we also add use client at the top. You can see how we got this warning. Use router only works in client components. So let's go ahead and add use client here at the top of our empty state. And once this refreshes, the error should go away. All right. And now that we have our router from next/navigation, so make sure it's not from next/router. It needs to be from next/navigation like that. Let's enter this div and let's give it some class names here. So class name is going to be, h dash open square brackets 60vh flex dash call gap dash to justify dash center and items dash center as well. All right, and instead of empty right here, we're going to add our heading component, which you can import from /heading right here at the top, because we already are in the components folder. And let's give this a title of title, which we have in our props, and subtitle of subtitle, which we also have in our props right here. Great. And you can see how that looks right here. Great. And one thing I want to do is I want to add a center prop to this heading, which if you remember, we never used so far, but it's great that we have it because it fits this case exactly as we want it. Great. And just below that, we're going to add another div with a class name of w-48 and empty-4. And inside of that, we're going to create a conditional that depends on show reset like that. So give it a show reset and open this, and we're going to render a button, which you can import again from /button. All right, I'm going to close this and I'm going to give it some properties. So it's going to be outline, and it's going to have a label of remove all filters like that. And on click, what it's going to do is it's going to call the router and push to an empty slash, so it resets all of the filters. Great. So now we have finished our empty state component right here. Now let's go back into app page.tsx right here, and I want to add a prop show reset like that. So now when we refresh this, you can see that we have a button remove all filters. And I want to demonstrate you. So I have selected countryside. Let's say I select lake. When I click remove all filters, that gets removed. Perfect. Great. What I want to do now is I want to create an action like we did with current user. Since home is a server component, we can call the database directly, and we won't need to create an API call for that. So let's go into actions right here and create getListings.ts like that. Great. And I want to export default async function getListings like this. And all we will do for now is open a try and catch block right here. And let's handle the error first. So catch error any. All we're going to do is throw new error like that. Great. And what we do here is we're going to import Prisma first. So let's go to the top right here and import Prisma from @/lib/prisma.db like that. My bad, from @/app/libs/prisma.db like that. Great. And now all we're going to write is we're going to fetch all of our listings. So go ahead and write const listings is equal to await prisma.listing.findMany. And all we're going to do is order by created at descending like that. And next thing we're going to do is just return listings like that. Great, and that's it. That's all we need to fetch our listings. That's completely amazing. We have no need to create an API route. What we can do now is go into page right here, and we can import that function getListings that we just created. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna write const listings is equal to await getListings from /actions/getListings right here at the top. Of course, we cannot use await inside of a non-asynchronous function, so just make sure to mark this as asynchronous like that, and now listings are working. Great, and instead of is empty here, what I'm going to use is if listings.length is equal to 0 like that. Great. And now I'm going to refresh this page, and you can see that we no longer show the empty state, and that is because our listings are not empty. We have one listing which we created in the previous part of the tutorial. So what you can do now is really, really cool. You can already go ahead and write listings.map listing, and for now let's just write any like this, and you can return a div which is just going to say listing.title, for example. Let's just save this. And you can see we have our title villa in Croatia, which I gave it right now. So we are successfully loading listings using our server component. No need for an API call. Amazing. And now instead of using this empty div, let's actually use a proper component which we're going to create, and it's going to be called listing card like that. So we're going to create this new component, and inside of that, first thing we're going to give it is a key of listing.id, and then we're going to give it the data of listing just like that. Perfect. Now we're going to get an error because this does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's go into app components and create a new folder called listings. And inside of that folder, create a new file, listing card.psx like that. I'm just going to name it listing card, and it's going to return a empty div listing card like that. And now you can go back into page.tsx right here and just make sure you import the newly created listing card right here. So import listing card from ./components/listings/listing card and save the file. Great. Let's wait for this to load. Great, and we're going to pass a couple of more props to this listing card, because this listing card is going to be used both for this initial index, but we're also going to use it in our favorites, in our reservations, properties, and trips. So it's going to accept a different kind of props alongside this data. It's also going to be able to show some buttons if needed. So let's go ahead, and before we begin working on that, let's also fetch our current user right here below this listings. And we already did that in Navbar, so we can feel free to do it again in the same way here. So const current user is equal to await get current user, which you can fetch from ./actions/get current user like that. Great. It doesn't matter if this current user does not exist, so we're not going to get an error, because if you remember, in this function we purposely don't throw any errors because we don't want anything to break if there is no error here, if there is no current user, because this page is available for signed out users as well. All right, and now what I'm going to add to this listing card is the current user as well. Great job. And now let's go back into components, listings, listing card right here. And let's go ahead and let's write the interface for this. So I'm going to go right here. Interface, listing card props, and now you're going to see what kind of props we're going to accept here. So first of all, data, which is a type of listing from at Prisma/client like that. Then we have a reservation, which is optional. So for example, we did not use it now, but we're going to use it in the future, and that is going to be a type of reservation as well from at Prisma/client like that. Then we're going to have a prop on action, which is optional, and it's going to accept an ID of type of string, and it's going to return a void like that. Disabled is going to be an optional boolean, and we're going to have action label, which is an optional string, and we're going to have action ID, which is an optional string as well, and current user, which now we could also remember we sanitize our user, so we could technically write user from Prisma client, but if you remember, we are sending some non-sanitized data like date inside client components. We cannot do that. So instead of using user, I'm going to import safe user, which we created the types for. And we are also later going to create safe listing and safe reservation as well, but that's for a later job to do. Great. And we're also going to add a pipe here null, so we fix any server errors. All right, I'm just going to refresh this right here. Great. And now we can assign this props right here. So go ahead and write react.fc listing card props and just extract all of these values here. So data, reservation, on action, disabled, action label, action ID, and current user, just like that. All right. And now inside of that, first let's get our router, which we will also need for this. So const router is equal to use router, which you can import from next/navigation. And since we are using router, also make sure that you go to the top and import this listing card as use client. So go ahead and write use client like this. Perfect. And now we can use router inside of that. If you didn't find use client, you're probably going to get an error for using use router here. All right, and below that, we're also going to need to use our hook use countries. So go ahead and write const, and we're going to extract get by value from use countries like that. And you can import use countries from add/app/hooks/use countries just like that. And let's just order this so it's nice and neat like that. All right, and now that we have these two hooks, first let's actually get our full location, because if you go into our database, you can see that the only thing we store regarding location is location value. So we don't store latitude and longitude, we don't store the flag, we don't store the region, we don't store the name of the country, we only store location value. And that is to save space on the database, so we don't have to work with objects there if there's no need to. So what we can do here is write const location is equal to get by value, and inside of that we're gonna pass data.location value like that. Beautiful. All right, and now I'm gonna write a function called handle cancel, which we will use in trips, reservations, and other types of listing card modifications that this component will have depending on where we are importing it. So I'm gonna write const handle cancel, which is a use callback like that, and inside of that is going to accept an event, which is a type of react.mouse event, which accepts HTML button element like that. And inside of that, we're going to use this to stop propagation, so e.stop propagation like that. And what we're going to do next is we're going to check if the current card is disabled. So if disabled, in that case, we're going to just break and return the function. Otherwise, we're going to call onAction ? And execute it like this, because onAction could be undefined. And just make sure that you add the dependency array right here. So just after this, you can add a dependency array, which is going to use onAction like this. And let's see what are the errors here. So I made a mistake, HTML button element like this. And onAction, of course, needs to accept the action ID. Great. And we also need to use that action ID just like that. And let's see what's the error of the action ID. Okay, so we can fix this easily by just assigning an empty value to the default of action ID just like that. And let's see what is the errors here. So we are missing another prop, disabled. Great. And I'm just going to collapse this like this. Okay, great. So now we have our handle cancel function, which stops the propagation, returns or breaks the function if the listing card is disabled, and then calls the onAction if it exists using this dot and execution right here, and passes the action ID. And we fixed the type error by giving it a default value of an empty string right here in props. Great. So we have our handle cancel function right here. So next thing we're going to write is a constant for our price. So go ahead and write const price is equal to use memo, which you can import from React the same way we did with use callback right here. All right. And this use memo is going to have a dependency array. So don't forget to add that right here. And let's just write if reservation. So if we have a reservation, in that case, we're going to use the reservation price, which is going to be return reservation.total price like that. Otherwise, we're going to return data.price. And don't forget the dependency array in which we will use reservation and data.price. Great job. And now I'm going to create a constant for our reservation date. So if we are using this listing in reservation, we want to display from and to or start and end the date. And we're going to use that using this constant. So const reservation date is equal to use memo as well. Don't forget the dependency array at the bottom. And we're going to write if there is no reservation, the reservation date is going to be null, so make sure you return null like that. Otherwise, we're going to define our start and end variables. So const start is equal new date reservation.start date, and end is going to be new date reservation.end date like that. Perfect. And what we're going to return is a date fns function. So let's go into our terminal to install that package. So I'm just going to close this right here and write npm install date-fns like that. Let's wait a moment for this to install. Great. And now you can go ahead and npm run dev your project again. And when you run npm run dev, make sure that you refresh your localhost so everything you see is up to date. Great. And in order to continue, let's just go to the top right here, and I'm going to import format from date-fns like that. So make sure you import format from date-fns, which we're going to use here in the reservation date. So what we're going to do is we're going to return an open template literal strings, because we're going to use some objects here like this. So open that and write format, and inside of that use start. And the format we're going to use is pp, which creates the look of the date that we want. And just outside of these curly brackets right here, I want you to give a space, give a dash, and give another space, and then open this object again. And we're going to write format and in the exact same way. So we're going to say something like format, we're going to say something like reservation date is from March 3rd, 2023 till March 5th, 2023. And now let's fill this dependency array with reservation like that. That is the only thing we need inside. Perfect. And now we can go on to styling our div right here. So I'm just going to remove the inner content, and I'm going to start giving this some class names right here. So we're going to say call-span-1 cursor-pointer and group like that. And this main div is also going to have onClick, which is going to be an arrow function. And what it's going to do is push, so rather that push, and open template literal strings inside, and write /listings/ open this special object and write data.id. So when we click on this listing card, we're going to redirect to a single view of that listing, which we will create now, which we will create later. This is for now a 404 page. Great. And now inside of that, let's create another div. And we're going to give it a class name of flex-call gap-2 and w-full like that. And inside of that, we're going to create another div with the following class names. So inside, we're going to write aspect-square w-full relative overflow-hidden and rounded-xl like that. And inside of that, we're going to use the next image component. So we're going to write image like this. And you can import image from next/image right here at the top, next/image. Oh, great. And let's give this an alt of listing. Let's give this a source of data.image src, and a class name is going to have object-cover h-full w-full group cover scale 110 and transition like that. Beautiful. So let's wait and refresh the page to see if anything is visible. All right, so we have an error here. Let's see what that is for. Okay, so we are missing one prop from this image. What we have to do is add fill as well. Great, and let's refresh now to see our image source in action. And basically what group-hover scale 110 means is that when we hover on this group div right here, so when we hover on any part of our listing card, we're going to enlarge this image right here. And just like that, you can see our image loaded, and you can see how when I hover, it has a very cool zoom in effect. Beautiful. All right. What we're going to do next is we're going to add a heart button right here at the top. So in order to do that, let's just go below our image here and let's write a div and let's give it a class name of absolute top-3 and right-3. And inside of that, we're going to use a new component called heart button. So go ahead and write heart button like this. And just give it some props. So it's going to have a listing ID, which we will get from data.id, and it's going to have current user from current user like that. Great. And now we're going to get an error because this heart button does not exist. So let's go into components and let's just create a new component right here, heart button.tsx like that. So heart button is just going to return a div for now. Great. Now let's go back into components, listings, listing card, and let's import heart button from /heart button, and you can save the file and the error should go away. And now we can go back into heart button and we can start doing some work here. So first things first, let's define this as use client component at the top, and let's write the interface. So interface heart button props is gonna have a listing ID, which is a type of a string, and it's gonna have a current user, which is optional, and it's gonna use save user from /types pipe null, just like this. Great. And now let's assign these props here. So React FC heart button props, extract the functions here. So listing ID, which is a type of string. My bad. So just listing ID and current user like that. Nice. All right. And now we're going to have to create a well, actually, we're not going to create anything for now. We will later create a hook which will control this heart button. But what we will do for now is we're going to hard code this. So we're going to write const has favorited be false, and const toggle favorite is just going to be an empty function like this. And we're going to modify this later to actually do some job inside. Great. Now let's go inside this div right here and let's give it an onClick. OnClick is going to be toggle favorite, which you can already guess. Later, this is going to be an actual function when we create an API for that. And now let's just write the class name, which is relative hover opacity -80 transition and cursor -pointer. All right. And now what we're going to write inside of that is AI outline heart, which you can import from react-icons/AI right here at the top. And this is a self-closing tab, and let's give it a size of 28, and let's give it a class name of fill-white absolute -top minus open square brackets 2 pixel and -right minus open square brackets again 2 pixels again. And if you save the file, it should actually show up here. Yep, so it's right here. I accidentally clicked on the listing. So when I go back into my index page, which will show all of the listings, you can see a nice little white outlined heart right here at the top. Great. And what I want to do next is create a AI fill heart component just below that, which you can also import from react-icons/AI inside. It's also a self-closing tab. It's going to have a size of 24, and a class name is going to be dynamic. So we're going to write has favorited, which of course for now is false by default, but later is going to be dynamic. And so if we had favorite this listing, the color we're going to give it is fill-rows-500. Otherwise, it's going to be fill-neutral-500/70, like this. Great. So you can see how now it's a grayish color because we used an opacity on this neutral 500 color right here. So just make sure that if has favorited, we use fill-rows-500. Otherwise, we use fill-neutral-500/70, like that. And if you want to play around, you can just modify this has favorited to true, for example, and you will see how it changes to a nice red color. So let's just change this to false for now. Great. All right. And now let's go back into listing card because we finished this hard button component. So we can go back into listings, listing card right here. And let's continue our work. So outside this hard button and outside of this div aspect square, which handles the image, create a new div, which is going to have a class name of font-semibold text-lg. And we're going to pass it a location $.region, and we're going to add a comma. We're going to open an object again and write location $.label, like that. So let's just wait a moment for this to refresh, and you can see how it says Europe, Croatia right here. Nice. And below that, we're going to create another div with a class name of font-light text-neutral-500. What this is going to do is it's going to render our reservation date if it exists. Otherwise, it's going to show the category of this listing. So go ahead and write reservation date data.category, like this. So in our case, we're going to show beach. We're going to show the category because our reservation date does not exist because we return null if there is no reservation prop passed. And if you remember, we are not working with reservations yet. So we just prepared this for the future when we need it. All right. And just below that, let's create another div, class name, flex-row, items-center, and gap-1, like that. And inside of that, create another div with a class name of font-semibold, and just write a $, space, and give it a price. We created this price constant right here. So we either use the reservation price or we use the listing price from the data prop, right, like that. Great. And you can save that so you can see how that looks. And just below this div inside, below this price div, we're going to create another div, we're not going to create a div, we're going to create a conditional here. So just below price div, create exclamation point, reservation, and open parenthesis here. And we're going to write div, give it a class name of font-light, and just write night div. Great job. The only thing that's left is just outside of this div, which holds our price right here, to create another conditional on action and then action label. So I'm just going to center this so you can see, like this, and then action label and open another parenthesis, and we're going to just write a button here, which you can import from /button right here, the same way with hard button. Great, and it is a self-closing tab. So what I'm going to write inside is I'm going to give it a disabled prop, which is going to be controlled by whether the general card is disabled. It's going to be a small button, and label is going to be action label, and on click it's just going to be handle cancel, like that. Great, and we're not going to see anything now because again we're not working with reservations, but I'm going to remind you of this when we start working with reservations. Beautiful. And what you can do now is try and create another listing to see how it looks. So I'm just going to click Airbnb or home, and I'm going to choose a countryside listing for this. And let's say we want to place it in Sweden like this. I'm going to add a random number of guests and bathrooms. and I'm gonna upload an image that looks like a countryside, for example. So let's go ahead and let's find something here. I think this looks nice. Yeah, this looks great. All right, so let's wait a second for this to upload. Great, and once it's uploaded, let's just wait a moment till it's appended here. Great, and I'm gonna click next. I'm gonna give it the title of Villa in Sweden, countryside, and a description of my description. And let's click next, and let's give it, I don't know, $1,000 per night. It's very expensive. And just like that, you can see how it immediately updated because of our server component, and it's right here. Amazing, amazing job. In the next part of the tutorial, we're gonna enable favoriting of our listing right here, and we're gonna create an individual view for each of these listings. Great job. Let's continue and let's create the routes for our favorite system right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and close everything here, and let's go into App, API, and let's create a new folder called Favorites. Great. And inside of that, let's create a new folder called square brackets, and inside of that, write listing ID with a capital I. So I accidentally deleted it, so just like this, listing ID. Great. And inside of that folder, you're going to create a new file, route.ts. So the structure is API favorites/listing ID, and inside of that route.ts. Great. So let's import next response from next-server like that, and let's import get current user from add/app/actions/get current user, and let's import Prisma from add/app/libs/prisma db like that. Great. Now let's write the interface for our parameters. So interface iparams is gonna be listing ID question mark string like this. Great. And now let's export default asynchronous function post. So I made a mistake here, and instead of export default, it should just be export asynchronous function post. I'm gonna catch this error later in the video and fix it. If you want to, you can fix it now. The request is gonna be a type of request like that, and we're also going to extract params, and the type of params is gonna be iparams like this. Great. Now we can go ahead and open this, and first let's get our current user. So const current user is equal to await get current user, just like that. Now let's check if there is a current user. So if there isn't a current user, in that case we're going to return next response that error like that. Nice. Now let's extract the listing ID from our parameters. So const listing ID is equal to params, just like that. Great. Now let's check the type of this listing ID. So if there is no listing ID, or if type of listing ID is not equal to string, in that case we can throw new error invalid ID, just like that. Great. Now let's create our favorite IDs array. So we're gonna write let favorite IDs is equal to an array in which we're going to spread current, we're going to spread open parenthesis current user dot favorite IDs pipe square empty array, just like that. Great. And now below that we're going to push the new listing ID inside. So we're gonna write favorite IDs dot push listing ID from these parameters that we got right here. Great. And now we're gonna update the user. So we're gonna write const user is equal to await prisma.user.update, where ID is equal to current user.id and data is equal to favorite IDs, like this. So this is a shorthand of favorite IDs. You can either write it like this or you can just write it like that. Great. And what I want to do at the end is just return next response.json user like that. Great. And while we are in here, what we can do is we can create a delete function as well. So let's go ahead and let's write our delete function, export synchronous function delete like this, which also has a request and parameters as well. So extract params, and let's give this the very same interface. So params is equal to I params, just like that. Great. And inside of that, we're going to do the very same thing. We're going to get our current user. So write const current user is equal to await get current user like that. If there is no current user, we're going to return next response error like this. Great. Now we're going to check. Now we're going to extract our listing ID from params like that. And if there is no listing ID, or if type of listing ID is not string, in that case, we're just going to throw new error invalid ID like that. Great. And now let's just modify the favorite IDs. So we're going to write let favorite IDs again. And inside, we're going to do the very same thing we did here. So we're going to spread, open parentheses. Inside of that, write current user dot favorite IDs, pipe empty array, just like that. And now we're going to write favorite IDs is equal to favorite IDs dot filter, find the ID, and we're going to remove the ID that matches the listing ID, just like that. Great. And all that's left is to update the user. So go ahead and write const user is equal to await prisma.user.update. And inside we're gonna find the user by ID using current user.id. And the data we're going to pass our favorite IDs the same way we did above. Great. And just return next response.json user like that, the same way we did right here. Great. So now we have post and delete functions for our favorites listing ID. So what we can go and create next is a hook that is going to call this route. So go into hooks and create a new hook called useFavorite.ts like that. All right. And inside of that, let's import Axios from Axios. Let's import use router from next/navigation. Let's import use callback and use memo from React. And let's import toast from react-hot toast like that. Perfect. Now let's also import save user from /types, or you can use the app abbreviation like this. I'm going to switch to this. Great. And also import use login model. So import use login model. You can import that from /use login model. Great. Now let's write the interface for this hook. So interface I use favorite like that. It's going to have a listing ID, which is a type of string, and the current user, which is optional, type of save user or null like that. Great. Now let's write our hook. So go ahead and write const use favorite, and you can destructure listing ID and current user, and just give it the props of I use current, I use favorite like that. Basically this one right here. Great. Now let's go ahead and open this hook right here, and let's add our router here. So router is going to be use router, which we have imported from next/navigation. Great. Now let's import login model from use login model like that. And let's write our has favorited constant here. So const has favorited is going to be a use memo like that. Don't forget to add the dependency array right here. And first we're gonna get the list, so const list is equal to current user question mark dot favorite IDs pipe empty array, like that, so we don't get an error if there is no current user or if there is no favorite IDs array. And all we want to do is return list dot includes listing ID, like that. And let's fill the dependency array with current user, and what we are missing listing ID. So current user and listing ID, just like that. Amazing job. Great. Now let's write our function to toggle favorite on and off. So I'm gonna go ahead and write const toggle favorite. It's gonna be a use callback, and it's gonna be an asynchronous function, which is an arrow function like this, and just don't forget to write the dependency array right here. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's expand that like this, and let's give this an event parameter, which is a react.mouse event, which handles HTML div element, just like that. So this is the only parameter we're going to have. And inside of this function, first things first, we're going to stop the propagation. So e.stop propagation, like that. Then we're going to check if we have the current user. So if there is no current user, we're going to return, very important to return this. So write return login modal dot unopen, like that. So if we are not signed in and we attempt to like something, we will open the login model instead. Otherwise, we're going to open a try and catch block. We're going to write let request like this, because we can change it depending on whether we are liking or not. And we're going to write if has favorited. So if we already have this listing liked, we want to unlike it, right? So we're going to write request is equal to an arrow function, which we'll call axios.delete. Like this, we're going to write, write template literals like this. And inside write /API/favorites/ and open this special object in which we will write listing ID, like that. Great. And then in this else function, you're going to write request, which is also an arrow function, but this time it's going to call a post request. So axios.post, and again, open template literals and just write /API/favorites/listing ID, like that. Great. And just below that, we're going to write await request, like that, and then you can write router.refresh and toast.success, in which you can just write success like this. And in the catch block right here, all we're gonna do is toast.error, something went wrong, like that. And now let's fill this dependency array right here. So I'm gonna add current user, I'm going to add has favorited, I'm going to add listing ID, I'm going to add login model, and I'm going to add the router, like that. Beautiful. And now we have to export these functions at the bottom. So just go ahead and write return has favorited and toggle favorite, like this. And remember to export default use favorite hook, like that. Great. And now we can go back into components, hard button right here. And remember, we hard coded these functions. So this time what we're going to do is we're going to replace them. So const has favorited and toggle favorite from use favorite, new hook that we created, which you can import from /hooks/use favorite right here. And inside of that, just open an object and write listing ID and current user, just like that. Beautiful. And if we set up everything correctly, we should be able to like and unlike something. Great. So I'm gonna go and refresh everything, and I'm gonna open my sidebar right here so I can see the network tab. Let's just wait a moment for this to load. All right. Okay, so once this is loaded, I'm gonna go ahead and try and favorite this Europe, Sweden countryside listing. And something went wrong. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and see what we did wrong. So the mistake we made is actually very simple. I want you to go back into API favorites listing ID route.ts, and you can see that I wrote export default async post that is not correct. We just have to export async post like that. So we export async function post and we export async function delete. There are no default exports in the new route handlers. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh, and I'm gonna try this again to see if this fixed the error, but I'm pretty sure it did. So just in a moment when the page compiles, I'm gonna go ahead and click like, and as you can see, it successfully turned red. Amazing job. And I can try and click this too. I can try and unlike this. Great, you completely finished the liking system. So just to recap what we created, I'm gonna close everything. So inside API, we have a new folder called favorites, and inside of that folder we have square brackets listing ID, and inside of there we have route.ts. Inside of there we have export asynchronous function post, which uses the favorite IDs and pushes the new listing ID inside of that array. And in the same way, we have our export asynchronous function delete, which also uses the favorite IDs array and filters the selected ID out of that array. Beautiful. So the bug we had is that I wrote export default, which actually broke this route handler into not having any methods at all. So just make sure when you're writing route handlers that you do not export default, just write export like this. Beautiful. Great. And next thing we did is we added this hook use favorite right here, which if you watched my previous tutorials might be something you're familiar with already. I often use this style of hook. So this hook accepts listing ID and current user. It checks the current user favorite IDs and checks whether the listing ID is inside of there to know whether to display a heart button or an empty gray button. And we also have a toggle favorite function, which calls the either delete or post request depending on if we have already liked this item or not, and then uses router.refresh to update everything that is on the screen. So that's why we are seeing this change after an API call. Amazing, amazing job. So before we move on, I want to bring your attention to our terminal. If you look closely, you will see that we get a familiar warning here, which says that only plain objects can be passed to client components from server components. Date objects are not supported. The date object which we are talking about here is our created at field. So let's take a look where this is happening. If you go into your app folder and into your page right here, you can see that we use listings await getListings here. So this is a server component and we are passing data to a listing card, which if you open it and look at the top is a client component. So this is where that warning is happening. So what we have to do is we have to go back into our getListings action. So go into app actions right here, getListings, and instead of just returning listings like this, I'm going to return save listings. So what I'm going to write is const save listings, and I'm going to iterate over the existing listings. So I'm going to write listings.map, and I'm going to extract this one listing. And I'm going to open a function and I'm going to return an immediate object here. So I can spread the current listing like this. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the created at like this. And I'm going to turn it into listing.createdAt.toISO string like that. So it's not a date that we are passing to the client component. And then I'm going to write return save listings like that. And in order to do that, I also have to create a new type. So let's go back into our app folder, into types, into index.ts. And just above save user, let's write export type save listing. And we're going to write omit. And we're going to open this pointy brackets again. In the first parameter, I'm going to write listing. And in the second one, I'm going to write created at like this. And you can import this listing from @prisma/client right here at the top where we have our user. So in our omit method right here, we're going to omit from listing and we're going to take the field created at. And now we have to add an add sign like here, open an object inside, and we're going to replace this created at with a string just like that. and now we can use this save listing. So let's go into our app. Let's go into page.tsx, and we no longer have to put any here because it's typed right here, as you can see. And now in this listing card, you can go into app, into components, listings, listing card right here. And instead of data being listing, it's going to be safe listing, which you can import from app/types, where we already imported our safe user like that. And now if you go back into page.tsx, you can see there is no error happening because the data that we expect and the data that we are passing is matching. Great job. And if you go ahead and look into our terminal, you can see that even when we refresh, there are no warnings happening. So just wait a second for this to compile. And you can see that those warnings mentioning that only plain objects can be sent to client components are completely gone because we sanitized our listing to pass a string in place of created at, which was previously a date object. Great. So we have refreshed and there are no warnings in our console. Great. And now we're going to move on and we're going to create an individual page for each of these listings. So let's start by closing everything up and let's go into our app folder right here, and we're going to create a new folder here called listings, like that. And inside of that folder, we're going to create another folder, open square brackets, and write listing ID like that. And inside of that folder, you're going to create page.tsx, just like that. And I'm going to name it listing page like this. And all I'm going to return for now is a div, which is going to say my individual listing page like that. And if you save and if you try and click on any of those, you should no longer get a 404 error. You should now see this my individual listing page with the URL /listings/our listing ID. If for any reason you're not getting that and you're getting a 404, just confirm that the URL is /listings and /an ID. And you can check that if you go into components, listings, listing card right here. You can see that on the main div, we redirect to /listings/data ID. So make sure there is no API in front of this because this is all client routing here. Great. So I'm going to go back into, I'm going to collapse this into app, listings folder, listing ID folder, page.tsx right here. And in order to load this individual listing using the ID that we have in the parameters, we're gonna have to create an action. So let's go into our actions right here and create a new file called getListingById.ts. So again, this is not a route, this is a direct communication from server component to the database, which again, I think is really cool. So let's start by importing our Prisma. So import Prisma from add/app/libs/prisma db like that. Let's write an interface, iparams, which is going to accept a listing ID, which is a type of string like that. And let's export default asynchronous function getListingById like that. And the parameters is going to be params, iparams, just like that. You can open an object here and write a try and catch block. So in this try block, first I'm going to extract the listing ID from the params. So listing ID, params, like that. Then I'm going to check, actually I'm not going to check anything. I can use this listing ID directly because this is not an API route. So let's go ahead and write const listing is equal to await prisma.listing.findUnique, where ID is listing ID like this. And we're gonna add include like this user true. So we want to load the user so we can load the profile image and the name of the user who owns this listing. Great. Now we're just going to check if there isn't a listing by chance. So if there is no listing, we're just going to return null like this. Great. And now technically what we could do is just return listing, but you already know that we're going to get some errors, sorry, not errors, we're going to get warnings in our terminal because we are sending date objects. So let's go ahead and sanitize this right here in this action. So instead of returning listing, we're going to spread listing in this object. And first, let's solve the created at field. So we're going to replace that with listing.createdAt.to ISO string like that. Great. And we're going to add a comma, and now we have to sanitize our user from the listing. So go ahead and open the user object and spread listing.user inside. And now we just have to fix the created at field again. So go ahead and write listing.user.createdAt.to ISO string like that. Below that, let's fix the updated at. So listing.user.updated@to ISO string like that. And just at the end, we have to fix the email verified, which is going to be listing.user.email verified question mark, because it might be null, so make sure you put question mark dot to ISO string like that, pipe null, so we fix any type errors. Great, so we can return that safely. And let's just finish writing our catch block right here. So we're gonna catch an error, which is a type of any, and we're going to throw new error just like that, and we finished our action here. Great. And now we can go back into app listings listing ID page.tsx right here, and let's import that function here. So I'm going to write const listing is equal to await get listing by ID, and we're going to get the parameters from our function right here. So first things first, let's make this asynchronous like this, and inside of here let's just extract params, and let's give it a type of params, iparams, which we will create right now. So go ahead and write interface iparams, which is going to have a listing ID, which is an optional string. So you might be a bit confused now. Why are we not using why are we not using Next Navigation Use Router here, since this is in our URL, right? Well, don't forget, this is a server component. We cannot use hooks inside of here. So we can only use actions like this, which directly communicate with the database. But thankfully, we can still access the parameters in server components, which in our case is the URL here. So I can now pass listing ID inside. So I'm just going to write listing ID. Sorry, you don't have to do it like this. You can just pass params like this. Great. And what you can actually do is replace this with listing.title, for example. Of course, if listing is available, but you can see that it is. So it says Villa in Croatia, which is the listing ID, which I clicked right here. Great. And now, since we have this little error here saying that listing might be possibly null, because of course, if you look at the function, there is a chance that there is no listing and we return null. Let's fix that by importing empty state here. So I'm going to go ahead and write if there is no listing, we're going to return, and go ahead and wrap this in client only like this. You can import client only from add/app/components/client only, and inside of this we're gonna write empty state, which you can import from add/app/components/empty state like that. Beautiful. And now we're gonna write the actual client component for our individual listing. So we're gonna replace this div with client only as well in this main return function, and instead of using this title, we're gonna write listing client like this, which we are going to create in a moment, and we're gonna pass a listing like this, and we're also gonna pass the current user like this, which means we also have to add our current user. So let's go ahead and write const current user await get current user, which you can import from add/app actions get current user right here at the top. Great. And of course, if we save, we're gonna get an error because listing client does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's create a listing client component. Remember, we no longer have to write our components inside components. So what I'm gonna do to make this simpler is I'm gonna create that inside of this listing ID folder on the same level where our page.tsx lies on. So I'm gonna click new file here in this listing ID folder, and we're gonna name it listing client.tsx, just like that. And I'm gonna write a listing client like this, and we're just gonna return an empty div inside, which is gonna say listing client like that. And let's go back into page.tsx here, and let's import listing client from /listing client, because they are in the same folder after all. And you can now click refresh, and the error should go away. Great. Let's just wait a second that this compiles. Great, and we see the listing client option right here. So let's go back into our listing client component right here, and let's write an interface. So interface listing client props. First, we're gonna accept reservations, which are optional, and they're a type of reservation which you can import from @prisma/client and just add an array at the end, because there will be an array of reservations. Right now, we are not passing them, and we will work with them a bit later in this tutorial. All right. After that, we're going to pass our listing, which is required, and it is a type of safe listing, which you can import from @app/types. And we created this at the beginning of this tutorial. This section of creating a listing client. And one thing about this safe listing, so it's not entirely correct to be just safe listing, because if you go and look into our actions, get listing by ID, we also include the user. So the type is now different. It's not just a safe listing. So go back into your listing client and make sure you write safe listing and open an object and write user, safe user as well from @app/types. Great. And we also have the current user, which is optional, and it's a type of safe user, pipe null, like this. And let's just assign these props here. So react.fc listing client, So listing client props like that. And let's extract these values. So for now, all I'm gonna extract is listing and current user, like that. Beautiful. And if you go into page.tsx, you can see that our errors have gone away because our listing is matching our values. Great. All right. So now let's extract the category from our listing. If you look into our database, into listing, you can see that we do have a category stored, and it's a string called beach in this case. But our category object actually has an icon and some description. So we're going to create a constant which will use the existing categories array from categories component to get that exact category. So let's go ahead and write const category, use memo. Don't forget the dependency array right here. And what we're going to do is return categories, which you can import from add/app/components/navbar/categories. Again, I'm going to repeat this. We already did this once, but just in case you forgot. So you can import and destructure lowercase categories from a component called categories in our navbar right here. And if you forgot that is this array of categories. So we are going to map over all of these categories, and we're going to match the label so we can get the icon and the description. All right, let's go back into the listing client here. And now that you have imported these categories here, what we're going to do is use .find inside, and we're going to find this item like that. And what we're going to do is item.label is equal to listing.category, like that. And in the dependency array, don't forget to add listing like that. Great. Actually, you don't have to pass the whole listing. You can just pass listing.category because it is a string. Great. And now let's go and let's actually style our content here. So instead of this div, it's going to start with a container, which you can import from add/app/components/container, which I did right here. All right. Inside of that, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to give the class name of max w screen-lg and mx-auto, like that. Great. And inside of that, I'm going to create another div and give it a class name of flex-call cap-6. Great. And now inside of here, I'm going to create a new component called listing head like this. And I'm going to pass a couple of props. So I'm going to give it a title of listing.title like that. I'm going to give it an image source of listing.image source. I'm going to pass location value, which is listing.location value. I'm going to pass an ID, which is listing.id. And I'm going to pass current user, which we can get from current user because that is one of the props in this listing client component right here. And if you save, of course, as always, we get an error because this component does not exist. So we're going to have to create that one. So let's go ahead and let's go into our components, listings, and create a new file called listinghead.tsx. Great. And I'm just going to go ahead and fix the error. So I'm going to name it listing head. And I'm just going to write an empty div saying listing head like this. And I'm going to go back into listings, listing ID file right here, listing client. And I'm going to import listing head from add/app components, listing head right here. And once I save, the errors should go away. And oh yeah, we have another error, something that I forgot to do here. So we're getting an error because we're using this use memo hook right here, and because we're trying to import something from a client component. So it's very important that we mark this listing client right here. So this component right here, make sure you're inside of that, and make sure you put use client at the top because this is a client component. You can see how it alerts us that it's acting like a server component, and we cannot dot into a client module from the server component. Great. So just refresh so the error goes away, and we can see our listing head, which should just display listing head text inside. And just like that, we can see the listing head. Great. Now I'm going to go back into my components, listings, listing head right here. And first thing, let's write an interface here. But before I do that, make sure you mark this as use client as well. All right, so interface, listing head props. We're going to accept a title, which is a string. We're going to accept location value, which is a string as well. Image source, which is a string. ID, which is a string. And current user, which is optional type of safe user, which you can import from add/app/types and just pipe null right here. Great. And now I'm going to assign these props here. So react.fc, listing head props. And I'm going to extract all of those values. So title, location value, image source, ID, and current user, just like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's get our full location using this location value. And we can do that using the use countries hook. So go ahead and write const get by value from use countries, which you can import from add/app/hooks use countries right here. Great. And now just write const location is equal get by value location value like that. Great. And now instead of this div right here, write a fragment. And the first value we're going to write here is going to be our heading, which you can import from doc./heading because we are in the components folder. Great. So I'm going to close this right here. I'm going to give this a title of title. I'm going to give this a subtitle of a template little strings. So write this in an object, and you can just write location (region) like that, and give it a comma location (label) like that. And I'm gonna save the file and see if we did this correctly, and we did. So it's translated to Villa in Croatia and my location region and my location label. Great. And now just below this heading, create another div right here, and let's just give it a class name of the following classes. So we're gonna add w-full, we're gonna add h square brackets 60vh overflow dash hidden rounded dash xl and relative like that. And inside of this div, we're actually going to load our image. So for that, we're gonna use image which you can import from next/image. I'm gonna add that to the top right here. All right, and now that we have that, let's actually give it an alt of image. Let's give it a source of image source. Let's give it a prop fill. Let's give it a class name of object-cover w-full and alt of, oh, we already added an alt. All right, and let's save that and see what we get. And great, we have a beautiful picture right here. And just below that, we're gonna open another div right here, and we're gonna give it a class name of absolute top-5 and right-5. And inside of that, we're gonna create, we're gonna create anything. We are going to reuse our hard button component, which you can import from /hard button. We created this already before for our listing card component, and thankfully we can reuse it here again. So all we have to pass is the listing ID, which we have passed as ID prop in this component, and current user, which we have as current user already. Great, so I'm gonna save this now. And just in a few moments, we should see the hard button right here. And you can see that if I go to my index page right here, and if I favorite something on this page, so now it's red here, and if I click on it, so it loads the individual page, you can see that my heart is also red here. And if I try to unlike it from here, you can see that it becomes grayed out. And if I go back, you can see that it's grayed out here. And the same situation is for this as well. Great. That is it for our listing head component right here. So now we can go back into our listing client component right here in listings listing ID folder. And just below this listing head, let's create another div and give it a class name of the following classes: grid-calls-1, md grid-calls-7, md gap-10, and empty6, like that. Great. And the first component we are going to put inside of here is a new component listing info like this. And we're going to pass it a couple of props here. So first thing is going to be user, which is listing.user, category, which is category. We're going to pass description, which is from listing.description. We're going to pass in room count, which is listing.room count. We're going to pass in guest count, which is listing guest count. We're also going to pass bathroom count, listing.bathroom count, like that. All right. And we're also going to pass location value from listing.location value. Great. And after I save this, of course, we're going to get an error. So let's just go back into components, listings, and create a new file, listinginfo.tsx. Great. And I'm just going to fix the error. So listing info here, and I'm going to return, as always, just a div, which will say listing info, like that. And you can now safely go back into listings, listing ID, listing client component, and just import this from add/app/components, listings, listing info, the same way you did with listing head. All right. And let's just refresh this so the error gets away. Great. And we have our text listing info right here. So the component is working. And now you can go back into components, listings, listing info right here. And first, as always, let's write an interface. But before we do that, let's make sure to mark it as use client. Nice. Okay. And now let's write the interface. So interface listing info props. It's going to have user, which is say user from app/types. Description, which is a string. It's going to have guest count, which is a number. It's going to have room count, which is a number as well. And the same as bathroom count, which is also a number. It's going to have a category, which is an object, which is going to have an icon of icon type, which you can import from React-icons like I did right here. It's also going to have a label, which is a string. It's also going to have description, which is a string as well. And I'm just going to add a pipe undefined here at the end. And after that, we're going to have location value, which is a string as well. Great. And now I'm going to use this listing info props to assign props to this React functional component. And I'm going to extract all of these parameters right here. So user, description, guest count, room count, bathroom count, category, and location value, like that. Great. And now we're going to have to extract our use countries hook one more time. So go ahead and write const get by value from use countries. And you can import that right here from @app/hooks use countries. Great. And now usually we get the entire location, but this time we are only going to need coordinates. Go ahead and write const coordinates are equal get by value location value question mark dot lat lng, like that. Make sure it's all lowercase here. Great. And now let's go and style this div right here. So I'm gonna give it a class name of call-span-4 flex-call and gap-8. And inside of that, I'm gonna go and create another div and give it a class name of flex-call gap-2. And inside of that, create another div with the following class names. So this is going to be a bit longer. It's going to have text-xl, font-semi-bold, flex-row, items-center, and gap-2. Great. And inside of that, I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to write hosted by user !name, like that. Great. And just below that, what we're going to do is we're going to add, so we can see how it's written hosted by Antonio. And what I want to do here is I want to add my little avatar here. So I'm going to add an avatar component right here, which you can import from /avatar. And let's just make this neat and tidy. Great. And this avatar, if you remember, accepts a source prop. So we can write source user !image, like that. Great. Great job. And you can see how it used the default placeholder here. All right, so this is just a network error. If that happens, you can just refresh. All right. And what we want to do next is we want to create another div just outside of this div that holds the user and the image. So create another div inside and give it a class name of the following. Go ahead and write flex-row, items-center, gap-4, font-light, and text-neutral-500, like that. Great. And inside of that, first create one div, which is just going to say guest count guests, like this. And then you can copy and paste this again and replace it with room count, and instead of guests, of course, you're gonna say rooms. And you can see how 3 guests already appear here. Is now 3 rooms appear here. So just copy this div one more time and replace the last room count with bathroom count and the last label as bathrooms, just like that. Great job. And now just outside of all of these 3 divs, so right here at the end, just write an HR line like that. So now we have this HR line here, and what we're gonna display here is our category. So for that, we're gonna use this conditional category and end, and we're gonna create a new component called listing category here. And let's add some props to it. So it's gonna have an icon, which is category.icon. It's gonna have a label, which is category.label. Let's give it a description, which is category.description, like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and create this listing category component right here. So it's also going to lay here in components listings folder. So I'm going to head and write listing category.tsx. Let's mark this as use client. And let's just fix the error. So listing category div, as always, listing category, like that. And now we can go back into listing info right here, and you can just import listing category from /listing category, because they are in the same folder in components listings right here. Great job. You're doing so great. And now we're going to focus on working in this listing category here. So open this up. And first, let's create an interface for this. So I'm going to go ahead and write interface listing category props, and it's going to have an icon of icon type, which you can import from React-icons. It's going to have a label of string, and it's going to have a description of string as well. And now let's just assign these props right here. So listing category props, and just extract all of them here. So icon, label, and description. Great. Now let's style the first div. So class name, flex-call, gap-6, like that. And let's replace this inner text here with another div, which is going to hold our icon. So give it a class name of flex-row, items-center, and gap-4. Great. So inside, first element we're going to add is an icon. And where do we get this icon? Well, we don't import it from anywhere. We actually just remap this icon as a capital icon here. So we create an alias, and then we can use this as an icon like that. And let's give it a size of 40 and a class name of text-neutral-600, like that. Great. And just below this icon, you can see how a little beach icon appeared here. And just below that, I'm going to write another div, and I'm going to give it a class name of flex-call. And inside of that, I'm going to create another div with a class name of text-lg font-semi-bold. And what we are going to render inside is label. And below that, we're going to create another div with a class name text-neutral-500 font-light. And we're just going to write description like this. Great. So now if we just wait a second for this to reload, and you can see how nice our category is being displayed here. Great. And now we can go back into listing info. So go ahead and go into app components listing info right here, and let's continue to work. So just below this category conditional, go ahead and create an HR element. So we have another divider here. Okay, let's just wait for this to render. Great, so we have another divider here. And now let's render our description. So create a div, and let's give it a class name of text-lg font-light and text-neutral-500. And all you're going to render inside is description like that. Great. And now you can see how we have our description as well. And just below this div, create another HR element. So we need another divider. And what we will do now is we're going to add our map. But remember, we have a special way we have to import our map from. So just above this interface in listing info component props, what I want you to do is write const map is equal to dynamic, and you can import dynamic from next/dynamic right here. So we're going to create a dynamic import and open an arrow function and write import ... /map right here, and just open the third object right here and write SSR false like that. Great. And now you can go all the way to the bottom here. And just below this HR divider, you can add map, center, coordinates, just like that. And you can save the file and just wait a second for this to refresh. And there we go. It's exactly pinpointed in Croatia where we actually are. And now if I try and go somewhere else, so I'm going to try and select this other listing which I created last time. All right, so if I click on Sweden right here, if I load this individually, you can see that it loads Sweden, and it's we have a countryside category here. Amazing job. So in the next part, we're gonna add some loading states here. So we're going to add both a loading state for all of these items, and we're going to add a loading state for an individual item, and we're going to add a reservation date range calendar right here on this side. Let's continue by creating the right side of this individual listing view, where we are going to display a calendar where users will be able to select a date range and reserve this listing. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to collapse everything here, and I'm going to go into App, Listings, Listing ID, and I'm going to select Listing Client component right here. And I'm going to go all the way to the top here, and just above this interface, I'm going to create a constant initial date range like that, and it's going to be an object which is going to have a start date of new date like that. It's going to have an end date of new date as well, and it's going to have a key which has a value of selection just like that. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract these reservations which we have in our types right here. So I'm going to write reservations, and one very important thing, I'm going to give it a default value of an empty array. So make sure you add reservations equals to an empty array right here in the props, so you can always safely run .map, .find, and all kind of iterations without getting any errors. Great. And just above this category here, first thing I want to do is I want to add a login model. So go ahead and write const login model equals use login model, which you can import from add/app/hooks, use login model like that. Great. And make sure to execute this hook. And then below that, we're going to add the router. So go ahead and write const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. So just make sure that you import it from next/navigation and not next/router. And I'm just going to move it here along with the other packages. Great. And now I'm going to write a constant disabled dates. So const disabled dates is going to be a use memo again. Open the function inside, and don't forget to add the dependency array like that. And what we're going to do inside is we're going to iterate over these reservations and see if there are any dates we have to disable for this listing because, well, there is already a booked reservation for that. So we're going to write that by using let dates, and I'm going to give it a type of date and an array. So it's going to be an array of dates, and by default it's going to be an empty array. And now we're going to go over our reservations. So go ahead and write reservations dot for each reservation, and let's give it the value of any for now. And inside of that, you can write const range is equal to each day of interval from date-fns like that, and I'm going to import that to the top here as well. So make sure you import each day of interval from date-fns like that. And inside of that, I'm going to open an object in this function to give it some options. And what I'm going to write is start to be new date reservation dot start date like that. And below that, I'm going to write end to be new date reservation dot end date like that. So make sure you have start date here and end date here. Great. And now we have this range right here, and all I'm going to write is dates is equal to spread the current dates and just spread the range like that. Great. So what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over all of these reservations, and we're going to create a range of dates between start and end date, and we're going to pass them to already existing dates array right here. Great. And once we do that, all I'm going to do is return dates like that. All right, and now let's just fill this dependency array here. So we are missing reservations, so let's go ahead and write reservations inside. All right, and I just want to replace this reservation. We don't have to use any here. Great, so we can actually use the reservation type, so then you will get an error if the start date or end date is incorrect. So you should also get autocomplete start date and autocomplete.end date like that. Perfect. All right, and just here what I'm going to write, I'm going to add some states. I'm going to add a function to create the actual reservation. So first let's create some states. Const is loading and set is loading. It's going to be equal to use state, which you can import from React, and the default is going to be false. Below that, we're going to add total price and set total price like this, and use state by default is going to be listing.price. And last one is going to be date range. So I'm going to write date range and set date range, use state, and default is going to be initial date range like that. And I'm just going to give this a value of range, and you'll be able to import that later. So for now, actually don't write anything here. You can just write this. All right. And just below that, I'm going to write a function to create our reservation. So go ahead and write const on create reservation is equal to use callback, which you can import from React. Open a function and don't forget the dependency array. And first things first, if there is no current user, we're gonna return login model on open. So if we try and make a reservation and if we are not logged in, we're gonna open the login model. Great. And then we're gonna set is loading to true because the process has begun. And we're gonna import Axios from Axios right here. I'm gonna add it to the top. And we're gonna make a .host call to /API/reservations like that. And we're gonna open this and we're gonna add total price like that. We're gonna add a start date, which is date range dot start date, and we're gonna add end date, which is date range dot end date like that, and a listing ID, which is listing dot ID like that. And before we collapse this, we're gonna add a .then function right here, which is gonna trigger a toast of success. So we're gonna add a toast from React code toast. So I'm gonna add that to the top as well, like this. All right. And we're gonna write toast.success listing reserved like that. Great. And then we're just gonna write set date range to be reset to initial date range like that. And for now, I'm gonna write a comment here, redirect to /trips, which doesn't exist yet. So for now, all I'm gonna write is router.refresh like this. Great. And now let's write the catch function. Inside of that, we're gonna write toast.error, something went wrong, like that. And finally, all we're gonna do is we're gonna write set is loading to false. Perfect. And now, of course, we have to fill this dependency array. So let's go ahead and let's write total price, date range, listing .ID. We're gonna write router, current user, current user, and we're gonna add login model like that. Perfect. So later we're gonna redirect to trips, but for now we're just gonna refresh the router. All right. And now that we have this, we can actually create a use effect just below that. So go ahead and write use effect, which you can import from React, and add a dependency array right here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the total price depending on how user selects the dates in our calendar. So I'm gonna write if date range dot start date and end date range dot end date. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna count how many days that is. So I'm gonna write const date count equals difference in days. And we're gonna pass in date range dot end date and date range dot start date like that. All right. And just inside of that, I'm gonna write if day count and listing dot price, and I'm gonna write set total price to be day count times listing dot price. Else, I'm gonna write set total price to just be listing dot price like that. And make sure you import this difference in days from date-fns right here at the top. Great. So what our use effect is actually doing, it's gonna notice every time I make a change in my calendar, and it's gonna count how many days we have selected, and it's gonna multiply that by the listing price per night. And if there is no day count, all we're gonna do is just display a single night price. Great. Now let's add date range and listing dot price inside of that. Perfect. And just before we continue, I actually want to replace this difference in days with a similar function called difference in calendar days. So instead of difference in days, make sure you import difference in calendar days from datefns. So what is the difference? Well, difference in days will take account of the current time. So if there are a couple of hours missing from the day, it will not count that as a whole date and it's going to return us the wrong total price. So I'm just going to replace it with difference in calendar days to remove the times in that calculation. So your useEffect function should look something like this in the end. You should have a date range, start date, then range end date, and you're going to calculate the day count using difference in calendar days. You're going to pass in the end date, pass in the start date, and then we're going to multiply day count by the listing price. Great. And now we can go all the way here to listing info. And just below that, what I'm going to write is another div. And that div is going to have the following class name. So we're going to write class name order-first mb-10 md order-last and md whole-span-3. And inside of that, we're going to write a new component listing reservation, which does not exist yet, but we are going to create it. And of course, if you save, you're going to get an error, but I'm going to ignore that for now. And I'm just going to add all of the attributes which we will need. So price is equal to listing.price, total price is equal to total price, on change date is going to be a function which accepts a value, and set date range passes the very same value. All right, then we're going to have date range, which is date range like that. We're going to have on submit, which is going to call on create reservation, which we created up there. And we're going to have disabled to be is loading, and we're going to have disabled dates to be disabled dates like that. Great. And you can ignore this TypeScript warnings for now. We're going to fix all of that. Great. So now let's go into our app, into components, into listings, and create a new file called listing reservation.tsx. Great. And inside of that, first things first, let's just write use client here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the error. So listing reservation, and I'm just going to return an empty div like this. I'm going to go back into listings, listing ID, listing client here. And I'm just going to import listing reservation from app/components/listings/listing reservation right here. And I'm going to save the file so the error goes away. Great. All right, I'm going to go back into my listing reservation, and first things first, I'm going to create an interface here. So go ahead and write interface listing reservation props, and it's going to be all of those things we passed in the listing client component. So go ahead and write price, which is a type of number, date range, which is going to be a range. You're going to see that in a second. So it's actually a different type of range. This is an interface one, but we're going to import a different one later. Total price, which is a number. On change date, which gives a value of range and returns a void. On submit, which is just an empty void function. Disabled is an optional boolean. Disabled dates, which is an array of dates. Great. And just before we move on, I'm going to install a package so we can import this range type right here. So go into your terminal and you can shut down the application and just write npm install npm install react date range like that. Great. And you can now import this struct range from react date range just like that. And we are missing the types for this, so we also need another package npm install -D add types /react date range like that. So we actually get this range type. And now if you wait a second in your code, you can see that you have this interface range and it's exactly what we want here. Great. So make sure date range is using this interface range, which we imported from here, and this value is the very same thing. Great. And you can just go ahead and write npm run dev again, and just make sure to refresh your page. Great. And now I'm going to assign all of these props to this component right here. So react.fc, like that. And I'm going to destructure all of the parameters. So I'm going to write price, date range, total price, on change date, on submit, disabled, and disabled dates, like that. Great. And now I'm just going to wait a second for my page to compile so you can see the changes that I'm doing. Great. So now the page has compiled, and I'm going to start styling this side of our container. Great. So let's give this a couple of class names here. Whoops. Like this. And we're going to give it a bg of white, rounded -xl, border dash square brackets 1 pixel, border dash neutral dash 200, and overflow dash hidden, like that. All right. And now you can see a small little line here, which is going to turn into a box. So write another div inside and give it a class name of flex dash row items dash center gap dash 1 np dash 4, like that. And now you can see a little bigger box here. Now inside of that, create another div right here, and we're going to say class name text-2xl font-semi-bold, and I'm going to write a $ space and just write a price prop right here, and that will display our nightly price. So this is a price per night. If you remember, we set a very large price for this second listing here. Great. And just below that div, I'm going to create another one, and I'm going to write class name font-light text-neutral -600, and inside of that I'm just gonna write night, so we know that this is a price per one night, like that. Great. And now just below the second div, I'm gonna write an HR tag, like that, so we get another darker line here at the bottom, and we're gonna create a new component here, which is gonna be called calendar. So I'm gonna write calendar like this. And I'm going to give it a prop of value, which is date range. And I'm going to give it prop of disabled dates, which is disabled dates, like that. And I'm going to write on change value. And on change is going to be on change date value dot selection, like that. So make sure you have this calendar component right here with the value of date range, disabled dates, and on change, which is an arrow function which accepts the value and calls the on change date prop and gives it a value dot selection, like that. And if you save, of course, we're gonna get an error. So let's go into components and let's go into inputs and create a new file, calendar.tsx, like that. And first things first, I'm just gonna fix the error. So make sure you name this calendar like this. Great. And inside, I'm just going to return an empty div for now. And I'm going to go back into listings, listing reservation right here. And I'm going to import calendar from /inputs/calendar, like this. And the error should go away. And now I'm going to go back into calendar. And first things first, let's mark this as use client here at the top. And let's write an interface. So my interface is going to be the calendar props, which is going to have a value, which is a type of range, which you can import from react-date-range. It's going to have an on-change prop, which is going to send a value, which is a type of range key dict, which you can also import from react-date-range, and it's going to return an empty void. And we're also going to have disabled dates, which is a question mark, so optional, and it's an array of dates, like that. Great. And now inside of that, I'm going to assign these props here. So I'm going to write react.fc calendar props, like that. And I'm going to extract all of those values. So value, on change, and disabled dates, like that. Great. And now instead of returning this div, what I'm actually going to return is date range. And you can import date range from react-date-range. So make sure you don't import date range picker. That is another component. And let's give this Let's actually save this, so perhaps we can already see something. Great. And you can see that I see this very weird calendar here. So first thing we have to do is we have to import some styles. So go ahead and write import react-date-range/dist/styles-css, and below that import react-date-range/dist/theme/default.css, like that. And now if you save and just wait for this to compile, we should see a better looking date. Great job. And now let's actually add some props here. So I'm gonna write range colors is going to be an object with an array which is going to accept a single color, which is 262626, like that. Great. Ranges is going to be an object which accepts an array like this of value, like that. Date is going to be the default date, which is new date, like that. OnChange is going to call the OnChange prop. Direction is going to be vertical. And show date display is going to be false. Minimum date is going to be new date, so we don't want to select any of the dates in the past. And disabled dates is going to be the prop disabled dates, like that. Great. And if you save this and just wait for this to refresh, you should see a bit of a different calendar right here. And you can see how all of my previous dates here are disabled, and you can play around, you can go forward, you can go backwards. Great. And you can see that our date range doesn't exactly look, doesn't fill the entire screen. So to fix that, let's go into app right here. Let's close everything. So go into app folder, into globals.css, and I want you to add .rdr month and give it a value of width 100%, and just add important at the end right here, and also add .rdr calendar wrapper, a width of 100%. With important as well, and font dash size is going to be 16 pixels, important as well. Great. And now if you save, you can see that we have a completely different date right here. Great job. And just make sure you refresh your page so you see most up-to-date changes here on this calendar, and you will actually be able to see how we can now select 9 and 13, 16 and 19. But we cannot select disabled dates. Great job. All right. Now what I want to do is I want to go back into listing reservation. So we're going to go into listings, listing reservation right here. And just below this calendar, we're going to add an HR component, and I'm going to add a div below that, like this, with class name. With a class name of p-4 flex-row items-center justify-between font-semi-bold and text-lg. Great. And what I'm going to do inside of that is write a div which is going to say total, and below that another div which is just going to add a $sign and write total price, like this. So now if you refresh, you will actually see how we calculate our days now. Great. So you can see how for 1 day the price is 1,000, for 4 days it's 3,000, 11,000. Great. So it multiplies by the number of days we selected. Great job. And what I'm going to do next actually is I'm going to go above, let's go back to this calendar right here. And just below this HR tag, before this total price, I'm going to write another div inside with the class name of p-4. And inside of that, I'm going to write a button like this, which you can import from /button. And let's give it a disabled of disabled. Let's give it a label of reserved. And let's give it a on click on submit, like that. And you can import this button from /button right here. Great. So you can now see we have a nice button. We can select, we get the calculated price. Beautiful job. And now let's just go back into listings, listing client right here. And you can see how we have an error here in this set date range use state. So what we're going to write here is we're going to add a pointy brackets here and add range like that. And you can import that from react-date-range as I did right here. I'm going to add it all the way to the top here. Great. And let's go ahead and let's actually try this. So I'm going to open my network tab and we should get an error, of course, because the API which you created here, which points to /API/reservations does not exist yet. But I just want to see how it looks. So we're going to click on network here and I'm going to select, I don't know, 4 days like this. I'm going to click reserve. And of course we get an error, but we did point to /API/reservations with the post and we get the 404 of not found. So great, that's exactly what we want because the route does not exist yet. Great job. Let's continue and let's create our /API/reservations route. So I'm going to go ahead and collapse everything and I'm going to go into app, API, and let's create a new folder called Reservations. So go ahead and create a new folder inside API called Reservations, just like that. And inside of there, let's create a new file, route.ts. Great. And now first things last, let's import next response from next/server like that. Let's import Prisma from /app/libs/prisma.db and let's import getCurrentUser from add/apps/actions/getCurrentUser. Now I'm gonna export async function post. Make sure you don't accidentally write export default. That's what I did once and it breaks this route. So make sure you do export async function post and open the function and we're going to write request, capital request like this. Great. And first let's get the current user. So go ahead and write current user is equal to await get current user that we imported above. If there is no current user in this route, in that case we're going to return next response dot error like that. Great. Now let's get our body. So const body is equal await request.json like that. Now we're going to extract all the values we need from the body, and that is listing ID, start date, end date, total price from body like that. Great. And if there is no listing ID, or if there is no start date, or if there is no end date, or if there is no total price, we're gonna return next response that error like that. Great. And now I'm gonna create a listing and reservation. So the way we're gonna do that is we're gonna update the current listing and create a new reservation. So we have this listing ID right here, and we're gonna use that like the following: const listing and reservation is equal to await prisma.listing.update, where ID is equal to listing ID like this, and data is going to be equal to reservations, and inside of that you're going to write create. So we're going to automatically link our relation between listing and this reservation, and it's going to have the user ID of current user.id, it's going to have a start date, it's going to have end date, and it's going to have total price just like that. And in the end, all we're going to do is return next response.json listing and reservation. Great. So that is our post request to create a reservation, and let's just check if we did that correctly. So I'm going to go back into listings, listing client right here. So we send the total price, we send the start date, end date, and listing ID. Great. And now I'm just going to refresh this right here, and I'm going to prepare my MongoDB in another tab so we can see if we successfully created it or not. And let's go ahead and let's try and select a date range here. I'm going to click reserve. And we get a toast success listing reserved. So let's go ahead and refresh this right here. And you can see we have a new reservation with total price, with start date, end date, created at, user ID, and listing ID. Great job. Okay, Now what we have to do is, if you go ahead and see where I reserved, so I picked one of these dates, we now shouldn't be able to pick those dates again because they've just been reserved. So that is what we're going to do next. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to close everything here, and I'm going to go into app actions, and I'm going to create a new file called getReservations.ts. So this is going to be an action for a server component, so not an API call. So import Prisma from add/app/libs/prisma-db like that, and let's write the interface iparams. We're just going to accept a listing ID, which is an optional string, user ID, which is an optional string, or author ID, which is an optional string. So we're going to use these params because we're going to use this get reservations route not only in this screen right here, but also in our my reservations and my trips route as well. So we're going to have to be able to query them either by this listing if we're loading them there, by user ID if we are looking at, let's say, my trips, or by author ID if we are going to query in my reservations, so we can see all the reservations that someone else made on our property because we are the author of that property. All right, now go ahead and write export default async function get reservations, and inside of that I'm going to write params, and that's going to be equal to iparams with a capital P. So iparams like that. Basically this is what we defined up here. Great. And open this function, and first let's extract all of our parameters. So that is listing ID, user ID, and author ID from params like that. And then we're going to write const query, give it an any type, and open an empty object. If we have a listing ID, in that case, query.listingID is going to be listing ID. If we have user ID, in that case, query.user ID is going to be equal to user ID, like that. And if we have author ID, in that case, what we're going to have is query.listing is equal to open object, user ID, author ID, like that. So you can see, depending on whether we send a listing ID, user ID, or author ID, we're going to query by different things. So if we send listing ID, we're going to find all reservations for this single listing that we're looking at. If we search by user ID, we're going to find all of the trips a user have. And if we search for author ID, in that case, we're going to search for all of the reservations that other users made for our listings. Great. And now that we have that, we can start and write our reservation fetch function. So write const reservations is equal to await prisma.reservation.findMany. And you're just gonna write where is equal to query, which we modified up there. We're gonna write include listing to be true, and we're also gonna order by created at to be descending. Great. And technically all we can do now is return reservations, but you already know that we're gonna get some errors because we are sending date objects. So instead of that, let's write const save reservations and write reservations.map reservation, and go ahead and open an immediate object. So inside of here, I can just spread the current reservation like that. And first thing, I'm gonna fix the created at, which is gonna be reservation.createdAt.toISO string like that. Below that, I'm gonna fix start date, which is reservation.startDate.toISO string as well. Then I'm gonna do the same for end date, so reservation.endDate.toISO string like that. And then I'm gonna fix the listing, so I'm gonna open an object for listing, and inside of that I'm going to spread reservation.listing like that, and I'm gonna fix created at to be reservation.listing.createdAt.toISO string as well. Great job. And now we can use that save reservations to return save reservations like that. And one thing I want to do is I want to wrap this in a try and catch block. So I'm going to go here to the top, and just before we extract our parameters, just write try to open this block. And before we return, I'm going to end that block, and then we can select all of this and just indent it so it's clear that this is in the try block. Great. And I'm going to write catch error give it a type of any, and we're gonna do throw new error like this if anything goes wrong. Great job. So just to recap, we're getting listing, user ID, author ID. Depending on that, we create a different query. We find all of the reservations depending on that query. We included the listing because we're going to need it in one of the cases. We order by created at, and we sanitize the date objects so we don't get any errors regarding that. Great. And now we can go back into our app, into listings, page.tsx. And I'm going to go and I'm going to call those reservations. So right below this listing, I'm going to write const reservations is equal to await get reservations like this. I'm going to pass in params from that. And in this case, our params is just a listing ID. So if you look at the code, what we're going to do is we're going to search reservations for this current listing. And then we can use these reservations to pass them in this listing client. So reservations is going to be equal to reservations like that. And of course, we get an error because we sanitized our string, but in listing a client, if you go ahead and go into listings ID listing client right here, you can see that we expect an array of reservations. So we're just going to fix that. And instead of reservation, we're going to write safe reservation. So for that, we have to go back into here types right here and just go ahead and create export type safe reservation like that, and just write omit open pointy brackets. For the first parameter, I'm going to write reservation, which you can import from at Prisma/client right here. And for the second, I'm going to write created at pipe start date, pipe end date, and we're gonna also pipe listing like that. Great. Just type an end sign and open an object, and let's write created at is going to be a string, start date is going to be a string, end date is going to be a string, and listing is going to be safe listing, which we defined here above. Great. And now you can go back into listing client right here, and instead of reservation, we're going to use safe reservation, which you can import from, let's see where we import that, from add/app/types right here, where we also have our safe user and safe listing, and you can remove this import reservation from Prisma/client. And now the error here is gone. Great. And I'm just going to refresh this page now. And now I'm going to check if I can still book over my reservation. So let's see in a database, I created the start date in the 4th month, 1st of April to 5th of April, I think, if I'm reading this correctly. And if I try, you can see that I have a blocked out reservation right here. Let's see if that is correct. Yes, I think that is correct. I'm going to try again. So we're going to select 16th to 19th. I'm going to click reserve right here. And I'm going to refresh. You don't have to worry that we are refreshing right now. That is because later we're going to redirect to a different route. And you can see that I have 16th to 19th booked. Great. And if I try 24th to 27th and click reserve again and refresh, let's see if that is booked as well. Great. Amazing job. You finished creating reservations and loading reservations. Let's continue and let's create our /trips route right here so we can actually see how we redirect to that in action. So I'm going to start by collapsing everything here, and in my app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called trips like that. And inside of there, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. Great. And now inside of there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import a couple of stuff. So first I'm going to import empty state from /components/empty state. I'm going to import client only from /components client only. I'm going to import get current user from /actions get current user. I'm going to import get reservations from /actions/get reservations, and I'm going to write this component name. So const trips page is going to be asynchronous, and it is a server component, so we're not going to write use client at the top. And first thing I'm going to write here is const current user is equal to await get current user like that. And if there is no current user, which actually should not happen because we're going to use the middleware that is going to protect this route from unauthenticated users. But just in case, let's write return statement here, and let's wrap this in client only like that. And inside, I'm going to use empty state component, which we have imported here at the top. And I'm going to write a title of unauthorized and a subtitle of please log in like that. Great. And now I'm going to call our reservations. So const reservations is equal to await get reservations from our action imported above. And if you remember, it accepts a different parameters. So in this case, I'm going to write user ID. I'm just going to collapse this. So user ID is going to be current user.id like that. Great. And what I'm going to write next is an empty state if there is no reservations that this current user made. So I'm going to write if reservations.length is equal to 0. In that case, I'm going to return again client only empty state. And we're going to write for the title here is no trips found. And for subtitle, I'm going to write looks like you haven't reserved any trips like that. Great. And now for the final return function, if there are reservations that this user made, we're going to return again client only, and inside of that I'm going to write trips client like this, and I'm going to pass it a couple of props. So it's going to have reservations and it's going to have current user like that. And if we save, of course, we're going to get an error because this trips client does not exist. So inside this trips folder, I'm going to create a new file, trips client.tsx, just like that. And first, I'm just going to fix the error. So trips client like this, and I'm going to write a div my trips like this. And we can go back into page.tsx in the trip folder and just import that at the top right here like that. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a /trips to this sidebar here. So let's go into components, navbar, user menu right here. And for my trips, instead of an empty function, I'm going to write router and make sure you import the router. So here at the top, I'm going to add const router equal use router from next/navigation. So just make sure you import it from next/navigation and not next/router. Great. And now that we have the router in this empty function, which says my trips, I'm going to write router.push, and I'm going to write /trips like this. Great. So now after I've saved that, I can try and click on trips. I'm going to try and refresh first. Maybe it has not updated yet. So let's just wait for this to compile, and I'm going to click here for click on trips. And in a moment, we should be redirected to /trips. Okay, and we get an error. So let's go back into our pages. So back into trips page.tsx. And yes, we have the trips page, but we have not exported it. So just make sure that you are in the trips folder. So in app folder, trips folder, page.tsx. Oops. And just make sure at the bottom, you write export default trips page like that. Great. And now this error should go away. Let's just wait a second for this to recompile. All right, and a moment now, and there we go. We can see my trips right here. So what does that mean? That means we bypassed this current user, so we are logged in, and there is no empty reservations because we actually did make some reservations. You can see that I have a bunch of reservations here, and they all share the same user ID, and that is the current user that I'm logged in with. Great. And now let's go and let's edit this trips client component right here. And don't worry, we're not going to need to create any new components. We're going to reuse our listing card component. So first, let's just write an interface trips client props like that. And I'm going to write reservations to be safe reservation, which you can import from /types. And the next one is going to be current user, which is an optional type of safe user, or null like that. Great. Now let's just assign these props. So react.appc is equal to trips client props, like that. And just extract these values, so reservations and current user, like that. All right. And now, first things first, let's replace this div with container, like this. You can import that from ./components, ./components/container here, or you can use the app abbreviation if you want to. All right, so like this. And inside of this container, I'm going to import heading, also from ./components/heading. It is a self-closing tab. Let's give it a title of trips and subtitle of where you've been and where you're going, like that. And if we save that, we should get that new heading inside our container. Great job. All right. And now we're going to write a div just below this heading right here. And we're going to give it the following class names. So write class name. And class names are going to be mp-10 grid-calls-1, sm grid-calls-2, md grid-calls-3, lg grid-calls-4, xl grid-calls-5, 2xl grid-calls-6, and gap-8, like that. Great. And before we map over our reservations right here, I'm going to write a couple of actions here. So first, let's also import our router. So go ahead to the top and write import use router from next/navigation, like that. And since we're using a hook here, make sure to mark this component as client at the top. Great. And now we can go here before the return and write const router is equal to use router, like that. Just confirm you're importing the router from next/navigation. All right. Below that, I'm going to add a state field. So const deleting ID and set deleting ID is going to be equal to use state from React. And by default, it's just going to be an empty string, like that. And you can import use state from React. I'm going to add it right here to the top. And now I'm going to write my onCancel function. So const onCancel is going to be use callback, which you can also import from React right here at the top. And what this is going to accept is an ID of type of string, like that. Open a function. Don't forget the dependency array. And first things first, we're going to add set deleting ID to be this ID from our parameters right here in this function. And then we're going to write Axios, which you can import from Axios. I'm going to add it to the top right here. And write Axios.delete. This router does not exist yet, but we're going to create it in the next part. So just write this template literal strings right here, /API/reservations/ and open a special object ID like that. And then write .then, open a function, and we're going to write toast, which you can import from react-hot-toast. I'm going to add that to the top here. And we're going to write toast.success. Reservation canceled, like that. And then I'm going to write .catch error. And I'm going to write toast.error (response) (data) (error), like that. So we read the actual error from the API call. And I'm going to write .finally here, which is going to write set deleting ID to just be an empty string again. Great. And let's just not forget to also call not here, but after in this .then where we send toast.success, make sure you write router.refresh like this, so we get the most up-to-date data here. And that means we have to add router to our list of dependency array. Great job. And now we can go back here and inside this grid div, open object and write reservations.map reservation, and you can just go ahead and immediately return a listing card, which you can import from. You're gonna see now, I'm gonna go to the top, make sure you just indent this a little bit. Okay, so you can import listing card from /components/listings/listing card. We already use this in our index page, so we can reuse it here. And remember, we added some additional secondary labels here. You can see it has action ID, it has action label, on action, and we didn't use that until now. We also didn't use the reservation, so we're going to use all of that now. We're going to write key reservation.id. We're going to write data to be reservation.listing. We're going to write reservation to be reservation. We're going to say action ID is equal to reservation.id. On action is going to be on cancel. Disabled is going to be deleting ID is equal to reservation.id. Action label is going to be cancel reservation, and current user is just going to be passed as current user, like that. And let's just save this now and see if we load our trips. And you can see I created a couple of trips here from May 1st to May 4th, from April 24th to April 27th, from April 2nd to April 6th. So I have a bunch of reservations here for the same listing. Great. See, we have an error here, which says that safe reservation is not assignable to type of a reservation and undefined. So let me just go ahead and quickly resolve that. So it's a very simple fix. Let's go into our components, into listings and listing a card. And here, instead of writing reservation, we're going to use safe reservation because we created that in the previous part. So just write safe reservation here when you can import it from add/types. So now you should have safe listing, safe reservation, and safe user here. And you can entirely remove these imports from Prisma/client right here. Great job. Now, if for any reason you're not seeing cancel a reservation here, so if this is not appearing for you, or if these dates are not appearing for you, let's go back into listing card and let's see why they should appear. So we have these props: reservation, on action, disabled, action label, action ID, and current user. So all of those actions are needed to display these items right here. So in order to have handle cancel, we have this on action prop, right? For price, if there is a past reservation, we're going to use the total reservation price. You can see in database that is a calculated reservation by the nightly price times how long this start and end date lasts, right? But if we are at our index page, you can see that since we're not passing any reservation there, what's going to happen is you're just going to see the nightly price. See, here we have $1,000 per night, right? But if I go into my trips, you can see that I have 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 4,000. So it's a multiplied price, right? And let's see where this actually displays. So yeah, this button displays if you have on action and on label. And this reservation, so you should not see the label per night because this is not per night. So we hide this if it is a reservation type. And instead of displaying category here, if we have a reservation date, which is a constant we define here, which also depends on the reservation prop where we calculate the format here. Great. So if you, for any reason, you're not seeing this exactly as I am, just go into your listing card and make sure that you have all of this the same as me. Great job. And now what I want to do is I want to add, I want to go back into components, listings, listing reservation right here. Let me see if I did that correctly. Sorry, not here. But let's go back into our listings, listing client here. Great. And here is the function we have on create reservation. And remember, I added a comment here. So instead of router.refresh, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write router.push/trips right here. And I'm going to save that. And I'm going to refresh this page. And now I'm going to create a reservation for this listing that I have right here. So just let's wait a second for this to compile. All right. And I'm going to go ahead here. I'm going to select from 9th to 12th, and I'm going to click reserve. And after that, I am redirected and I'm right here. And you can see from 9th to 12th right here. Amazing. So in the next part, we're going to create an option to cancel this reservation. Great job. So in this part, we're going to create a route that is actually going to be able to cancel this reservation, because if you try and click right now, we're gonna get an error that something went wrong because there is no API that exists there. And we're also gonna create a /myReservations route right here. So let's go ahead and let's close everything. And I'm gonna go into app, into API, into reservations, and I'm gonna create a new folder, square brackets, reservation ID, like that. And inside of that, I'm going to create a new file, route.ts. Great. So first, let's import next response from next/server. Let's import get current user from @/app actions get current user. And let's import Prisma from @/app/libs/prisma-db, like that. Great. Now I'm going to write some interface for this. So interface iparams is going to be reservation ID (string), like that. And now let's write export async function delete. So just make sure you don't accidentally write export default. Make sure it's export async function delete right here. And inside of that, write a request, which is a type of request, and the structure params, and give it a type of params, iparams, which we defined right here at the top. Great. Now open this function. And first, let's fetch the current user. So const current user is equal await get current user, like that. If there is no current user, in that case, we're going to return next response dot error, like that. And now let's just extract the reservation ID. So write const reservation ID is equal from params, like that. Great. Now let's check if this reservation ID is valid. So if there is no reservation ID, or if type of reservation ID is not equal to string, in that case, we're gonna throw new error invalid ID, like that. Great. And now let's just write const reservation is equal to await prisma.reservation.delete many. The reason we want delete many is because we're going to use some special queries with that. So go ahead and write where ID is equal to reservation ID, and then just after this ID, you're going to write capital OR like this and open an array. And first object is going to be user ID current user.id, and just below that, just below that, open another object and write listing. Open an object inside user ID current user.id. So what does this mean? Well, we want to ensure that the only people who are able to delete a reservation is either the creator of reservation or the creator of the listing that the reservation is on. So we want to enable the owner of this house in Sweden to be able to cancel any reservations that was made on their property. And we also want to enable the person who made the reservation, in my case me, to also cancel my very own reservation. Great. And you can just return next response.json reservation, like that. Great. And now if you refresh this, you can actually try and delete the reservation. And let's see where the code for that is. So you can go into trips client right here, and this is where we have it. So we call axis.delete/API/reservations, and we pass the ID of the reservation here. So I'm gonna head and click cancel reservation on this Europe-Croatia reservation. Let's just wait a second. Okay, and we get an error. Let's see what that is about. Okay, I just refreshed my page. I don't think there's anything wrong. I think this is just a development error. So let me try again. And just like that, we get reservation canceled and it's removed from here. So the error was absolutely nothing. It might not even happen to you. It was just a development issue. I probably did not refresh on time. Great. And you can try and remove other reservations. So I'm going to try and remove this one. You can see how it's just less and less. And one cool thing I want to show you right here. So I'm going to cancel this one, and I have this reservation from April 2nd to April 6th. So let's go into this reservation right here, and I want to show you something. So just a second. So this loads right here. All right. And I'm going to go here into the calendar in April, and you can see how I have blocked out the dates from 2nd to 6th because the reservation exists. But if I go into my trips right here, and if I cancel this reservation here, And if I go back and select the very same Sweden listing, let's just wait for this at slash route to load. If I go back into this Sweden listing here, and if I go into April, you can see that I can now select these fields. So I think that's really, really cool. Let me try again. Let's try from 16th to 22nd and click reserve. All right, now I'm gonna get redirected here. So from 16th to 22nd, and if I go back here, you can see that this entire week is booked, right? And I cannot select and reserve anything in this range. But if I go back into my trips right here, and if I cancel the reservation and then go back to my listings and click on Europe Sweden again, you can see that it completely freed up this booking. Great, that's exactly what I wanted to do. All right, and now what I want to do is I want to create this My Reservations page. So in order to do that, I'm going to collapse everything again, and we're going to do a pretty similar thing that we did with a trips folder right here. So go ahead and create a new folder, and we're going to call it Reservations, like that. And inside of that, create a new file, page.tsx, like this. Great. And now you can actually, let's actually just write something here. So first things first, let's import empty state from /components empty state. Let's import client only from /components client only. Let's import get current user from actions current user, and let's import get reservations from /actions get reservations. Good. And now I'm gonna write const reservations page, which is gonna be a synchronous function like this, and just make sure you export default reservations page as well. And inside of here, first I'm going to fetch the current user. So await get current user. So very similar to what we did in the trips page. If there is no current user, we're going to return a client only component. So client only like this. And inside of that, I'm going to add empty state and write title unauthorized, subtitle please log in, like that. Great. And now after this if clause, I can fetch my reservations, but be very careful how we're about to do this. So const reservations is equal to await get reservations, and remember we can pass different parameters here. So our parameters can either be listing ID, user ID, or author ID. So in this case, we're going to pass author ID because we want to load all reservations on our listings, not our trips, but all reservations that other people have made on our listings. So just write author ID, current user dot ID, like that. Great. Now let's write the empty state. So if reservations dot length is equal to 0, return client only again, and inside of that we're going to write another empty state, and we're going to give it a title and subtitle. So go ahead and write title to be no reservations found, and subtitle to looks like you have no reservations on your properties, like that. Great. And in our final return, we're going to write client only like this again. And for now, I'm just going to say reservations client like this. And we're going to pass it reservations. So very similar to what we did with trips. Reservations and current user, like that. Great. And now I'm going to go here and just write reservations client.tsx. And I'm just going to fix the error. So reservations client, and just div reservations on my properties, like that. Great. And now we can go back into reservations folder page.tsx and just import this right here at the top. So reservations client from /reservations client. Great. And now I want to enable that route when we click on my reservations here. So I'm going to go into components, into navbar, into user menu right here. And just the same as we did with router push trips, we're going to copy that and paste it in my reservations here. So router.push/reservations like this. basically the same name that you added this folder right here, reservations. Great, I'm going to save this. I'm going to refresh once. And after this has compiled, let's just wait a second. So everything is ready. A couple of more seconds should do. All right. And now once I click on my reservations and wait for the page to compile, don't worry that everything is so slow in development. This is because we have not compiled these pages beforehand. In production, everything is going to be compiled. And you can basically see how we have the empty state, no reservations found. Looks like you have no reservations on your properties. Great, you can actually also check my trips. And I think since we removed, you should get the same empty message. But let's focus on my reservations. So just ensure that you're in the /reservations route right here. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create this reservations client component. So go to the top and just write use client here. And you can import toast from react-hot-toast. You can import Axios from Axios. You can import use callback and use state from React. You can import use router from not next/router, but next/navigation. So make sure you don't have that mistake. Let's import some types. So save reservation and save user from /types. Let's import heading from /component/heading. Let's import container from /component/container. And let's import listing card from /components/listings/listing card, like that. Great. And now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna remove this div right here. I'm gonna write container like that. Container. All right. And inside of that, I'm gonna add a heading like this. Whoops. With a title of reservations and a subtitle of bookings on your properties, like that. So properties like this. Great. And in order to see this, let's go and let's create a reservation, right? So we're not looking at this empty state. So I'm going to go ahead again in Europe, Croatia here, and I'm going to book from 2nd to 5th and click reserve right here. That is going to redirect me to /trips, but I'm going to go to my reservations here. All right, and now you can see that we have a different view here. We have reservations, bookings on your properties. Great. And now before we map over our reservations, let's first write the interface. So the interface is the following. Interface reservations client props is equal to reservations save reservation, like that, which is an array. And current user is optional, save user, type null, like this. Great. Now let's just assign these props here. So reservation client props, and I'm gonna extract these values, so reservations and current user, like that. Great. Now I'm just gonna write const router is equal to use router here, which we imported from next/navigation. Const again deleting id, set deleting id is equal to use state and default value of an empty string. And we can reuse our onCancel here, so just write const onCancel is equal to use callback. Just write an empty function here, and don't forget the dependency array. So the parameter we're going to take here is id, which is a type of string, and we're going to say set deleting id to be this id right here. Great. And now let's just write axios.delete and open template literals like that, /API/reservations/ and open the id like that. Right, then inside of here we're gonna write toast.success reservation cancelled and router.refresh, like this. On catch, we're gonna write toast.error, something went wrong, like that. And finally, we're going to remove the deleting ID. So set deleting ID is just going to be an empty string like that. And in the dependency array, don't forget to add router. Great job. Okay, and now we can actually go here and create another div inside of here, and let's give it a grid class name like we did with the trips. So class name is going to be empty-10 grid-calls-1 sm grid-calls-2 md grid-calls-3 lg grid-calls-4 xl grid-calls-5 2xl grid-calls-6. So just like that, and gap-8. Great. And now let's iterate over our reservations. So reservations.map reservation, and immediately return the listing card component, which we also used in trips. Let's give it a key of reservation.id. Let's give it a data of reservation.listing. Let's give it the reservation of reservation like that. Action ID to be reservation.id. On action is going to be on cancel like that. Disabled is going to be deleting ID equal to reservation.id, and action label is going to be cancel guest reservation like that, and current user is going to be current user like that. Perfect. Great. And now if you wait a second, the reservations should appear here. Maybe you can try and refresh. Yeah, we have it right here. So right now you're probably not seeing any difference between this and between the trips page. So in order to see the difference, I'm going to show you how to do that. So instead of, I'm going to create another user here. So I'm going to log out here. Just wait a second. And I'm going to create a new user, which is going to create a booking on one of our properties. So I'm going to click sign up here. I'm going to create a user called new one.mail.com new one and 123321 as a password. I'm going to click continue. Once our user creates, oh, my bad. So I have an error because I did not refresh on time. If this happens, yeah, it's because the app folder is still experimental, so sometimes the page completely breaks. If you really want to fix this without refreshing all the time, you could just shut down the application like this and run npm run dev again. Perhaps this did not happen to you at all, so you can just continue normally. All right, so everything is fine now, and I'm just going to try and sign up again. So I'm going to write new one, mail.com, new one, and my password. I'm going to click continue here. And let's just wait. Okay, and let's try login now. So new one mail.com. Great, and I am logged in. Great. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Europe, Croatia, for example, here. Let's just wait for a second so the listing loads. All right, and I'm going to create a booking from 9th to 11th like that. And I'm going to click reserve. And now we will be redirected to our /trips page. Let's just wait a second for it to compile. Great. And so these are my trips as the owner of reservation, but I'm not the owner of this listing. So if I go into my reservations here, let's just wait for it to compile. What you're going to see is that we have no reservations found. I only have trips, but I don't have reservations. And what I can do now, I'm going to log out again, and I'm going to go and log in as Antonio. So let's just wait a second. I'm going to log in as Antonio, mail.com. Whoops. I'm going to click continue here. All right, I'm logged in. And now, if I go into my reservations here, you can see that I have, when we selected from 2nd to 5th, I think, right? So I can actually cancel guest reservation here. So I'm going to cancel all of this here. I'm going to cancel this one. Let's wait for this to refresh. I'm also going to cancel this one because I'm the owner of this listings. I'm going to log out again now, and I'm going to go back into the new user, so you can see that their reservation has been canceled because I, as the owner, have canceled it. So I'm going to write new one, mail.com, 123321, and click continue. And if I go into my trips, you can see that I have no trips because the owner of the listing, which is Antonio in this case, has removed my trip. Amazing, amazing job. And just before we wrap this up, I noticed something. So I want to log out here. I'm just gonna refresh everything on localhost. Yeah, and one thing I noticed is that when we sign up, the login model did not appear, and I want that to happen. So let's just close everything and go into app, into components, into models, into register model right here. And let's find this action. Yeah, so once we successfully do the Axios.post API register, let's also just add login model.onOpen like that, just below this. So after we successfully register, close the register model and open the login model. That's going to be a much better experience for the user, right? So I'm going to try that now. I'm going to refresh everything. Let's just wait a second so it compiles. All right, and I'm going to try and create a new user. So I'm going to write new3 mail.com, new3, and I'm going to click continue. And great, so after it has been success, I can actually log in again. But before we do that, let's also add a success message here. So toast.success. Let's just write success like that. Great. So I'm going to go back to create my account, and I'm going to register with new4 and new4 here. Click continue. Great. So now I have the success message and redirected here, and I can try new4 and continue logging in. Great. And I am now logged in as new4. Amazing, amazing job. So just to recap what we did, we fixed the login model problem. Well, it's not exactly a problem, but a better user experience. And we finished the My Reservations and My Trips. So we can now create trips, we can create reservations, we can create bookings, and we can also cancel them. All that's left now is to create My Reservations, My Properties, and last thing, we're gonna create a model to enable all of these filters in this main search right here. Amazing, amazing job. All right, so now we have this /favorites route that here that is not used, but we have all the functionality needed for the favorites. So first things first, I'm gonna close everything here, and I'm gonna go into app, into components, into navbar user menu, and just the way we did with reservations, I'm gonna add for favorites here. So I'm gonna write router.push/favorites, just like that. Okay, and now let's create the page for the favorites. So go into app and create a new folder called favorites like that. And inside of that, create a new file, page.tsx. Great. And you can import empty state from components empty state, and you can import client only from components client only. You can import get current user from actions get current user, and you can import get favorite listings, which actually we don't have yet. So before we do that, let's just finish writing this. So const listing page is an asynchronous function, which for now it's just going to return a client only like this. And I'm just going to write empty state. And let's give it a title of no favorites found, and subtitle of looks like you have no favorite listings, like that. And make sure you export default listing page at the bottom right here. Okay, and now you can try and click on my favorites here, and after it compiles, you should be able to see /favorites with our empty states like that. So just make sure you're at localhost 3000 at /favorites like that. Okay, and now let's go into our actions. So go into actions and click new file and create get favorite listings.ts like that. And I'm gonna import Prisma from add/app/libs Prisma db like that. And I'm gonna import get current user from /get current user because we are in the actions folder, so we can access it very easily. Great. And now just write export default async function get favorite listings and open a try and catch block, and in the try block write const current user is equal to await get current user like that, and just write if there is no current user, just return an empty array, because there are no favorite listings to load. And now let's find our favorites. So for that, we're gonna write const favorites are equal to await prisma dot listing dot find many, where id, open an object and write in, open an array, and you're gonna spread parenthesis current user dot favorite IDs pipe empty array, like that. Great. And what we have to do now, of course, is sanitize our favorites. So just write const save favorites is equal to favorites dot map favorite, and just return an immediate object so you can spread favorite inside of that, and just fix the created at to be favorite dot created at .to ISO string, just like that. And then fill safe to just return save favorites, like that. And in the catch block, give it a type of any, and just write throw new error, like that. And just make sure you actually don't misspell this. So just return this save favorites from here. Great. And now you can go back in a page.tsx here, and you can actually import get favorites like this from /action/get favorite listings. Great job. Okay, and now I'm gonna load my listings here. So I'm gonna write const listings equal await get favorite listings const current user await get current user, like that. And first things first, instead of just returning this, I'm gonna write if listings length is equal to 0. In that case, we're gonna return this, which we created right here. So just indent that a little bit. Great. And otherwise, we're gonna return a client only, like this. And inside of that, write favorites client, like that. And favorites client is gonna have listings and current user, like that. Great. And you can save this. And if we had any favorites, we would have gotten an error. So let's just go and make sure you favorite something, because you need to get an error here. So I'm gonna click save here. Sorry, I'm gonna click like here, so it becomes my favorite. Okay. Let's just wait for this to reload. This is not an error, this just happens with Next.13 app router. Okay, and now that this is loaded, let's just go into my favorites here. So it loads localhost 3000 / favorites. And we get an error, favorites client is not defined. Great. So let's just go into favorites, where we have our page.tsx, and let's just create a new file. Whoops, new file. Favorites client.tsx, like that. And I'm just gonna go ahead and fix this error. So favorites client, and I'm just gonna write a div like this. And now I'm gonna go back into page.tsx, and I'm just gonna import this from /favorites client, like that. And I'm gonna save this, and now we're gonna get rid of this error once the page compiles. Great, and we have our favorites client text right here. So let's go back into our favorites client here, and let's let's add an interface for this first. So interface favorites client props is going to accept listings, which is an array of safe listing, which you can import from /types. So make sure you put this little array at the end. And of course, we have current user, a question mark, safe user, which you can also import. Which you can also import from /types, and just add a null here. Great. And now let's add this props here. So react.fc favorites client props. We're gonna have listings and current user in the props right here. Instead of this div, let's just return a container, which you can import from components container. Great. Inside of that, let's add a heading, which you can also import from components heading right here. Great. And let's give this a title of favorites and a subtitle of list of places you have favorited, like that. Great. So now instead of this favorites client, we should get that header. Great. It's right here. And now let's just write our grid here as usual. So class name, It's gonna have an empty 10 grid dash calls dash 1 sm grid dash calls dash 2 md grid dash calls dash 3 lg grid dash calls dash 4 xl grid dash calls dash 5 and 2xl grid dash calls dash 6. You can also copy and paste this from either trips or reservations, and get dash 8 like that. And we can safely now iterate over this. So just write listings.map listing like this, and immediately return a listing card, which listing card like this, which you can import from /component /listings /listing card, and just give it a current user, give it a key of listing.id, and give it a data of listing like that. Great. And now if we wait a second, we should see our new, there we go. And if I go ahead and go into and favorite Sweden, for example, wait a second, that it triggers the API call. All right, so it's success, and it's gonna refresh. Great. And if I go into my favorites again, now it's gonna load new favorites like that, and I can remove them from the favorites as well. Great. That's it. We finished our favorites. Great job. All right, and now let's create the last page in this navigation bar, My Properties. So let's close everything up and let's go into App, Components, Navbar, User menu here. And instead of an empty array here, an empty function, just write router.push/properties like that. Great. And now, in order to start working on properties, we have to go and head into our getListings action, which we already use to fetch all listings on the main page. And I'm going to go ahead and create an export interface listings params like that. And I'm going to write user ID string like that. And in here, I'm going to accept those params like that and write listings params just like that. Great. And now instead of just fetching all of the listings, we're going to add an option here. So first things first, I'm going to extract user ID from params like that. And then I'm going to write let query any is equal to an object like that. Make sure you write let and not const, because later we're going to need this for something else. But for now, you can just use an if clause. If there is a user ID, just write query.userid is equal to user ID like that, and make sure your if clause checks for user ID just like this. And now instead of just having this order by, we're also going to have where query just like that, and everything else can stay exactly the same. And just test on your slash page if everything is okay. So okay, we have an error here. Let's just check that. All right, so what I want you to do is close everything and go back into app page.tsx here, where we actually use this get listings. You can see we have an error here. So what I want you to do is I want you to create an interface home props like that, and write search params, which are going to be listing params, which we just created in this action get listings. So this thing we exported right here, make sure you export it. So in this actions get listings, make sure you have interface listing params and you export it from that component, so we can import it here by destructuring like this. So we imported listing params from /actions get listings alongside our get listings function like that. Great. And now inside of here, I'm actually going to change this a bit. So I'm going to write const home is equal to async function like this. And just remember to go to the bottom and write export default home like that. Great. And now inside of that, what I'm going to write is search params home props like that. Great. And now I can use this search params to pass it as an object here. Great. And now if you go ahead and refresh, the error should go away because search params in server component is always an object, regardless if there is nothing in the URL for now. but this is already a sneak peek in how we're going to use these filters to actually filter by category here. Great job. Okay, and now what I want you to do is I want you to close everything, and I want you to copy, go into app folder, and you can just copy trips, for example. So just go ahead and copy trips and paste it in the app folder and rename it to properties. So we don't have to write everything that's going to be very similar here. So go into page right here, and first thing I want you to do is to rename this trips page to properties page, like that. Great job. All right, so first we're gonna fetch our current user as always. Unauthorized can stay exactly the same. Now instead of reservations, we're gonna call listings, and instead of get reservations, we're gonna use get listings actions. So import get listings from /actions get listings, and you can remove get reservations here. Great. Now the user ID will stay exactly the same. We just added that in the function. Instead of reservations.length 0 is going to be listings.length, and the title is going to be no properties found, and we're going to write the subtitle of looks like you have no properties, like that. Great. And now instead of trips client, we're actually going to use we're going to use properties client here. So just go ahead and rename this trips client to properties client, like that. Go back into page.tsx and just rename this to properties client, and the import is /properties client as well. And instead of trips client, just use properties client, like that. And properties client, instead of reservations, is going to accept listings, and just pass in the listings here as well. So go ahead and paste it like this. Great. Now let's go back into properties client component, and first let's just rename both the types and the component. So I'm going to do that using this and just write properties client, like that. Great. And inside properties client, I'm going to replace reservations with listings, and instead of save reservation is going to be save listing from types, like this, and you can remove save reservation. We're not going to use that. Now we get an underline here because we're using reservations, so just make sure you use listings, well, just like that. Now on cancel is going to be pretty similar actually, so we can leave this exactly the same, except the route /API/reservations, we're actually going to be able to delete our properties. So the route is going to be /API/listings and this ID right here. And instead of reservation cancel, we're going to say listing deleted, like that. Great job. All right, and now in this heading right here, instead of title trips, it's going to be title properties, like that. And the subtitle is going to be list of your properties, just like that. Great. And you can go ahead and try and go into my properties here so you actually see what we're doing. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get an error. Actually, we're not, yes, because we are in a different account here. So let's just fix this error quickly. So instead of iterating over reservations here, let's actually use listings, like that. So listings.map, and instead of reservation is going to be listing, like that. So it's going to have a listing.id. Data is going to be the entire listing, like that. Reservation is not needed in this case. The action as ID is going to be listing.id. On cancel is going to be uncancelled, and disable is going to be deleting ID is equal to listing.id. And instead of cancel reservation is going to be delete property, just like that. Great. The reason I'm not seeing any properties is because I'm in the user that has no properties. So I can either create one, or I think it's much simpler that I log out and log in into a user which has some properties. All right, so I'm going to click login here, and I'm going to go into antoniomail.com and log in. Great. And you can see I have a list of my properties right here. Amazing. And now I have to create a route for these delete properties, because if I click now, we're going to get an error because this /API/listings ID does not exist. So let's go into our app API folder, into listings right here, and create a new folder, square brackets, listing ID. And inside of there, create a new file, route.ts. Great. Go ahead and import next response from next server, like that. Import get current user from @/app actions get current user, and import Prisma from @/app/libs/prisma db like that. Great. Let's create an interface iparams with a listing ID question mark. Whoops. String just like that, and write export async function delete. Make sure you didn't accidentally write export default. Open this function inside and write request and the structure params here, and just map it to params iparams like that. And I'm just gonna remove this space here so it's more semantically correct. All right, now I'm gonna get the current user. So const current user is equal to await get current user like that. If there is no current user and it's trying to delete a property, we're gonna write return next response dot error like that. Now let's extract the listing ID from the params. And let's actually check if the listing ID is correct. So if there is no listing ID, or if type of listing ID is not equal to string, we're going to throw new error invalid ID like that. Great. And now all I'm going to do is const listing is equal to await prisma.listing.delete many. And we're going to write where ID is equal to listing ID and user ID is equal to current user.id. So the reason I'm using delete many and not delete one is because we cannot pass this user ID. We cannot query by multiple where inside delete many. And I only want the current user, who is also the owner of the listing, which we can check by comparing with user ID, to be able to delete this listing. Great. And you can just go ahead and write return next response.json listing like that. Great. And now we have the working route. So this /API/listings/ID should actually work just fine. I'm going to refresh my page just to ensure that there are no errors ready to happen. Great. And I'm going to go ahead and try and delete this Europe Sweden property here. So I'm going to click delete property and we get a success listing deleted and it's no longer here. And if I go into my index page to try and see, I can only see the creation one. Great job. We successfully finished all of the sidebar items. The only things left now is to connect these category filters and create a model for this search filters right here. And it's not going to take too much time because we created majority of those components using this rent model here. And we're also going to add some loading states. We're going to deploy it to Vercel, and that is going to be it. Great job. Alright, so now we're going to create the actual search model here. So I'm going to close everything and let's go into hooks and let's just copy use login model and paste it and rename it to use search model like that. Let's rename all instances of login model into search model like that. So we're going to have search model store, use search model, and export default. Very important, use search model. Great. Now that we have that, we can go into app, into components, into navbar, search right here. And what we're actually going to write is we're going to use our search model. So const search model is equal to use search model like that, and you can import that from @/apps hooks use search model. Great. And now what we're actually going to write on this main div right here, I'm going to add on click search model.onOpen like that. Whoops. So just onOpen, do not execute it. So just search model.onOpen like that. If you click, nothing's going to happen now, so you don't have to click now. And what I'm going to create next is I'm going to go into app, into components, into models, and I'm going to create a new file, search model.tsx like that. I'm going to name it search model like that. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to return a model component, which you can import from /model because we are in the models folder and we have the model right here. Great. And I'm just going to add const search model is equal to use search model like that. You can import that from @app hooks use search model like that. And I'm going to add a couple of controls here. So is open is going to be controlled by search model dot is open. On close is going to be search model dot on close. On submit is going to be search model dot on open. Title is going to be Let's see what the title should be. So the title should be filters. The action label is going to be submit, or let's say search. Yeah, like that. Great. Okay, and now that we have this search model, let's go into our app folder right here. Let's go into layout.tsx, and the same way we added rent model, let's just import search model like that from /components models search model. Let's place them along here with all the other components. Great. And now if you try and click on this, make sure you refresh before that. So just make sure the page compiles. Great, and we get an error here, and that is because I have not marked the components models search model as use client. So make sure you add use client at the top right here. I'm gonna save and refresh again to see if the error went away. Great, the error goes away, and let me try and click here, and great. So now our search filters actually open the filters model. Great. Now let's actually go ahead and let's write some functions for this model. So I'm going to write const router is equal to use router, which you can import from next/navigation like that. We're also going to use search. We're going to use params as well. So go ahead and write const params are equal use search params like that. Also from next/navigation. Great. Now let's add the current step. So const step set step is equal to use state, which you can import from React, and the default is going to be one of our enums. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to order this a little bit like that. Let's write our enums here. So enum steps. We're going to have 3 steps. So location is 0, date is 1, and info is 2. So those are all the steps we're going to have. And the first step is going to be steps.location, just like that. Great. Now I'm going to add a state for our guest count. So const guest count set guest count is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be 1. And I'm going to do the same for room count. So set room count, and the same for bathroom count, and set bathroom count, like that. Great. And we're also going to create a state for date range. So const date range, set date range is going to be use state. And in pointy brackets, make sure you add range, which you can import from React date range right here. So just the structure range like that, and just add that to the top as well. Great. And the default value of this state is going to be start date, new date, end date, new date, and key is going to be selection, like that. Great. Okay, and now let's go ahead and let's import our map. So const map is going to be equal to use memo is your memo, and now is going to return dynamic, which you can import from next/dynamic, and dynamic is going to import /map like that. And I'm going to pass in SSR false here, and just don't forget to add the dependency array location like that at the end. Great. So we already did this in one of the other components. So basically we're going to import map using use memo, which returns dynamic, which returns an import of map, and immediately we pass an object to turn off server-side rendering for that, and we're going to re-render map every time we change our location. Great. Right now, and one mistake we made is location doesn't actually exist here right now. So just go ahead and write const location, set location, use state, and now we have our location, and just give it a pointy brackets here, type of country select value, which you can import from /input/country select right here. If you cannot import it, just make sure that you have this export type country select value in your components inputs country select right here. We're going to use that in this search model. Okay, great. Now that we have our map, let's create our on back and on next and on submit values. So I'm going to go ahead and write const on back, use callback, which you can import from React. What that is going to do is it's going to say set step, and it's going to return the current step and just give it a value -1. So it's just going to reduce what currently exists. Const on next is going to do the opposite of that. So use callback, add the dependency array, and just write set step value +1, like that. We already did this in the rent model, but this is going to be a much simpler one than the rent model. Great. And now we're going to write our onSubmit function here. So go ahead and write const onSubmit is equal to use callback, like this, and just expand this function here and make sure the function inside callback is asynchronous like this. Great. First things first, we're going to check if we are on the last step. So if step is not equal to steps.info, so if we are not on the last step, in that case, we're just going to return on next, right there. Great. Otherwise, we're going to define the current query. So let current query is equal to an empty array, like that. If there are any params, where do we get the params from? Well, from use search params right here. So if we have any params, we're going to use current query, and now we're going to parse those parameters. So for that, I'm going to import QS, and just go to the top right here and import QS from query-string, like that. Great. Go back into your onSubmit function and just write QS dot parse params to string, like that. Great. And now just write const updated query, give it a type of any, and inside of that, you're going to spread the current query, so everything that currently exists, which could be the category, for example. You're going to spread the current query, and you're just going to write location value, location question mark dot value, like that. You're going to write guest count, room count, guest count, room count, bathroom count, like that. And that's going to be our initial updated query. And now we're going to check whether we added any date ranges. So we're going to write if date range dot start date. In that case, we're going to write updated query dot start date is equal to format ISO, which you can import from date-fns. So just make sure you import format ISO from date-fns. I'm going to put it here to the top. Go back into your onSubmit function here. All right, so we're going to format ISO date range dot start date, like that. Very simple. We're going to do the same thing with end date. So if date range dot end date, we're going to write updated query dot end date is equal to format ISO end date, date range dot end date, like that. Great. So obviously we have to transform our start and end date into strings because they're going to go into our URL. That's how we'll be able to update the server component. All right, and now that that is done, what we're going to do is create our final URL. So const URL is equal to qs.stringify URL, open objects inside, and our URL is going to be just an empty slash like this, and our query is going to be updated query, which we modified above. And just make sure you add the skip null true option in the end. Great. After we've done that, we're going to reset our step. So we're going to write set step to be steps.location. We're going to close the search modal. So search modal.onClose, like that. And we're going to use router.push URL. So this is actually going to apply all the filters. Make sure you have this router.push URL, which pushes this stringified URL, which uses this query, which we will use regarding on all of our filters. And make sure you add all of the dependencies it needs. So that's going to be step, search model, location, router, guest count, room count, bathroom count. Make sure you don't misspell bathroom like I did. So bathroom count, date, range, on next, and params. Like that. Great, great job. Okay, now let's create our action label and secondary action label for our next and back buttons. So const action label is going to be used memo, which you can import from React. Whoops. like this. Don't forget the dependency array. And we're going to write if step is equal to steps.info. In that case, we're going to return search because it's going to be our last step, and the next click on the button is going to push the URL here. Great. Otherwise, we're going to return next because there is a next step coming. And make sure you put step in the dependency array here. Great. And now for the secondary action label, we're going to do a similar function. So const secondary action label use memo like this. And inside of that, we're going to check if we are on the first step. So if step is equal to steps.location, in that case, we're going to return undefined because there is no step to go back on that point. Otherwise, we're going to return back like that. And make sure you put step in the dependency array of a secondary action label. Great. And now I'm going to create our first body content. Great. So go ahead and write let body content. It's important that it's let because we're going to change it depending on the step, like we did in the rent model. Great. So open body content and write a div inside of that. And let's give it a class name of flex-call gap-8. And inside of that, create a heading, which you can import from /heading. So I'm just going to order all of this here like that. Great. So you can import heading from /heading because we are in the components folder. All right. And this heading is a self-closing tab. It's going to have a title of where do you wanna go, like that. And a subtitle of find the perfect location, like that. And just below that, we're going to import our country select component, which we already have created when we created the rent model. So import country select from /inputs/country select. You can find all of those here. Great. I'm just going to put this with the other components here. Let's go ahead and let's actually add some values to it. So initial value is going to be location, which we have in our use state right here. All right. And on change, we're going to have an arrow function which accepts a value, and it's going to call set location is going to pass it a value as country select value, like that. Great. And just below country select, we're going to add an HR here, and we're going to add our map, and we're going to give it a prop of center of location !.lat_lng, like that. Great. I'm going to use this body content now to pass it here. So I'm going to write body content like that. And if you wait a couple of seconds for it to update and refresh, you should see the new body content in the filters. If it's not updating, I'm just going to refresh manually to load the newest version. All right, so I just refreshed. And there we go. We have our first step. And if I select Croatia, for example, you can see how fast we've developed this because we have all the components we need. Great. And now we're going to create the next step, which is date. So go ahead and just below this body content, create if step is equal to steps.date. In that case, body content is going to be another div with a class name of flex-call gap-8 again. Inside of that, it's going to have another heading component. So heading like this. It's going to have a title of when do you plan to go, and a subtitle of make sure everyone is free, like that. Great. And just below that, we're going to add our calendar component, which you can import from /inputs/calendar. We already have it. We created it. So it's right here in components inputs. It's calendar right here. We already created it when we were creating our reservations. Great. And now that we have our calendar, let's give it some options here. So value is going to be date range, and on change is going to be an arrow function which has a value, and it's going to use the function set date range and pass in value dot selection. So not just value, but value dot selection, like that. Perfect. And before we move on, I'm going to modify this action label search to actually be the dynamic action label, like that. Great. So now if we just wait a couple of seconds, it's going to say next here. And if I click next, oh yeah, we didn't add a proper onSubmit function here. So instead of onSubmit search model on open, modify the onSubmit here to call the actual onSubmit function which we created. Great. So now just wait a couple of seconds for it to update. Try and click next again, or again, you can just refresh the entire thing. But there you go, I'm on step 2 and I can see the date range, but I don't have the back button. So let's go ahead and let's just add that. So I'm going to write secondary action to be dynamic. So it's going to be step is equal to steps.location. In that case, it's going to be undefined, otherwise on back, like that. So secondary action is going to check if the current step is steps.location. In that case, it's going to throw undefined, otherwise it's going to be on back. So we don't want to display the secondary action if the current step is the first one. Great. And make sure you also add secondary action label, which is just the dynamic secondary action label constant that we created alongside action label. So we have it right here. Great. And there we go. Now we have our back button, and I can go back and you can see how Croatia stays selected. I can maybe choose India. I can go forward again. And you can see how now I am on my calendar. Great, great job. Okay, and now let's go into our last step, which is info. So I'm going to go and create if step is equal to steps.info, like that. In that case, our body content is going to be a little bit different. So create a div right here, give it a class name of flex-call gap-8, like that. Give it a heading again, like that. Give it a title of more information and a subtitle of find your perfect place, like that. Great. And now we're going to add our counter component, which we also have. And you can import counter from /input/counter. So the same way we did with country select, calendar, and counter. Great. I'm going to go here to the bottom and let's give some props to this counter here. So the title is going to be guests. The subtitle is going to be how many guests are coming, like that. The value is going to be guest count, and the onChange is going to be an arrow function which passes the guest count value to set guest count value, just like that. Great, great job. I'm going to go ahead and click next here. Great. So we now have the option to select how many guests we're passing with us. Let's just copy this counter 2 more times. For the second one, we're going to write rooms and how many rooms do you need. And instead of guest count and set guest count here, we're going to use room count. And here we're going to write set room count, like that. And for the last one, it's going to be bathrooms. So it's going to ask how many bathrooms do you need. And instead of guest count, it's going to be bathroom count. And instead of set guest count, it's going to be set bathroom count, like that. Great, great job. And let's just wait a second for this to refresh. Great. And now we have it right here. And you can see how I can individually control all of these values. Great. And I'm going to select a date right here, for example, and I'm going to select Greece here. Great. You can see how everything stays selected. And once I click on search, if you take a close look in our URL, you can see that it just added a bunch of filters, which is exactly what we want. So we're going to use these filters to send it to our server component. And you can also notice how it also has our category, because I have selected windmills. If you don't, that's completely okay. You can try and click on countryside or islands, and your category should just be added here. Maybe it's added at the end, don't worry, but it should not reset your entire URL. Great. And now let's actually modify our getListings action. So I'm going to close everything here, and I'm going into app, actions, getListings again. Let's actually modify this now. So it takes in consideration every single of the parameters which we just passed and gives us the perfect result that we want. Great. So in this iListings params where we just added our user ID, let's also add guest count, which is an optional number. Let's add room count, which is also an optional number. Let's add bathroom count, which is also an optional number here. Let's add start date, which is an optional string, end date, which is also an optional string, location value, which is an optional string, and category, which is an optional string. So everything is optional because we don't have to select anything here. Great. And now instead of just extracting user ID, let's collapse this and extract all of our values. So user ID, room count, guest count, bathroom count, location value, start date, end date, and category, like that. So let's just make sure we have user date, guest count, room count, bathroom count, start date, end date, location value, and category. Great, great, great job. All right, and now we're going to use the same principle we did with this user ID to create all kinds of combinations. So just below user ID, go ahead and write if category. So if there is a category, we're going to write query.category to be equal to category, like that. Below category, we're going to write if room count, we're going to write query.roomCount, open an object inside, and we're going to write GTE, which means greater than or equal, and just add plus room count. So it's important that you add this plus right here, because that is going to transform this room count, which is initially a type of string when we send it, into a definite number. Great. And we're going to query all listings which have either the equal amount of room count that the user sent or more than that. But we're going to filter out everything that has less rooms that we need, so we actually get the result that we need. Great. And you can copy this, and we're going to reuse it the same way for bathroom count and guest count as well. So go ahead and write guest count, and write query dot guest count, and the same thing, guest count right here. Great. Now here, do the same thing for bathroom count. If query.bathroom count, just write bathroom count, like that. Great. So what's important is that you have to use this GTE and that you put a plus in front of every of these values right here. Great. And now that we have our bathrooms count, let's add our location filter. So if location value, in that case, we're going to add query.location value is equal to location value, like that. And now we're going to create the filter for our date range. So we are going to filter out all listings which have a reservation in our desired date range. So this is going to be the most complicated filter, but it's not that hard to understand. Let's go ahead and write if start date and end date. So we need to have both. We're going to write query.not. So we are going to use reverse filtering on this. So we're going to write a filter that actually finds all of these listings inside this date range, but by using query.not, we can reverse that logic. So go ahead and open an object on query.not and write reservations, like that. Inside of that, open an object and write sum. Inside of that, open another object and write capital OR. Inside of that, you're going to open an array like this. And first, let's define the first combination, which is going to be end date. Open an object here and write GTE start date. And below that, write start date LTE start date, like that. And below this, create another object in this OR array right here and write start date LTE end date, and end date, open an object and write GTE and date, like that. So basically what we do here is we use these two combinations to ensure that we filter out all kinds of conflicts in reservations. So if there is a single day in the reservation date range, we are going to filter out that listing because we cannot create a full booking on that. So you can play around with this logic, but I find this to be the most useful one to filter out our dates. Great. And you can save this, and that is automatically going to be added here in the query right here. And you can see how my listing updated it because all of these queries have now been required, and I can click remove all filters, and that is going to redirect me here. Great. So in order to make this work a little bit better, you can actually go ahead and try right now. So let's, instead of Greece, let's just refresh everything. So refresh that you are on the blank page here. All right, and now we have one listing in Croatia. You might have it somewhere else. So go ahead and try and select, for example, Aruba. I'm gonna click next, next, and search. And I have nothing in here. But if I go and change Aruba to Croatia and click on next, 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 you can see that the Croatia appears because our search filter is working. Now go ahead and I'm gonna add a reservation to this Croatian property here, and I'm gonna see if I can filter it out using the new filters. So just click on this reservation, wait for, on this listing, wait a moment for it to compile. All right, and what I'm gonna select here, I'm gonna select, so April from 9th to 15th. I'm gonna reserve this whole week right here. So I'm gonna go in April 9th to 15th and reserve an entire week here. Let's just wait a second for this to complete. Great. So I created this booking from 9th to 15th. I should be redirected to /trips now. Great. So I have this reservation here. And let's go back into our homepage here. And I'm gonna go and select Croatia again. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna search that inside of this. We know that we created a reservation in this week. So I'm going to go ahead and try and select from 10th to 14th, for example. So something inside of that. I'm going to click next and search. And you can see I have no matches for that because we filtered out Croatia because we just created a reservation for that. But if you go into my trips, for example, and cancel the reservation here, and now go back into Airbnb here, and I'm going to select Croatia again, and I'm going to select this one more time and click search now. You can see that now we find this reservation. Amazing, amazing job. You finished the complicated part. You finished the actual search filters here. And I'm just going to create a couple of more of these listings so we can actually see how this looks better. Great. So I created 3 listings here. One is Arctic, one is modern, and one is beach. I'm gonna go and refresh all of my filters here, and let's try and query but by our categories. So I'm gonna click on beach, and you can see how that only shows Croatia because only Croatia has the beach property. And we do that using this, category filter right here. If I try and click on modern, you can see that only Greece shows up. And if I try and click on Arctic, you can see that only Antarctica shows up. Great, great job. And let's try and let's filter something else. So let's see how many, this has 3 rooms right here. So let's go and let's filter by rooms, for example. I'm gonna go here. Doesn't matter where we go, doesn't matter when we go, but I need a minimum of 2 rooms. And you can see how it filtered out the place which doesn't have 2 rooms. So only Antarctic and Croatia have a minimum, they have 3 rooms, but that is more than we need, but enough to not filter that out. But if I reset my filters, you can see that Europe, Greece has only 1 room, and that's why it was removed. Great, great job. So you finished pretty much the entire application. What's left now is to add the loaders. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So if you open your project right here, and if you go into app, you might have heard that we have a couple of new reserved names, which you can use either in the root or in individual pages right here. So alongside page.tsx and layout.tsx, we also have error and loading.tsx. So first I want to create a loading one. So go into app and create a new file called loading.tsx right here. And inside of that, I'm going to import loader, which we actually don't have created yet. So let's just write it like this for now. Let's say const loading and just return a div which says loading 3 dots, and make sure you export default loading like that. And now if you refresh, this error is going to go away because we export the default. Great. And you can see now how for some time I have this loading component right here. Great. And if you're by any chance stuck on the loading page, you can just hit refresh so it loads everything again. Now, instead of this loading text, I want to create an actual loader. So let's go ahead and let's go into our components and let's create a new file called loader.tsx like that. Great. Let's mark this as use client component. And first things first, let's install a package. So I'm going to shut down my session here and write npm install react-spinners, like that. Let's wait a second for this to install. All right. And I'm going to import puff loader from react-spinners, and feel free to run npm run that again. Just make sure that you refresh your application. Great. And in this loader, I'm going to write const loader. Don't forget to export default loader at the end right here. And all I'm going to write is return div, and I'm going to give it a class name of h-70vh flex-call justify center items center, like that. And inside of that, I'm going to use the puff loader, which we just imported, which is a self-closing tag right here. And I'm going to write a size. I'm going to give it a size of 100 and color of red, like that. And I'm going to save this file. And let's just wait for a second for this to refresh properly. Great. And now you can go ahead and try and click on some of your favorites, some of your reservations. And for me, it loads pretty fast, but there is a chance that you can catch it loading somewhere. You can maybe reduce your CPU power in the network tab. But I'm just going to click around until I can catch it in action. So I'm going to refresh one more time just to make sure it's here. Oh, yeah, it's actually not here because we have to go back into, my bad, I forgot. We have to go back into loading.tsx right here and replace this div loading with an actual loader. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. So you can write loading like this and just import it, loader, and import it from ./components /loader like that. Go ahead and save that. And now you can try. Okay, wait for the page to refresh again. All right, and let's see if we will be able to catch it here. If it loads too fast, of course, you're not going to see it, but go ahead and try and click on these categories. Okay, we cannot see it here. Let's try on reservations. And did you see it? We have a little loader. I know it's hard to see, but yeah. Basically, the more data you add here, or try and click on a single listing, and you will be able to see more and more loaders. So I don't have enough data for these loaders to display, but if you play around, if you go into your trips, your reservations, and your properties, you're going to be able to catch a blink of that loader. So right now I'm trying to click here. Let's try and go back maybe. Yeah, you can see how it was loading for a second there. Great job. And now I wanted to do the very same thing for the error page, right? So let's close everything up here. And inside app folder, create a new file, error.tsx. And just mark this as use client and import use effect from React, like that. You can see how it already detects something. So go ahead and write an interface error state props. Give it a prop error, which is a type of error, like that. And write const error state, which is a React functional component which accepts error state props, like that. And just destructure the error from there and write complete the error function like here. And just remember to export default error state, like that. Great. And inside of error state, you want to write a use effect like this. And what you're going to do is you're going to add the error in the dependency array and just write console.log error, like that. And instead of console.log, you can actually use console.error, or you can use your analytics to send it somewhere. And we're going to return empty state, which you can import from ./components /empty state right here. And just pass in the title, and a subtitle of something went wrong, like that. Great. And if you really want to test out this error state, you can go ahead and go into app, into page.tsx, and right here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw new error, something went wrong, like this. So I'm going to purposely throw an error to see if our page is going to catch that. So I'm just going to refresh everything here. All right, and you can see our loader in action here. And there you go. So this is the loader now. Let's just wait a moment. And there we go. We have our error page right here, and we have one error right here. So we handled the error with the page. Great. And make sure you just remove this throw new error here. All right, so we have two things left to do here. And one of them is when we apply a search filter, for example, Croatia right here, and I select, let's say, 3 days like this and add 5 guests, we want that to appear in this search bar right here at the top. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go into our components again, and let's go into navbar, into search.tsx. And just above our search model, let's actually add const params equal to use search params from next/navigation like that. And make sure you execute the hook. And let's also import our get by value from use countries hook, which you can import from add/app/hooks use countries, which we created in one of the previous parts. Now let's get individual fields which we will need in this search component from the parameters. So const location value is equal to params $get location value. You can just copy this a couple of times. We're gonna do the same for start date. So go ahead and write start date, params get start date, end date, params get end date, and guest count, params get guest count, like that. Now let's define our location label. So const location label is equal to use memo, which you can import from React right here. I'm going to put it to the top and just open a function inside. Don't forget the dependency array. And if location value is present in our parameters, we're going to return get by value location value as a string dot label like that. Otherwise, return anywhere like that. So just make sure you return inside this if clause and return anywhere like that. And fill the dependency array with get by value and location value like that. Great. Now let's write our duration label. So const duration label is equal to use memo as well. I'm just gonna scroll a bit like this. Const duration label is checking for start date and end date, and if they are both available, first define start. So new date, start date as string, const end, new date, end date as string, like that, and just create a let diff equals to difference in days, which you can import from date/fns, like here. I'm going to put it to the top, and you're going to pass in the end and start like that. Great. And you're just going to add one check here. So if diff is equal to 0, in that case, diff is equal to 1, like that. And just return open template little strings like this, and write this special object diff days like that. Whoops. So diff days like that. And outside this if clause, just write return any week like that. And fill the dependency array with start date and end date like that. And now we just have to write the guest label. So const guest label is equal to use memo as well. And if guest count, in that case, return template literal strings. And inside just write guest count guests like that. Otherwise, return add guests like this. And you just have to pass in the guest count like that. Great. And now we're going to replace these hard-coded labels here. So instead of anywhere, it's going to be location label. So replace this anywhere right here with location label like that. And you can see how it changed to Croatia because Croatia is set in the URLs. Any week is going to be replaced with duration label like that. You can see how it now says 2 days. And add guests is going to be replaced with guests label. sorry, guest label like that. Great. You can save that. And there we go. We have Croatia, 2 days, 4 guests. If I change this, for example, to India, and let's select another thing. Let's add more guests, search, and you can see how it modifies that as well. Great. And one thing I want to bring to your attention is if we log out, for example. Great. And if I try and manually go to /favorites, and you can see how it actually says no favorites found here, even though I'm not logged in. So we don't want that to happen. So let's go ahead and create a new file. Not in app, not in components, no, just in the root of your entire project, create a new file, middleware.ts, like that. And inside that middleware.ts, you're going to export default from next-out middleware, like that. And just export const config matcher, open an array, and inside we're going to protect all of our routes which need to be protected, and those routes are /trips. Go ahead and copy this a couple of times. So /trips, /reservations, /properties, and /favorites, like this. Go ahead and shut down the application and start it again. I'm just going to go back to the root like this. Let's wait a second for all of this to compile. And let's try and manually go to localhost 3000 /favorites while we are logged out and see what happens. Great, you can see that we are reverted back to / and we have a callback back to favorites. So we cannot be logged out and access our favorites. But if I log in and go to my favorites, for example, there should be no problem, just like that. Great, great job. You finished the entire project. All that's left is to deploy on Vercel. All right, and in order to deploy this on Vercel, what you have to do is you have to push this current repository you have into your GitHub account. So I have this video Airbnb repository in which I was building this and in which I am recording right now. So all I run was npm run lint to make sure that there are no errors in our page. So warnings are okay, but make sure you fix any errors that you might have and just push this into the master branch right here. And now I'm going to go into my Vercel. I'm going to click add new, my account right here. I'm going to select video Airbnb. And what I have to do is I have to add some environment variables here. So for that, you can go into your .environment file right here. And if you want, you can just copy everything like this, and you can just paste it in here, and it's gonna populate everything just like that. Great. And after that, you can just go ahead and click deploy, but I'm gonna change the name of this. So don't use Airbnb in your names. I'm just gonna change this to video rent example. Don't use Airbnb in the URL name because you might get flagged for phishing, and just click deploy. And just like that, we successfully deployed our project. You're gonna get a screen similar to this. Let's just wait so it assigns everything. Great, so you can see it loaded successfully. And now I have it right here. You can see everything loads. I have the URL. I can individually click on it and see how it's much faster in production. That's great. And you can actually see the loading states. You see it's lightning fast in production. Changing anything is very, very fast here. You can see how we have our login models. If we try to we have the login model. You can go and search anything. It's going to work. Amazing, amazing job. And one thing I want you to notice that once you get this deployed on Vercel, you're gonna need to change your OAuth URLs right here. So you can no longer use localhost right here. Instead, you're gonna have to use whatever is in your URL that was assigned. So in my case, it's this, so I can just update the application. And you also have to go back into Google Cloud right here and just change that as well, like that, and save that to ensure that your OAuths are working. Great, great job. Thank you so much for watching this video. Please remember to leave a like, share, and subscribe, and comment if you liked this video. and see you in the next one.